Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is The Long Night at the End of the World in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 16, Prelude to War. Eve. Nines bolted across the bridge, sword in hand, his pulse pounding and black box whirring madly. The bridge rattled with every step he took, the wooden slats shaking under his boots, the taxed scaffolding stretching up from the ground groaning in exertion. Eve stood over 2B and A2's limp bodies. Whatever sympathy Nines had felt for him when he'd found him lying unconscious in the woods the other night evaporated. He'd hurt 2B. He'd hurt 2B. Eve. I'm gonna kill you. Nines snarled, his voice hoarse and ripping at his throat. He raised his sword above his head and swung at Eve, so furious he could hardly think straight. All he could picture in his mind's eye was the sight of him plunging his sword into that machine's chest over and over and over and over again, blood splattering against his face and stinging his eyes through a haze of red. No one was going to get away with hurting 2B, not as long as he had anything to say about it. He was going to cut Eve to ribbons. His sword bounced harmlessly off Eve's arm as though it were a mere toy. The next thing Nines knew, he was lying flat on his back, splintered wooden planks sagging underneath him, his head spinning and ears ringing as waves of pain ran coursed through his body from an epicenter squarely in his stomach. He couldn't breathe. Peapod, he choked, trying to prop himself up by his elbows. F5. He tried to hold out his hand, but with the aftershocks of Eve's sucker punch still running through his chassis, he might have cracked something. He couldn't focus enough to throw himself into hacking space. The high-pitched, whining drone of an engine stung 9SS ears as Pascal drifted onto the bridge from above. The flight pack hastily bolted to his back, glowing white-hot and casting off a shimmering heat haze. Pascal, Nines gasped, still struggling to catch his breath. Look out, that's Eve, he's... Eve, thank goodness you came and broke up that fight. I was worried they'd set the village on fire if they'd carried on. 9SS mind turned to fuzz. Pascal. Eve? Eve? And Pascal? Working together? Had this village been under the thumb of the machine network the whole time? Was it a trap set by the machines to lure in androids and dispose of them? Was Pascal's whole pacifist spiel just a ruse to draw his so-called allies into a false sense of security? Was he actually on the machine's side? Nines forced himself to his feet and staggered forward after Pascal, reaching out to grab him by the shoulder. His fingers hooked into a gap in Pascal's metal hull, the edge of his torso plating digging into his skin. Pascal, you... The toe of his boot caught against something soft and giving, forcing him to stumble, his knee bending and leg giving out beneath him. Nines glanced down and... Alucard. Alucard was lying on the bridge, spread eagle, one arm and one leg dangling off the edge, his long and lustrous white gold hair fanned out around his head like a halo, his eyes closed and jaw slack. There was a ragged gash torn across his torso stretching from the side of his waist nearly to his shoulder, ripping through the layers of his ornate uniform. The edges of the wound were charred black and smoking all the way down, clothes, skin, and muscle alike. A channel of livid red flesh encircled the depths of the deep chasm rent across his chest, and at the bottom, yellowed bone streaked with deep red blood and gray-black ash gleamed in the faint light, revealing traces of the living, organic, all-too-human skeleton of which 9SS' own chassis, for all its advanced technology, was merely a hollow facsimile. The last thing Nines remembered was a sound that rent the air so loudly and resoundingly that he did not realize at first that it was coming from him. He screamed. 2B couldn't remember her systems coming back online, nor could she remember opening her eyes, not that there was much for her to see anyway. She could feel cold stone against her skin. When she stood up, she could hear the hollow click of her heels tapping against the floor fading away without even echoing. How had she gotten here? What was this place? And what had happened to? Where had she been again? Pascal's village. Then where was here? She shook her head. Memory corruption. Had she suffered severe physical trauma? Or was she in the early stages of a logic virus infection? Nothing felt broken, no pain or stiffness in her joints, no whining servos or frayed muscle fibers, no fractures in her chassis. Pod, she called out, taking a few halting steps forward, scan my systems for viral infection. Pod 042 did not respond. Pod, she called out, more forcefully this time. Nothing. 9s. 2B tried to recall who else she'd been with. Alucard? Devola. Her voice trailed off as she realized she was alone in here wherever here was. Not knowing what else to do, 2B started walking. No sound but her own footsteps and her own breath followed her. With every step she paid careful attention to the way her body felt, hyper-aware of any possible sign of infection. Failure of motor systems, visual and audio glitches, joint and muscle pain, shortness of breath, dizziness, overheating. Nothing. She seemed to be in perfect health. Her visual processor was beginning to adjust itself to the low light, pulling out of the darkness faint and distant contours of ragged, worn, crumbling stone structures. Though 2B couldn't discern any details, what little she could make out called to mind the mossy ruins of the ancient castle buried in the forest. The silhouettes of gnarled, skeletal branches of enormous dead trees, shorn of all their leaves, twisted and jagged like lightning bolts hewn from wood, curled around the stone columns and crenellations. What was this place? A purgatory? A wasteland for her to wander in, segregated from the rest of the world and everybody in it, peaceful in its deathly quiet? A place far from war and strife, one where she had nothing to do but think? A prison for her to ruminate on her mounting sins? 2B became aware of dull, distant footsteps falling on the stone floor just a fraction of a second out of sync with her own footfalls. Wherever she was, however she'd gotten here, she wasn't alone. She drew her sword. The white blade of the virtuous contract, gleaming and pristine in spite of all the blood it had been soaked in, glittered under the ephemeral light of thousands of golden sparks. A 2. She'd been fighting a 2 before she'd came to this place. That one, that fugitive, that traitor, she must have ended up here with her. 2B whirled around to face the direction of the phantom footfalls, blade bared, muscles coiled like springs under her skin, black box whirring, teeth gritted. The sky lit up blood red, casting every contour of the twisted, labyrinthine castle ruins in nightmarish chiaroscuro. The crumbling walls and columns, gargoyle-festooned eaves, slender bridges, and aqueducts, and vine-choked towers loomed in all directions, stretching onward endlessly, bent and twisted in on themselves. The moon filled the sky from horizon to horizon, its pale face painted with a pale crimson sheen, its dark and smooth seas the color of old blood, every pock mark and scar cast in stark relief. The crimson light illuminated 2B's follower. It wasn't a 2. The other person in this hellish netherworld stood by with just a few meters between himself and 2B. He wore a tattered, shabby leather long coat, its sharp lapels revealing an inner lining patterned with leopard skin spots. The ends of a thin, ragged scarf wrapped around his neck fell over his chest. His face was lean and sharp with an elfin chin and jawline, its angular contours accentuated by a ragged and rusty beard. He looked oddly haggard in a way 2B couldn't describe, as though someone had removed his skin and crumpled it up before reapplying it to his face. His rusted hair was long and disheveled, stray locks of it falling over his brow while the rest of it remained bound in a loose and short ponytail. "Identify yourself," 2B called out. "Who are you?" As her voice rang out across the wasteland, her eyes fell to the coiled length of polished leather hanging from the man's belt, barely hidden by his coat. "That whip." The man took hold of the whip's handle and pulled it free, unfurling it to its full length. The whip unspooled and slithered across the chessboard-patterned marble floor like a snake, its leather surface hissing against the stone. He intoned, his voice raspy, rough, and scratchy, like straw scraping across a washboard, "am its custodian, its protector, and its memory." He held up the whip, his arm outstretched as though he were offering it to 2B. "If you want it, come and claim it." That didn't answer 2B's question. "That doesn't answer my question. Identify yourself." The man cocked his head. "The memory of the whip," he repeated, sounding just as frustrated as 2B herself did. "Do I need to repeat myself?" That, 2B supposed, would have to suffice. "How do I get out of here?" she asked. The whip's memory raised his arm just a little higher, hefting the whip. "Come and claim it." It was as straightforward an answer as 2B could expect. Without hesitation, she lunged at the whip's memory, closing the gap between the two of them in the blink of an eye. The whip's memory slipped backward, the heels of his boots skidding against the stone floor, the razor edge of 2B's blade barely nicking the fluttering end of his scarf. His whip unfurled and cracked across the floor, its tip arcing around her. She spun around and raised her sword just quickly enough to deflect it. 2B lashed out with her leg, primed to dig her heel into her foe's stomach. The memory leaped backward, withdrawing from within his coat a pair of glowing blue projectiles as he sailed through the air. He hit the floor without breaking his stance and flung out his hand. The projectiles, whirling equal-armed crosses tipped with glittering blades, sailed in twisting arcs. 2B knocked one out of the air with her sword, sending it clattering to the floor, and narrowly sidestepped the other one. She felt the razor tip of the spinning blade nick her collar, cutting into the fabric and pulling a drop of blood from her neck. She rushed forward once again to close the distance between herself and the memory, sliding under the arc traced by the whip as it cracked across the air and thrusting her sword at his unprotected chest. The spinning crossblade she dodged came back around and struck her on the hand, cutting through her flesh and impaling itself in her servos. The machinery under her flesh squealed and groaned as the sharp edge of the blade cut through wires and hydraulics. Blood and sparks spurted from the wound. Gritting her teeth and clenching her jaw to power through the pain, 2B rolled out of the path of her foe's next strike and hastily retreated, putting some distance between herself and the whip's memory as she yanked the cross-shaped blade from her hand and tossed it aside. Blood soaked the white part of her glove, dyeing it as scarlet as the oversized moon hovering overhead. The whip's memory did not wait for her to get her bearings. Once again the whip lashed out. 2B felt its tip coil across her forearm and yank her off her feet. She hit the marble floor, a shuddering jolt rattling her chassis as her forehead cracked against the stone. The forehead again, as if it didn't hurt enough, and static fuzz crackled through her eyes and ears. 2B picked herself up as the whip's memory drew a glass grenade from within his coat. Where was he keeping all this stuff? And threw it to the floor. The glass shattered at his feet and a row of pale blue flames loosed itself from the shrapnel, hungrily lapping at the stone as it skittered across the floor toward 2B with surprising speed. She hastily distanced herself from the encroaching waist-high wall of flames, only to find it arcing across the floor as though it were homing in on her. She braced herself and ran toward the whip's memory, the fire nipping at her heels, gripping the virtuous contract in her left hand as she clutched her damaged right hand to her chest. The whip's memory drew a hand axe as she closed in on him. Their blades clashed with a keening ring and a shower of cold sparks. He caught the sword in the notch where the axe blade met the handle and ripped it from 2B's hand, disarming her, then drew a second axe from within his coat. 2B dodged his swipe, feeling the axe just barely miss her as it swung overhead, and leaped out of the way in time for the pursuing flames to collide with him. The flames passed through the whip's memory as though they were nothing but thin air. As they passed through him, they dwindled and died into a flurry of pale blue sparks. If Nines were here, he'd probably have whined about that not being fair. 2B didn't whine about anything. She went on the offensive, striking at the whip's memory with a flurry of blows, the virtuous contract's ivory-white blade unsullied by the blood-red light bathing the nether world. The song of the dancing blades rang out through the ruins of the castle. Her foe blocked the strikes with precision and speed that was the envy of any combat android, yet 2B could feel in the looseness and lightness of his footwork and the ease with which he shifted his momentum that he was far, far too light to be a mere android. At last, she penetrated his defenses. The virtuous contract bit into his side and slid out, its gleaming white blade stained black with blood. The whip's memory let out a hoarse and ragged scream as he retreated, tossing aside the axes and clutching at his side, an anguished grimace wrenching his weathered face. A dark blood stain spread across his coat. 2B pressed her advantage and kept up the pressure, driving him further and further back, dodging and deflecting whichever of his weapons he threw at her. His strength, 2B figured, was in long and mid-range weaponry, while she herself only had close-range combat capabilities without the help of her pod. If she kept the distance between the two of them to a bare minimum. He struck the floor with his whip so forcefully that the impact lifted him off his feet and flung him through the air. The whip dug a furrow in the chessboard-patterned marble tiles, kicking up a cloud of stone fragments. As the whip's memory touched down, 2B braced herself against the flurry of marble chips pelting her and prepared for whatever preposterous weapon he'd draw from that coat of his next. He withdrew a pocket watch and flipped it open. Seeing her foe unarmed, 2B took the opportunity to charge him, blade held straight ahead and tracing an unerring path toward the whip's memory. Everything stopped. 2B felt every muscle, every servo, every motor in her body freeze up at once, save for the edge of her boot grazing the floor. She was suspended in midair, frozen in mid-leap. Even her eyes were immobile, forcing her to stare straight ahead unblinkingly. The footsteps of the whip's memory echoed hollowly as he slowly, deliberately, casually strode past 2B, a wry smirk twisting his face as his eyes met hers for a brief instant before he walked out of her field of vision. And now, time resumes. 2B hit the floor, rolled onto her back, leaped to her feet, and threw her sword at the whip's memory. With an almost instinctual flick of his wrist, he cast the arc of the whip into the air and batted the sword away. "Not bad," he said, a maddening smile lighting up his weary and haggard face as he stroked his beard with blood-stained fingers and once again held out the whip at arm's length. "But not good enough. Care to try again?" 2B folded her hand over the deep, smarting gash running across the back of her injured hand. This thing was some kind of combat training simulator. But how had she gotten here from Pascal's village? She still didn't understand. Why was there such a large gap in her memory? "Well," the whip's memory said, as if responding to her silence, "whoever you are, you're welcome back here anytime." He spooled the whip back into a tight coil and hooked it onto his belt. 2B woke up, the moonlit castle fading from her mind like a passing dream as her systems flickered to life, buzzing static still winding through her eyes and ears. Her head throbbed. A heavy, rank, bloody odor stung at her nostrils, inflaming her sensors. It stank like a freshly killed animal. She lifted her head and tried to stand up, only to find sharp cables binding tightly into her waist, knees, and ankles. She'd been tied to a chair, her arms bound together behind the back of the seat by the wrists. As she tried to wriggle out of her bonds, her hands brushed against something soft and bristly. It twitched. "Ugh," someone behind her moaned, "my fucking head." It was all coming back to her. She'd been trying to complete her mission, trying to kill A2. A2, who was now right behind her and, evidently, having just as hard a time being awake as she was. Her combat instincts flaring up, 2B tried to whirl around to face her foe. The restraints bit into her skin and refused to let her budge. She only managed to crane her neck and glance over her shoulder. A2, who'd done the same, bared her teeth like a wild animal and snarled, "What the fuck are you doing here?" The two of them were tied to two chairs with their backs to each other in a hollowed-out segment of the enormous tree that formed the center of Pascal's village. This was the same chamber, 2B realized, as the one in which she'd encountered Flamel and learned of the existence of. She shivered. Vampires. Those horrible monsters that had thrown her already hard life into unfathomable disarray in just under 2 weeks, the things that haunted her every nightmare, plagued her every waking fear, taunted her with her powerlessness. A2's question was a good one. What was she doing here? "Ah, you're both awake." That voice, that soft, high-pitched, calm voice. "Pascal." 2B tried to pull her hands free of the bindings wrapped around her wrists, sending a sharp jolt of pain up her shoulder. "Pascal," she grunted, "let me go. I've spent quite some time debating with myself over the merits of a carceral system," Pascal said, his buggy optical sensors glowing in the gloom, "and while I find myself still against it, I do believe it would be in everyone's best interests, yourselves included, to keep you two confined here." "What?" A2 growled. 2B cast a sideways glance across the dark chamber and spied Pod 042 locked up in a wire mesh cage sitting in the corner of the room, half hidden in the shadows. "Pascal, you can't keep us locked up in here." Pascal shrugged ambivalently. "It will only be for the rest of the day. Or however long it takes for you two to settle down. I'm a soldier. You can't imprison me. You can't keep me all night," A2 protested. "I may." Yes, Pascal said, holding up a spindly metal hand. "Anemone has informed me of your condition. Hopefully, you two will have talked out your issues like civilized people by then." "This is ridiculous," 2B said. Talk to A2? She would sooner talk to a machine. What could a fugitive, a deserter, a traitor possibly have of value to say to her? Yoarha won't stand for this. You're jeopardizing the safety of your village. What are they gonna do? A2 asked, the bitter edge to her voice growing stronger. Swoop in, swords drawn, and murder everyone. They might. Pascal, let me. That's Yoarha's solution to everything, isn't it? A2 retorted. Don't need it anymore? Kill it. 2B inwardly seethed. How could this traitor act so high and mighty? I will give you two some space, Pascal said, turning his back on the two androids and beating an all too hasty retreat out of the chamber. He closed the door behind him. It was quiet for a while as 2B and A2 sat back to back, stewing in their shared hatred of each other. Hey, 2B, A2 hissed. 2B didn't answer her. Hey. She kept mute. Hey. Look at me. Relenting, she turned her head and glanced over her shoulder at A2. Bitch, A2 said. It took Nines a while to come to his senses. The whole world felt as though it had been turned upside down. 2B and A2 were gone. Alucard was hurt. Pascal was somehow in league with the machines. No one was behaving the way they should have been. And then there was the weird, heavy feeling in the back of his mind that he was forgetting something important. Laurel, I'm sorry to report that I'm too badly damaged to make the trip back to the camp, Anemone was saying, her voice drifting over from the other side of the room. I'll have to stay behind until I've completed my repairs. I trust you can manage my camp for a day or two more. Of course, Anemone, the camp's interim leader replied, his voice crackled and fuzzy through the receiver. I'm just glad to hear you're safe. And that A2 is. Yes, we won't have to worry about her anymore. Nines struggled to lift his head and crane his neck, as though it would help him hear the two resistance leaders' conversation better. Hey, lie down, Jackass admonished him, none too gently trying to force him back down onto the cot. Don't move around while I'm poking around in here. She had her tools out and was sifting through 9SS chassis through a hole in his stomach. Hey, there's some organic matter in this sack here. Breakfast, Nines mumbled, dazed. Breakfast with Alucard. Alucard. Didn't know Yorha could eat. How does your body process it? Nines forced himself up and felt one of Jackass' tools slip into his chassis and stab something important. Alucard. Is he? Devola is looking after him. Says the wound's a lot worse than it looks. Now how about you sit down before I accidentally commit malpractice on you? Relieved, Nines sank back into the cot. You know, Jackass said as she fished the rogue scalpel out of 9SS chassis. Nines felt a sickening jolt and a wave of nausea rush through him as she pulled it free. Working on A2 has given me some pretty good insight into how you Yorha types insides work. I just wish I'd been able to do more maintenance work on her. Didn't she threaten you and Anemone into helping her? Nines asked, recalling what the commander had reported to him and 2B while they'd stopped at the camp. Oh, yeah, that, Jackass said, as though she'd forgotten. Yeah, that was rough. But what a time for research. I learned more about you guys in one night than I have in like 3 years. Anyway, why's she like that? Nines asked. While he knew he had more important questions to ask, for some reason, asking why A2 had a tail had jumped to the forefront of his mind. While he wouldn't trade being a scanner for anything, he had to admit that he and his ilk had skewed priorities sometimes. Like what? You know, Wolfie. Oh, that. Jackass jabbed something into 9SS chassis. He felt everything below his waist turn ice cold and wondered if she was just taking the opportunity to fuck around with his insides. She's a werewolf. What? A werewolf bit her and now she's a werewolf. What's a werewolf? It's a thing that bites you and turns you into a werewolf. That barely answers my question. You turn into a wolf during the full moon. It's more complicated than that, and there are a bunch of intermediate stages based on the moon's cycles, but that's the gist of it. It's pretty cool, actually. It was so ridiculous that if he hadn't seen a million other impossible things in the past 2 weeks, Nines would have dismissed the idea out of hand. There was no scientifically plausible way an android could turn into a wild animal. First vampires, now this, he muttered. Jackass pulled her hands out of his stomach and sealed up his chassis. There you go. Good as new. Nines gingerly stretched his legs as feeling returned to them in a flood of static rushing under his skin. Thanks, Jackass. Don't go saying I never do anything for free. Anyway, you and Anemone should get out of here as soon as possible, Nines said, swinging his legs over the side of the cot and carefully rising to his feet. Eve's here. I think he and Pascal are in cahoots. Jackass furrowed her brow. Eve? You mean one of those high-end machines? That's the one. I need to find what he's done with 2B. Can it wait? Can it? Nines gritted his teeth. Can it wait? This is about one of our so-called allies consorting with the enemy. Yeah, but I need your scanner expertise. 2 of the other fugitive androids have been killed and one of them I think might still be salvageable. It'll have to wait, he insisted. 2B's in danger. We're all in danger. Just get out of here before things get worse, okay? Jackass shrugged. I'll take that into consideration. Don't take it into consideration, do it. Hey, who's the officer here? Fine, officer, Nines spat, a little more venomously than he'd intended, as he rushed outside. 2B. He had to find 2B. But Alucard's wound had looked horrific, he had to check in on him, too. How did the whip burn him so badly, he wondered, if it's just a simple leather whip. And then there was Pascal's strange partnership with Eve. What the hell was he supposed to do about that? And what the hell was he supposed to deal with first? He couldn't be in 3 places at once. Pod 153 interrupted his reverie to inform him that 60 was trying to reach him. Nines cleared his throat, shook his head, and tried to clear his mind as 60's face popped up on a holographic panel hanging in the air in front of him. 9S, this is Operator 60. 60 took a deep breath, one hand pressed worryingly against her forehead. What's going on? I haven't been able to reach Alucard, and now 2B's gone offline and I don't know what to do. She sounded like she was seconds away from falling apart into a blubbering mess. I don't really know what's going on, either, Nines admitted. 2B went after A2 and Alucard stepped in. But 2B can't fight Alucard, he's a human. Yeah, I know, weird. And then Eve showed up. One of those advanced machines, right? Yeah, the ones that look like us. And he knocked 2B and A2 out. Alucard's really badly hurt, 2B got him with the whip and I could see his bones. How could 2B do such a thing? I don't know. It's all crazy, no one's got their heads on straight and everyone's freaking out and I think Pascal and Eve are working together and I don't know what to do next. Okay, I'll forward our conversation to Commander White, 60 stammered, so just hold tight until then. She'll know what to do. Nines sighed and leaned against the tree, its rough bark pressing against his back through his coat. Thanks, 60. What a day, huh? It's just been one miserable thing after another. Yeah. Hope it doesn't get any worse. Pascal came strolling around the bend of the platform lining the tree's circumference. Oh, hello, 9S, he called out, sounding distressingly chipper. May I have a word with you? Never mind, Nines told 60. I know what I'm doing next. Over and out. Take care, 9S. The transmission cut out. Pascal, Nines said, approaching the machine. What's going on here? Why are there machines here? Of course there are machines here, Pascal said, shrugging. This is a village for outcast machines. I mean, what are enemy machines doing here? Machines like Eve. Nines clenched his fists. You'd better explain everything, Pascal, because I just saw you consorting with the enemy. And where's 2B? I want answers, and you're going to give them to me, even if I have to hack them out of you. There's no need to be so hostile, Pascal answered, holding up his upturned hands. Now that you have recovered from your shock, I want to answer your questions. First off, 2B and A2 are in custody. Until they come to their senses and stop trying to kill each other, that is. A2's a violent fugitive, Nines said, and we have orders to terminate fugitives on sight. You do not have those orders here, nobody terminates anybody in this village. Pascal sighed. As for Eve, he is a machine just like any other machine here. He's one of the network's command nodes, Nines pointed out. He wondered if Pascal was truly ignorant of Eve's nature or merely playing dumb. You expect me to believe he's defected and joined your pacifist commune. I believe that anyone can set aside their warlike ways. Many machines here were quite eager soldiers before they grew up, as I was many centuries ago. Pascal glanced away, shivering. Eve was very severely injured when he was brought here, and I believe that by nursing him back to health, I've won him over to our cause. He enjoys it here, and the children love to play with him. I'd like to believe that, Nines said, unable to keep himself from scowling. Anyway, where's 2B? As I'd said, I've had her and A2 both confined so they can work out their differences without fighting, Pascal said. Ancient humans would lock belligerent men in what they called drunk tanks until they settled down, and while I am not fond of detaining people against their will, I believe this situation called for such measures. Nines didn't buy any of this. Pascal's answers were too simple, too neat, too nice. They conformed too neatly and hewed too closely to the way he looked at the world. I can see you still doubt me, Pascal noted, so I won't hide anything from you. You're welcome to hack into my memory banks and see for yourself. The machine held out his spindly arms and allowed Nines to plunge into his mind. It didn't take long for 9 seconds to confirm everything Pascal had said to be true from his point of view, at least. Nines couldn't fully discount the possibility that Eve had some hidden intent for this village that Pascal, in his eternal optimism, was allowing himself to be blinded to. Nines made sure to voice his concerns. I'm sorry for doubting you, Pascal, he said once he'd withdrawn from hacking space. But all the same, be careful around Eve. The scene he'd pulled from Eve's unconscious mind the other night ran unbidden through his mind, interrupting his train of thought. He realized for the first time what it meant for Eve's so-called brother, Adam, to be under the vampire's thrall. As he went, so did the network. Half of the machine forces, then, were currently slaved to the vampire's master Dracula. The other half. Come to think of it, he said, teasing the thought slowly and carefully out of his head, as though he were threading a needle, we might all have a common enemy. Maybe, Nines thought, though he struggled to believe it himself, if machines such as Pascal and his followers could work together with androids against the vampire scourge, even someone like Eve could be persuaded into a truce. But first, he added, throwing Pascal as stern a glare as he could muster, take me to 2B. The minutes passed in silence. 2B hardly bothered trying to count them all. I can't believe this, A2 muttered. Neither could 2B. Here she was, tied up next to a murderous traitor who had the unmitigated gall to wear her face. That freakish, disheveled, odorous, filthy, half feral, half insane. The back of A2's head cracked against the back of 2B's. 2B winced as static rolled across her field of vision, stinging her eyes. Or maybe it isn't so bad, A2 said, giving 2B's head another whack. 2B gritted her teeth against the onslaught. Stop it. Or what? You'll kill me. When I get out of here, I will. A2 licked her lips. I'd like to see you try, she said, her lips peeled back in a feral grin, her icy blue eyes wide and wild. It won't be long, 2B assured herself. 9S will contact command about this. Pascal will release me if he has any sense, she said, and she knew that Pascal was, in fact, a sensible machine, albeit quite naive, and then I'll kill you and complete my mission. Oh, you'll complete your mission. A2 let out a sharp bark of laughter as bitter as wormwood. And then what? Then I get another mission, 2B said, not caring to mention to the beast tied up behind her that this assignment was nothing more than a momentary diversion from her true mission. Wrong. What? I said, wrong, A2 repeated. As in, full of shit. You know what's gonna happen when you complete your mission. Command's gonna throw you away. 2B steeled herself against anything A2 might say to her. A2 was a half-mad runaway. There was probably some sort of new strain of semi-benign logic virus infection stewing in her brain and turning all of her thoughts into incoherent mush. Something must have driven her to staple animal parts to her chassis or whatever grotesque thing she'd done to make herself look like that. She looked like the kind of med-science experiment the likes of which even Jackass could only dream of. Sensible androids with valuable things to say wouldn't mutilate themselves like that. She'll throw you away, just like she threw me away. Because that's what she does to people who aren't useful anymore. You have no idea. I have every idea, A2 snapped. You think she'll keep you around when you're done with me? 2B bit her lip. You are not my mission. My mission is To accompany Nines and execute him whenever he accesses information above his clearance level. She squeezed her eyes shut. To destroy as many machines as possible and secure Earth for the human race. The same humans who order his execution over and over. Sure it is, Atu scoffed at her, her voice dripping with contempt. That's what they told me, too. Then I escaped the hell of Pearl Harbor and made it back to the mainland, and ran into you. You're mistaken. I've never gone after you before. No, you wouldn't remember. I always killed you before you could send any data back to command. Atu shook her head. They made you to kill me, gave you my face to twist in the knife, and you don't even remember what you were built for. She laughed. Here I am, a prototype model. I'm not supposed to be as strong or as smart or as durable as you, and I haven't had proper maintenance in 3 years and I still kick your ass every time. So why did they throw me away, eh? Why couldn't I be useful? If they threw you away, it was for a reason, 2B insisted. Even when she had to kill Nines, it was always for a reason. It was purposeful, it was planned, it was necessary. She had no choice but to believe that. It'll happen to you, too. Maybe they'll send another Model 2 to kill you, Atu taunted her, her voice dropping to a low, husky growl. No. Humans didn't make us to live. Not like the other androids. They made us to do one thing and die. We're disposable tools. Don't tell me you don't hate them. Humans, Yorha, white. Don't tell me you don't know, deep down, that you hate them as much as they hate you. 2B gritted her teeth and refused to dignify A2's blasphemy with a response. She didn't hate humans. She couldn't. Alucard was different. There was something inhuman about him. But normal humans, the ones who had created her, they deserved her respect, no matter what. No matter how hard it was to give it. Otherwise, none of it mattered. None of the pain, none of the sacrifice, none of her mounting sins. 2B clenched her fists. Emotions were prohibited. When they welled up inside her, when the pressure started building and building, when her head and heart were about to explode, she kept telling herself that over and over and over again, over and over and over and over, as long as she needed to, as long as it took to push it all down deeper and deeper and deeper until it was gone. Shut up, she hissed through gritted teeth. She liked A2 better when she wasn't so talkative. She was crowing as though the two of them being stuck here was some kind of victory she'd won. You're just jealous, she spat. Huh? Jealous? I have a purpose. You don't. You resent me because my suffering has meaning and yours doesn't. Shut up. You resent me because humanity still needs me. They don't need you. Twisted, broken, defective. A2's tail flicked angrily back and forth. Fuck them. You'd give anything to be in my place. 2B leaned back. You want to believe that they hurt you for no reason because if you justify your hatred, you don't have to face the truth. If they threw you away, it was because there was something wrong with you and you deserved it. Do all your victims deserve it, 2E? A2 snarled back. 2B felt her fingernails bite through her gloves and into her palms, cutting crescents into her skin. Every muscle in her body tensed, her nerves were on fire. The only thought running through her head was about her sword penetrating A2's chest, slicing through her chassis, bisecting her black box, watching the cold light in her blue eyes turn dull and her frosty scowl slacken into a blank death mask and blood gush from her chest and pool around her feet. She wanted to skin her like the animal she pretended to be and make a coat out of her pelt. She wanted to kill. Shut up, she screamed, her nerves frayed, her body and mind aching, desperate for anything, any kind of stimulus that could drown out the rising tide building up inside her, the screaming chorus of wicked, sinful thoughts. Yes, 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 I hate them all. No. Hatred was prohibited. Love, devotion, too, all prohibited. She didn't do it out of love. It was duty. Cold, dispassionate duty, stony and stoic. That was what Yorha permitted her. Emotions were prohibited. Emotions were prohibited. Emotions were prohibited. Emotions were prohibited. Emotions were emotions. She couldn't let A2 do this to her. She was a good soldier, A faithful soldier, as devoted to her cause as anyone could be, devoted enough that she would never let anything come between her and her duty, not even 9S and certainly not the sick, perverse rhetoric of a runaway. It was the same thing 6E had done with her just this morning, reach into her mind and pull out all of her thoughts that were wrong, everything sinful and disgusting. She hung her head in shame over her own weakness, waiting as the pain racking the damaged servos and strained muscles in her shoulders faded to a dull throbbing ache. You know, Pascal was right, A2 said. I feel a lot better now. The door to the prison cell swung open, its unoiled hinges creaking. 2B lifted her head, her muscles tensing with apprehension. Who's there? 2B? It's me, 9S. 2B was so worn out, physically as well as mentally, that she couldn't stop herself from smiling like she normally would. 9S. Nines hurried into the room, Pascal trailing behind him as he knelt at 2B's side and set to work undoing the knotted cords holding her down. 2B, are you okay? I'm fine. Should have waited a few minutes, A2 said. I was this close to making her cry. Shut up, A2, 2B and Nines both said in perfect unison. Pascal shook his head and muttered something under his breath. 2B felt the cables digging into her wrists loosen, then the ones binding her ankles, and finally the ones tying her by the waist to the back of the chair. Every length of metal cable that fell from her body into a heap on the floor felt like a great weight sloughing off her shoulders. She pulled herself up to her feet, the stinging aches in her legs twinging and throbbing, grabbing the back of the chair to steady herself. Thank you, 9S. Don't mention it. Nines opened the cage holding her pod next and pulled it out. What did you do to pod 042? He asked Pascal. To the pod. Pascal's optical sensors flickered bemusedly. It was deactivated when I found it. I believe Eve may have generated an electromagnetic pulse to disable it when he broke up the fight. Eve? One of the high-end machine models? A fuzzy, static-filled memory ran through 2B's head. The man with short silver hair who'd knocked her and A2 unconscious, that had been Eve. Eve's here? What's going on? She asked Nines as he worked through pod 042's startup process. I'll explain later, Nines said. 2B, I really do believe, Pascal said, you should take this opportunity to speak peacefully with your counterpart. I can see you have a lot of baggage to work out between the two of you. Barely even listening to him, 2B conjured her sword and laid it across the side of A2's neck. With a single twitch, a flick of her wrist, she could sever the rogue android's head from her shoulders. Pascal grabbed her by the wrist. No, 2B. I have my orders. Your orders do not apply here. To you, A2 may be a criminal and a fugitive, but to me, she is a member of this community. I will not brook any harm against those who live in this village. There was a stern, commanding light in Pascal's optical sensors, something that to 2B called to mind Commander White's unshakable resolve. She set the sword aside. She would stay her hand for now, she decided, for Pascal's sake and to preserve his village's good relationship with the resistance. Until Commander White told her what to do. She knew she would kill A2 eventually. Just not now. Pod 042 returned to life and hovered over to 2B's side, announcing that it had just completed a data integrity check and had found no severe logical corruption. 2B patted its hull gently in response. Let's go check up on Alucard, Nines said. As she and Nines left the prison cell and ascended the tiered village, 2B thought about the livid, charred wound the whip had given Alucard. That whip was nothing but ordinary leather to anything but a vampire, so why had it given him such a grievous injury? Could it be that the part of him that was not quite human, the part of him that slowed his heartbeat and cooled his skin, the part of him that gave him strength equal to and speed exceeding any android, the part that gave him mastery over fire and let him change his shape, that the part of him that granted him such powers was a vampire? I suppose, Pascal said as he set to work untying A2, there's no point in detaining you if you and 2B are not together to work out your issues. A2 felt the cables loosen from around her body one by one, but even after the pressure cutting into her skin had been pulled away, she remained seated. She could still feel the ghost of 2B's blade resting against her neck. She had truly been helpless. If 2B hadn't listened to Pascal and relented, she would have been slaughtered, bringing to an end her 3-year war of defiance against her former masters at last. You kept her from killing me, she whispered at last, as astonished as she was bewildered. Of course. I abhor violence, I will not condone the taking of a life within my home. Atu thought about the way she'd ran her sword through 64B's chest. The way she and Alucard had cut down her own friends, the same way the machines had mercilessly slaughtered her comrades all those years ago. A little too late for that. The vampires, those 2 androids who were killed this morning, you and 2B fighting, Pascal let out a weary sigh. I fear this village is slipping away from me. 200 years of work to create a haven for the war-weary souls of the world. Since Pascal didn't seem to know who had killed the other 2 androids, Atu decided not to fill him in. All the same, I must stand firm against this rising evil, Pascal resolved. I will stay true to my principles come hell or high water, as the humans once said. This will be a place of peace. Atu bowed her head as a low, soft whine forced its way up her throat. It was because of that firm resolve that she was alive right now, whether or not she deserved it. Maybe she could get used to living in a village full of fucking machines. She and 4. Safe in this pinprick of light nestled in the endless darkness. Where's 4? She asked, unsteadily rising to her feet, struggling to keep her balance as her aching and numb legs threatened to buckle under her weight. Pascal reached out with his spindly arms and steadied her. 4. Your other friend. I have not seen her. Atu's blood ran cold. 2B wouldn't have been able to get to her, she'd been tied up here, after all, and yet she could still feel that 4 was in grave danger. Regaining her strength, she pushed her way past Pascal and stormed out of the prison. The world was a blurry mess when Alucard opened his eyes next. Slowly but surely, the blurs resolved into something red. Devola was sitting by his side, her cheeks cupped in her hands, a look of crushing, despondent boredom on her face. Oh, she said. Thought you'd be out longer. Alucard licked his lips. How long? He croaked, his mouth dry. About 6 months, Devola said, leaning back and staring up at the ceiling. Alucard shuddered and pulled himself upright, ignoring the throbbing canyon rent across in his chest as exposed nerves, creeping anew over burned tissue as his body repaired itself, brushed against the bandages wrapped around his torso. 6 months. His heart pounded and raced. Is Popola an A2, anemone, 9S what of the vampires? Devola snickered. It has not been 6 months, has it? It's been like an hour. As Alucard's pulse steadied to its usual languid rate, he sighed. That, he told her, glaring daggers at her, was quite cruel. Devola merely shrugged. Alucard took stock of his surroundings. It looked to be the inside of a small wooden hut lit by a single bare light bulb dangling from the ceiling, its copper wires stretched across the bare wood. He'd been placed in a bed, so to speak, which was merely a very roughly bed-shaped object carved out of a hunk of wood. His shirt and waistcoat were draped over the headboard, both now featuring a ragged, charred gash running through them. On another hard and rough facsimile of a bed across from him, Popola lay wrapped in a worn blanket. Pascal's accommodations clearly were not designed with human comfort in mind. Your tent, he said, his back aching from sleeping on the bare wood, was more comfortable. You have humans and your obsession with comfort. Alucard swung his legs over the side of the bed and pulled himself up to his feet. So, Popola is out like a light. Devola glanced at her sister, a wistful frown coloring her expression. I wonder if she doesn't want to wake up. Alucard knelt at her side and laid a hand on her forehead, brushing aside her hair. Her repose was peaceful, her expression serene, she didn't have a care in the world. I could see if a kiss may rouse Sleeping Beauty from her slumber, he offered. Devola wrinkled her nose. Try it and you're dead. No harm in asking. You can think that if you like. Nines rushed into the room, battered and bruised, his silver hair a disheveled mop. Alucard. Are you all right? I'm fine, Alucard replied. Thanks for. The boy still didn't have his visor on, unlike 2B. When Alucard asked him to remove it, he listened, but the wideness and softness of his eyes, along with the concern etched into what few lines there were on his smooth and young face, filled Alucard with a melange of nostalgia and homesickness. His mussed, snowy hair made him look more than ever like Soma. Alucard would never escape that face, that voice, that kindness. 2B, Nines asked as 2B came into the room behind him, why'd you attack Alucard? We're supposed to be on his side. The neutral expression on 2B's face curled into a frown as she lightly pushed Nines to the side, not in a rude or contemptuous way, but more like a lioness keeping her cub out of harm's way, and conjured the vampire killer, gripping it tightly in her gloved hands. This whip, she said, stretching out her hands until the length of leather between them went taut, burns vampires. It burned you. Tell me what you are. Alucard swallowed a lump in his throat. I suppose, he said, taking a wary step backward as the old burns on his right shoulder and the fresh burns across his chest ached anew, I should explain everything to you. He did. He told them of his father, of his mother, and of the Belmont clan. When he had finished, 2B slowly lowered the whip and banished it to whatever nether space she stored her weapons in, though there was still a grim look on her face. You've fought Dracula for how long? Nines gasped, awestruck. 10,000 years, Alucard answered. 86 years, Devola answered. When Alucard glared at her, she shrugged. Yeah, that's right. I overheard you insist the other night. She gestured to Nines. Don't listen to this man, Nines. Yeah, he was born 10,000 years ago, but he's spent 9,900 of those years in suspended animation. They don't count. Alucard explained what had happened earlier today while Nines and Jackass busied themselves examining the two slain androids lying in one of the village's repair facilities, Jackass examining the hardware for anything salvageable, Nines going through whatever software he could access for more information about what had happened. It all seemed surreal. Shape-shifting demons masquerading as friends, a vampire lord who branded his servants like cattle and brainwashed them into servitude. Well, I don't have your nose, Nines admitted as he knelt over the silver-haired fugitive's body, but these two don't look like demons to me. Alucard looked even paler than usual. They can be very good at hiding themselves, he said, but he sounded not as though he was stating a fact but more like he was trying to convince himself. I mean, they're mechanical all the way down, Jackass said as she rummaged through the red-haired fugitive's guts. Can demons imitate that? They had a demonic musk and bore Lord Alrox's brand, Alucard insisted. Nines plunged himself into hacking space. The silver-haired fugitive 64B wasn't anything more than barely functional at best. Maybe 0.5% of her systems could be brought online. Heavy masses of data corruption grew over the clean white architecture of her software like fuzzy black moss. Getting stabbed in the chest just next to the black box and getting one's head chopped off tended to have that sort of effect on an android's mind. Most androids never came back from this sort of trauma. The solution was, reload from the newest backup and try again, and not, try to repair everything and hope it comes back to life knowing how to count without using its fingers. Still, he'd try to dredge up whatever recent memories he could find. An android with white hair tied back into a wispy ponytail took a seat next to 64B and slyly hiked up her skirt, showing off the 3-dot symbol on her hip. Say, you've SE right? Yeah, SH older. UH. Yup. It's a thing all of us did before the PE cent operation. Marks us as a family of sorts. She picked up a shellac grease paint FRNches and dipped 2 FING to it. 64B grinned A to Z her FINGers away. Wow. Thanks, A4. And 2-2ing to the other Andro want your tattoo. A4 the PAINT wants a matching tattoo on 22B's neck, then gave her a firm hug and RANHERFINGERS through VULPINER@HAIR. 64B, Alucard said. Around E back of your neck. 64B he PINICANWIDENING her eyes. T tattoos. A4 NERVOUS normally come to match. A4 LFTD HRSKIRT showed BLANK patch of skin tattoo. No. I at W as RIGHTTHR. She SMIL at WICKEDBETRAYED how could you HOW see old HOW HOW. Nines pulled away, jolted out of hacking space as though he'd been thrown out of it, his head throbbing in time with the shuddering whirring of his black box. It felt as though he had been hit by a solid wall of white noise. Alert, dangerous levels of system corruption detected in Yoarha Unit 64B, Pod 153 informed him, as though it was not obvious. Hacking connection has been forcibly severed to mitigate cross-contamination. Proposal: Unit 9s should perform system maintenance to ensure data integrity. I'm fine, Nines gasped, catching his breath. I've found what I needed. What did you find? Alucard asked, taking him by the arm and helping him up to his feet. The half-human's fingers clamped around his forearm. Nines looked down at 64B's headless body, then let his gaze drift over to the bodiless head that lied on the floor just a meter or two away. On the fugitive's face was an expression of flash-frozen pain, shock, and fear. There was a third android, he said. A4. She had a tattoo like theirs. She marked this android and the other one, then somehow covered up her own. He felt Alucard's grip on his arm slowly loosen, then fall away. Alucard took a step back from the corpse, then another, his face whiter than it had ever been, his eyes wide, his mouth agape, lips slightly moving but no sound coming out. His left hand trembled, his fingers twitching, his right hand the prosthetic hung lifelessly at his side. Alucard? Nines asked, turning his back on the body and reaching out to him. Alucard shuddered, his hands slowly curling into fists and then uncurling again. He closed his mouth and swallowed a lump in his throat, his face hardening. Nines laid his hand on Alucard's shoulder. What is it? With a vehement shove, Alucard pushed him away, brushing his hand aside, and took to one of the tool-laden workbenches lining the room. He let out an enraged, frustrated roar, his pale face turning livid, and grabbed the bench by one end, lifted it off the floor, and threw it against the wall. The bench slammed into the wall of the repair facility with an ear-splitting bang, then landed on the floor with a second loud thud, the tools and spare parts it had carried flying through the air and clattering to the floor in a shrieking cacophony. Nines reflexively crouched down and raised his arms above his head to guard against any flying debris. 2B and Jackass did the same. Trembling like a leaf, Alucard stormed out of the room, no longer carrying himself as gracefully or as elegantly as he once had. Without thinking twice, Nines took off after him, heading down the winding stairs and ramps circling the village until he found Alucard kneeling and doubled over on the ground near the outskirts of the village. The half-human retched, his chest heaving and shoulders shaking, and spat out a long stream of thin, watery vomit onto the grass. Alucard. Nines rushed to his side. Are you all right? Alucard coughed and clutched at his stomach. His pale skin glistened with cold sweat in the light and tears dripped from his eyes. As he pulled himself upright with 9SS help, he let out a piteous groan, his breath shallow and ragged. She played me, he gasped. He drew back his right fist and drove it into the wooden support column of a bridge running overhead, splintering the beam and rattling the bridge's inelegant network of scaffolding. She played me like a damn fiddle. Nines grabbed Alucard and wrenched him away, pulling out from under the bridge as though worried it would collapse and hurt him, but the half-vampire tore himself free of the scanner's grip. Where is she? He spat through gritted teeth, his mouth drawn in a bloodthirsty scowl and his long fangs bared. His golden eyes gleamed with a hard, hateful light. Where is A4? From the moment she had seen that silver-haired woman cut both A2 and Alucard down with her whip, that horrid, horrifying whip, the succubus had started running. She'd run out of the village as though every demon in hell were on her tail, vanishing past the boundary of the warm lanterns into the cold and dark forest. Roots and stones grasped at her feet, branches and twigs raked her hair. In her panic, she tossed away her glamour as one might toss away a coat, as though her disguise itself had been tangled up in the brush. She was done with this. There was no way in hell Lord Alrox could expect her to contend with not only Alucard but a fucking Belmont on top of that. One hit from the vampire killer would reduce her to ash in an instant, regardless of how quickly her healing factor could kick in. The succubus skidded to a halt at the lip of a chasm torn across the face of the forest, panting and gasping for breath as she stood over the black abyss looming beneath her. The crashing torrent of a waterfall pounded incessantly in the distance. With her keen eyes, she could discern from the darkness the spray of mist blanketing the river down at the bottom of the ravine and the faint outlines of a crumbling castle in the distance. Still short of breath, she sat down and pulled off her boots, relieving her poor hooves of the horrible pressure that had been bearing down on them, and tossed them down into the ravine. She hung her legs off the edge of the cliff, wiggling her hooves as she picked twigs and leaves out of her hair and waited for the stinging, shallow cuts on her arms and legs to heal up. What, she wondered, would she do now? Certainly not A2, not anymore, that was. She squirmed and pressed her thighs together, listlessly raking her claws across her scalp and mopping up the sweat beading on her brow. Her insides felt as though they were coiled as tight as a wound-up clock spring, crawling around inside her, lighting little flames under her skin and throbbing in concert with her heart, the tension, the fear, the fuck, she was so pent up. What had she been thinking, taking it slowly with A2? She could have taken care of her urges hours ago if she hadn't been so concerned with taking it safe. She had bigger things to worry about right now, imminent death and cowardice and hellfire and punishment, but she couldn't even think straight with the 1,000 missed opportunities swirling around inside her and pulsing with a heady, lusty tempo. A2 may have been a smelly, flea-ridden bitch, but she was supposed to be her smelly, flea-ridden bitch, and oh, all the things they could have done to each other. She lost sense of time, but when she finally came to her senses once again, she felt much better. She wiped her hand clean on the grass and licked the blood from her lip, took the first deep breath she'd taken in an hour, sighed, and kicked her legs listlessly on the edge of the ravine as she pondered what to do. She had to tell Alrox that the vampire killer had a new wielder. If she could tell him that, maybe then he'd forgive her for abandoning her mission and leaving A2 behind. Or maybe he'd burn her alive and make her wish she'd taken her chances with Alucard and the Belmont. Knowing her master, the succubus concluded that he would likely kill her. After all, in Dracula's castle, minions like her were a dime a dozen. Alrox could just make more if he needed to pad out Dracula's ranks. In this world, there were special monsters he took an interest in acquiring and subduing like A2, and there were trash mobs like her. 1,000 disposable demons that could be molded from hellfire on a whim and snuffed out just as easily. She held the end of her long, whip-like tail in her hand and anxiously ran her thumb over it as though she were a baby sucking its thumb, her long and sharp thumbnail just barely grazing the dancing, candle-like flame that burned with a pale blue glow at the tip of her tail. She didn't want to die. That was why she'd ran away in the first place. So what was the point of going somewhere else where she could get killed? It was a good thing A4's ghost couldn't see her now. All that smug bravado she'd had when she'd taunted the Phantom just last night had gone up in smoke. She wouldn't go back to Alrox, she decided. As long as she stayed away from him, she could do as she pleased. As long as she didn't have to hear his voice. As if on cue, a blossom of blue fire burst open in the thin air in front of her. The succubus felt her heart skip a beat as the tendrils of flame curled into a wreath and solidified into a floating silver hand mirror that hung in midair, its shining face reflecting the succubus' own dismayed and forlorn face back at her. She looked like a mess. But she didn't have time to dwell on how awful she looked. Her face was replaced with Alrox's black glass helmet. The succubus stiffened and sat up straight as though she'd been tied to a stake. "Hello, master," she said as confidently as she could muster. "Why now of all times, here of all places?" Alrox's helmet threw her reflection back at her, faint, and twisted on the smooth, shimmering black surface. "Well," he asked. "Where is my werewolf?" "In Pascal's village," the succubus answered at the exact instant Alrox had finished asking her. She couldn't have thought of a lie or half-truth or nervous deflection even if her life had been dependent on it. "And who is this Pascal?" "A machine, but a peaceful one. He has a village in the forest. No defenses, no weapons, he's an avowed pacifist." "And where," Alrox asked, the mirror twisting on its axis as though he were looking around, "are you?" "Not far from the village." The succubus gave her answers on autopilot, she had no choice in the matter. "Why aren't you bringing A2 with you?" I got scared." "What?" The succubus flinched and reared back as though she were expecting Alrox to strike her. "Alucard was there. And a Belmont, too." "A Belmont?" "She had the whip with her." "The vampire killer." The succubus felt a hot tear roll down her cheek, then another, then another. "I was scared for my life. I ran. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." An invisible hand shoved Alrox off to the side, pushing him out of frame. Lady Carmilla, mistress of the castle, slid in to replace him, her eyes wide. "Who was it?" "The whip wielder. What did she look like?" The succubus took a deep, nervous breath. "Answer the question," Alrox commanded her, his voice drifting from beyond the mirror's borders. "Black dress. Short white hair done in a bob, she answered without a moment's hesitation. Black blindfold. Her face is shaped just like a 2S. Carmilla glanced off to the side. Is that your friend? She asked someone else. Yes, mistress. That's 2E to a T. Thank you, Carmilla said before drifting off to the side, with a less than gentle nudge from Alrox. The succubus could feel Alrox glaring at her from behind the featureless, smooth orb of his glass helmet. Stand up, he said. The succubus stood up. The mirror hovered upward with her, keeping itself at eye level. Sir, she blurted out, fearful of what might come next, I'm so sorry. Throw yourself off the cliff, he told her, his voice cold and steely. She felt her hoof lift unbidden off the steady, stable rock lining the lip of the ravine and position itself over thin air, as though it had been yanked into position by a puppeteer's invisible string. Wait, please, Lord Alrox, I can go back, she protested, her eyes burning, a cold lump in her throat throttling her, and go get her. I can go back for her and then bring her to you, she swayed, balancing precariously on one leg, the other upraised and hanging over empty space. Alrox spoke in a stern, restrained snarl. That is no longer necessary. I will collect her myself. You are no longer of use to me. I can be useful, the succubus choked out, the world swirling nauseously around her as she struggled to fight back the urge to take one more step forward, one step into the abyss. I can still be useful, please let me do this for you, please, master. And I thought I was a control freak, Carmilla drawled. If you're finished with your power trip, Alrox. Throw yourself off the cliff, Alrox repeated, and kill yourself. Sweat and tears alike stung at the succubus' eyes. Please. Walk forward one step, he ordered, hissing the words as though through gritted teeth, the force of his will bludgeoning away any resistance the succubus could muster. Her other hoof lifted off of the ground and she plunged into the misty depths of the ravine, the cold and bitter wind buffeting her, blowing away her tears as she fell. A 2S search for 4 had been fruitless until she'd crossed paths with Alucard. Fortunately, Alucard had also been looking for her. Unfortunately, his reasons were altogether different from a 2S. A 2 did not take what Alucard had to tell her about 4 well. She licked the blood off her knuckles as Alucard writhed on the ground in front of her, his hand clasped over 4 parallel scars left by her claws on his cheek. He deserved it. How could he tell her something like that a 4, her only surviving friend from Yorha, had been the demon all along, that she'd tricked the 2 of them into murdering the other androids as cover. A 2, Nines cautioned her as he hurried to Alucard's side, try to stay calm. Stay calm? How could he expect her to react upon telling her that 4's kindness, her soft embrace, the feel of her lips pressed against hers, of her fingers stroking her fur, of those whispered words ringing in her ears and telling her that she was strong, that she was beautiful, that she was loved? How could he expect her to remain calm upon hearing that everything 4 had done had been to deceive and ensnare her? She clenched her fists, her claws stinging her palms as they pierced her skin. You're lying. 4 isn't a monster, we proved it, I trusted you. Alucard sat up and pulled his bloodied hand away from his face as the crimson claw marks across his cheek faded and shrank away. I'm not happy about this either, he muttered, gritting his teeth. But it's the truth. And neither of us have seen hide nor hair of her in this village, so it's likely she ran away to inform her master. 2B gripped her whip tighter, her lips parting just barely to show a sliver of gritted teeth. Inform her about what? Me, for starters. Alucard answered. That whip. And a village full of defenseless, innocent souls ripe for the taking. If Dracula sends his elite forces here, he will be able to grow his Legion of the Damned and wipe out his only remaining enemies in one fell swoop. Then let's find her and kill her, Nines suggested, before she can make it back. A 2 swallowed a lump in her throat. They were talking about killing a 4. Killing 4. Killing the only other person in the world who understood her, who loved her. No. Not 4. 4 was already dead. The monster that had taken her face deserved to die, and deserved to die screaming. I cannot detect a succubus by scent from such a long distance, Alucard admitted. It is a large forest, and there's no telling. Shut up, A2 snapped. She sniffed the air, her nostrils flaring. She knew what four smelled like. The air at sea, fresh and briny, and the woody scent of the forest. Those had been the scents that had rubbed off on her before the massacre at Pearl Harbor, the scents that though they'd been erased quickly by oil and gunpowder and burnt ozone had stuck in her memory, defining A4 as surely as her face and her smile did. The scents all rocks had pulled from her mind when creating the perfect weapon against her. Where she smelled sea salt, that was where the demon was. I can track her, she said. Nothing here smells like the ocean except for her. Atu led the others around the village's perimeter. When she caught the scent of sea spray, they were off. The trail led them in a wandering, meandering path through the underbrush, over the rusted hulls of armor-clad machines whose corpses had long since become homes for rodents and insects. Atu stopped. She'd lost the scent. The rest of the forest, the leaves overhead, fresh sap oozing from the trunks of the trees, the combined musks of 100 different species of animal, the aromas of a dozen different flowers overpowered it. She drove her fist into a tree. Damn it! You're tracking the scent of brine, are you not? Alucard asked. Let me try. Your nose can't be that good. I'm half wolf. Alucard's coat swirled around him, his body lost its form, and a blink of an eye later, he was all wolf. Atu gritted her teeth, struck with jealousy. Instantly, no pain, and all his clothes transformed with him, even his prosthetic arm turned into a cute mechanical foreleg. That lucky son of a bitch. Alucard lowered his muzzle and sniffed at the ground, then lifted his head, his ears flicking forward and his silvery gray fur bristling. Found it. He bounded through the underbrush, and the other three followed. You could have done this all along. Atu whined. I thought you had it. I didn't wish to steal your thunder. Atu glanced back at 2B and Nines and noticed 2B glaring so angrily at Alucard that it was obvious even through her visor. Chalk up another thing the two of them had in common: neither wanted to put up with his bullshit. Alucard came to a halt at the edge of a cliff, his paws scrabbling across the slick, mossy stones lining the ground. Atu almost wished he'd slip and fall off, though she supposed he'd probably have some other bullshit superpower to get out of that. The trail stops here, he announced. No shit, Atu said. A waterfall roared in the distance. Atu peered over the edge of the cliff, straining her eyes. She'd see better in the night when she was fully transformed, but even in her current state, her night vision was improved enough that she could discern the faint form of a river at the bottom of the ravine. She felt the hair on the back of her neck stand on end and hurriedly backed away from the cliff's edge, glancing over her shoulder. It would have been so easy for 2B to push her off right now. She could even say it was an accident and have plausible deniability. And yet, 2B stood off in the back, her arms crossed, a surly frown on her face. Atu flipped her off anyway. Her scowl tightened, but otherwise, she didn't react. Nines crouched down beside Alucard, one hand gripping the arm of his pod in case he slipped, the other sinking into Alucard's fur. What do you think? Maybe she fell. Would that kill her? I doubt it, Alucard said. Succubi have small wings. They can't fly, but they can levitate and glide. And even if she did fall, there's slim chance that her healing factor would preserve her life. They're weak creatures, but shockingly resilient. Is that it? 2B asked. The trail's gone cold. The river would make it almost impossible to track her by scent. Alucard shook his fur and reformed into his humanoid body, standing tall and stepping away from the edge. He did it so casually and effortlessly that A2 wanted to rip his throat out. Water and mud. What hasn't been rinsed off by the river has surely been masked by the silt. Pod, Nines said, tapping on Pod 153's hull, scan for any IFF or black box signals down there. It won't work, Alucard said. If she's cast aside her glamour, she'll no longer be broadcasting any false signals for you to pick up. We know she's cunning. It would behoove us to assume she's doing whatever she can to keep us off her tail. Analysis: no IFF or YORHA black box signals detected, Pod 153 announced, concurring with Alucard's reasoning. I don't believe we've seen the last of her, Alucard concluded with a bitter scowl, kicking a rock off the edge of the cliff and watching it fall out of reach of the pod's floodlights and tumble into the darkness. For now, though, we need to get back to Pascal's village and see to it it's well defended. Dracula's forces could strike at any moment now. A2 looked down into the abyss and growled. Somewhere down there, or maybe long gone by now, was an evil creature that had found her at her most vulnerable and given her everything she had desired, soothing her, caressing her, embracing her, planting soft kisses where she hurt the most and it had all been a lie. All those memories turned rancid in her mind. She choked back a sob, pressing her hand against her mouth and clamping her teeth down on her tongue, but she couldn't stop her tears from falling down into the river below. Dracula had eyes on the inside of the bunker, but Adam, too, had his own way of keeping tabs on Yorha. The black-haired little girl in the red dress standing before him, her small body faintly flickering, was N1 or Terminal Alpha, an avatar of the machine network. She and her counterpart, aptly named N2 or Terminal Beta, were the network's ego, so to speak. Adam was not sure if that made himself and Eve the network's superego or its ID. Only N1 was under his command, although he couldn't say for certain. N2, presumably, was connected to Eve. The terminals predated Adam and his brother by hundreds, perhaps thousands of years. Perhaps they had come into being at the very beginning of the First War. And because some fool had, undoubtedly under their influence, created a backdoor into Yorha's servers which the terminals could exploit at their convenience, every movement by the so-called vanguard of humanity could be read like an open book. N1 gave Adam a mysterious smile as she told him what she knew of Yorha, and of course, what she knew was everything. Adam felt a pang of shock upon hearing this. Sadly, unlike the terminals, he was far from omniscient, knowing only what they wanted him to know when they knew it. The news that the lunar colony was a fabrication and that the human race had gone extinct long before the machine's alien creators had even entered Earth's solar system genuinely caught him by surprise. That is interesting, he told the red girl, struggling to keep his composure. What would Dracula do upon discovering this? And the other vampires? Adam had all the food he could eat, but Dracula had promised Alrox and Carmilla a bounty of the only food they could stomach, human blood. They would certainly not be happy to learn that they would have to subsist until the end of time on wildlife and machines. They might even raise their hands against Dracula out of revenge. He stood up. I must tell Lord Dracula of this news. N1 gave him another mysterious grin. If he had asked us nicely, we would have told him earlier. Her demeanor disconcerted Adam. It made him wonder if the loyalty he felt toward Dracula had truly been passed on to the rest of his half of the network, as he'd assumed. Or did the network, divided as it was now between Alpha and Beta, have its own ulterior motives? His suspicion cleared itself from his head, save for a few worrying dregs, when a loud bang rocked the inside of his quarters, rattling his door on its hinges. Somebody knocked on his door. Adam strode over and opened the door, finding himself face to face with Carmilla and two other vampires Alrox, the man with the sharp violet armor and black glass helmet whom Adam had last seen in Dracula's throne room, and a deathly pale android with long, curly whitish lavender hair done up into extravagant pigtails. Carmilla smiled. Hello, Lord Adam of the Machines, she said with a theatrical bow. This is my fellow lieutenant of Dracula, Alrox, and my sweet little subordinate, 6E. Care to come out with us for a stroll and stretch your legs? There will be plenty of machines for you to munch on. I'm sorry, Adam said, but I am afraid I have a prior obligation. He glanced over at N1, who playfully stuck out her tongue at his guests and tugged on her lower eyelid. She was, thankfully, a projection within his mind, so the other vampires could not see her rude display. Oh, can you not reschedule? Carmilla reached out and curled her long, pale fingers around his forearm, coquettishly batting her eyelashes at him as her cold fingertips chilled his skin beneath his sleeve. We need to build up our army, and poor 6E can only bite so many machines on her own. Surely you yourself must be getting thirsty. I'm afraid that when Dracula makes an appointment, Adam said, brushing away her hand, it behooves one not to ask for it to be rescheduled. He is my master, and I must obey him. Carmilla frowned. Oh, you're no fun. Well, she said, rolling her eyes and sighing, there's always next time. Good day, Lord Adam of the Machines. Good day, Lady Carmilla, Adam said, closing the door in her face. He closed his eyes, mapped out the unfinished castle in his head, and in a flash of golden light he brought himself to Dracula's throne room. Dracula was casually lounging in his obsidian throne, his legs dangling over one armrest while he braced his lower back against the other, his pale fingers tapping on the seat of the throne in time with the ancient human music drifting through the musty air of the dark chamber. The song's mechanical throbbing and wailing lyrics rattled the mummified remains of the aliens who sat in the alcoves lining the chamber's central platform and silently listened. "Welcome, my son, welcome to the machine. What did you dream?" "It's all right, we told you what to dream." Adam loudly cleared his throat. "Lord Dracula, I have an urgent matter to speak with you about." Dracula idly added his voice to the singer's. "You dreamed of a big star. He played a mean guitar." Adam cleared his throat more loudly this time. "Lord Dracula, sir." Dracula looked up, noticed him at last, and hastily sat up and positioned himself properly on his throne, silencing the music with a snap of his fingers. "Yes, my underling." "What is it?" "I've obtained intelligence from the network regarding the lunar colony." Adam bent his knee and knelt down, bowing his head. He ran over the words again and again in his mind, wondering what the best way to broach the delicate subject would be. "Yes." His interest piqued, Dracula leaned forward and gripped the edges of his armrests. "What news do you bring?" "The colony is a sham. It is a small structure with no life support capabilities. It merely houses a server containing the sum total of human knowledge and culture." "Oh? Then where do the humans live?" "They do not." Adam closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "There are no refugees from the war. Humanity had long since gone extinct before we had even arrived on this planet." He waited with bated breath for Dracula's reaction. Dracula, to his surprise, began to laugh. As the cold, cruel laughter echoed across the throne room, dancing across the walls, Adam bemusedly lifted his head. "Lord Dracula." Dracula threw back his head, flung out his arms, and laughed even harder. His laughter was manic in its mirthfulness. Adam, not knowing what to expect and gripped by a fear he could not fully explain, stood up and took a halting step backward. At last, the Dark Lord calmed down, slumping backward with a long, loud sigh. "I suspected as much," he said, idly clenching and unclenching his fist. "I wonder if Alucard knows, or if this is another hope I can rip from his grasp." "What will you do about this?" Adam asked. "The others will be very upset to learn that humanity is extinct." "Then they won't. I can count on you to keep a secret, can't I, Adam?" The thought entered Adam's head with the ease of a worm crawling through dirt. No, he wouldn't tell another soul about this, no matter what. He would keep his master's secret to the end. So had Dracula commanded, so his will would be done. "No, humanity is no longer of any concern to me," Dracula explained, picking at his fingernails. "This is, simply a matter of tying up loose ends. Nothing more, nothing less." "I'm so sorry for all the trouble we've caused, Pascal," Anemone said as she looked down at the three mangled corpses Jackass had been working on. 64B and 22B, both brutally yet efficiently executed, their bodies ripped open in Jackass enthusiasm to strip them for parts, and A2's old chassis, recovered from the ground where it had fallen after it had inexplicably returned to life and attacked A4. Its scuffed black endodermis and ragged patches of remaining skin were stained with blood, its torso torn apart, the ragged edges of its wounds scored with claw marks. This wasn't even the half of it. There had been the damage A2 and 2B had done to the village, and each other, as well, and now A4 had gone missing. "I understand," Pascal assured her, "that these are trying times." He laid a rough metal hand on her shoulder. "I do not feel it is appropriate to blame you for the trouble which follows in your wake." "Thank you. You would not happen to know who killed those two androids, though, would you?" Pascal asked. Anemone shook her head, though she had her suspicions. She knew that 2B and 9s often received orders to hunt down deserters from Yoarha. Normally, she'd immediately dismiss the idea that 2B would break Pascal's rule against violence in his village, but considering she had tried to kill A2. The mangled, headless old Yoarha chassis that had once belonged to A2 twitched and convulsed, scaring Jackass away from it. Anemone felt her core burst into flames as she staggered backward in fear and shock, her breath catching in her throat and her lungs burning. Even Pascal was afraid. A 2S-old chassis pulled itself up onto unsteady feet, a bestial moan drifting from the hole in what little remained of its neck where its throat had once been. Blood gushed anew from severed coolant channels, coating the exposed machinery visible through the long gash in its chassis. If Anemone had been carrying a pistol, she would have shot it. She wasn't sure it would do anything, though. After all, this thing couldn't possibly be alive. It had no power source, no seat of consciousness. The chassis lumbered toward one of the other two corpses, panting heavily, its lung sacs rapidly inflating and deflating. It reached down, wrapped its fumbling fingers around 64B's neck, and ripped out her vocal cords. Anemone, Jackass, and Pascal could only look on in horror as the undead chassis shoved 64B's voice box into its own throat. The chassis' next piteous moan was stronger, louder, with more shape to it, albeit laced with static. Oh, it moaned, bursts of static stabbing through its long, low outcry. Maybe we should run away, Pascal said. Jackass held up her hands. Wait. If this thing wanted to hurt us, it would have done it already. The chassis picked up 64B's severed head next, its hands trembling as it tore away the front of 64B's head, skin, skull, and all, and shoved it against the scooped-out remains of its own head. Sparks and wisps of steam curled from the seams, 64B's mouth yawned open as an anguished, pain scream wrenched itself from her throat, her eyes still frozen in a death mask of fear and anguish. The undead chimera called out, its voice still shot with white noise, struggling to move its new mouth. It bit its lip hard enough to draw blood. Oh, rrrr. Anemone felt Jackass' fingers thread themselves around her own. It's learning to speak, she breathed, awestruck, her eyes wide and face pale under the omnipresent grease stains marring her skin. The chimera's undead eyes rolled to the side, gazing emptily and glassily directly at Anemone. Under the creature's dead-eyed stare, Anemone felt her servos freeze and muscles tense even as Pascal struggled to pull her away. It lifted up its hand and took a staggering step toward them. Fuyur. Chapter 17, Stygian Ensemble, Part I. Alucard was the first of the squadron to step over the threshold of the safe house, his hand resting cautiously on the pistol holstered under his jacket. With his keen eye, he could make out the details of the disused foyer without turning on the light. No one had lived here for years, though it was kept clean and free of dust in case it came in handy. As it turned out, at this moment, a safe house under the auspices of his current employers out in rural Germany did come in handy, because Soma Cruz and Mina Hakuba had been visiting Berlin when the cult Alucard had been tracking for months had tried to abduct them. Doomsday cults were becoming increasingly commonplace as the global pandemic known as white chlorination syndrome spread and worsened. The one that had presented itself to Soma and Mina just the other day called itself with light and tasked itself with liberating from Soma the dark inheritance he had claimed a year ago in Dracula's castle so one of their own could anoint themselves master of darkness. With light believed that for God to truly be good, his opposite number must exist to oppose him with equal strength, which in itself was not that far off from what Alucard himself believed. Evidently, though, as far as this cult was concerned, WCS and the armies of shambling ghouls it left in its wake were insufficient. Alucard found their credo nothing but juvenile indulgence in a facsimile of Manichaeism, but after all, what was a cult but a miserable little pile of shallow esoterica? Alucard stepped into the center of the foyer, eyeing the gloomy hallway and shadow-wreathed staircase. The house felt empty to him, but just to be careful, he raised a hand and motioned to the rest of his team to fan out and search the place. With light had tendrils within his employer's ranks, that was how they had discovered Soma's true nature in the first place. His team was handpicked for its trustworthiness. This building, though, was not. Dorothy, one of his cohorts, stepped forward and closed the door behind her, the arc of her flashlight's beam providing the only light in the room. Her arm was wrapped securely around Mina's waist. Statement: no electronic surveillance devices detected, she informed Alucard, servos audibly whirring as she turned her head to scan the area. Addendum: no life signs, either. She was one of the early model combat androids developed by the Hamelin organization, human enough in her mannerisms, but with a flat, synthesized voice and plastic skin, even the nicest dogs universally growled when she was near them. Her name wasn't originally Dorothy, but that was what Alucard had taken to calling her after he'd taken a look at her serial number and gone cross-eyed. The newer models were almost indistinguishable from humans, but Alucard felt a sort of kinship with the older ones who stuck out like sore thumbs. He considered himself something of a collector of them. Some of them he trusted more than humans. The men who descended to the second floor and descended to the basement returned to the foyer and announced that their sweep had turned up nothing, as did the remaining member of the squad who'd inspected the first floor. Alucard sighed in relief. "The house is yours, Miss Hakuba." Mina looked down at her phone, seemingly still a little dazed. She didn't adjust to peril quite as well as Soma did. "I'm not getting any signal," she mumbled. Response: "You wouldn't be. This building is a Faraday cage," Aralava said. Proposal: "If you need to send any message, this unit will transmit it on your behalf." Alucard and his team walked Mina through the house, making sure she was well acquainted with it. Mina settled in well enough. Though the safe house was cut off from the outside world, it had a very well-stocked, if a bit out-of-date library. The rest of the team would stay here until the cult had been dealt with and the danger had passed. Alucard, though, was set to head out toward the cult's base of operations, an abandoned village in Central Europe, to rendezvous with Yoko and Julius. And, unfortunately, Soma. Much to Alucard's displeasure, Soma Cruz bought into his own hype. As it turned out, cutting a swath of destruction through Dracula's castle, making mincemeat of a megalomaniac, inheriting Dracula's powers, fighting Julius Belmont to a standstill, and then beating chaos itself into submission gave the brash young man an even stronger and unshakable sense of self-confidence. That, and the cult had tried to get between him and Mina. Although Alucard had insisted he stay behind with Mina while the grown UPS took care of things, Soma had slipped out and hitched a ride to the cult's base last night. Backpacking across Europe was a quintessential experience for affluent young men these days, Alucard had to admit, but most of the time it did not involve tracking down a bunch of people intent on crowning a new Lord of Darkness and quote-unquote, beating the goddamn shit out of them. Alucard spent several hours at the safe house, taking as much time as he needed to make certain it was truly secure before heading out to take down the cult. As he made for the door, though, Mina rushed to his side and stopped him. "You'll take care of Soma, won't you, Arikado?" Mina asked. "Do not worry about us," Alucard assured her. "I'll bring him back to you with as many of his original limbs as possible." His wry sense of humor was a little lost on her, which was understandable given the circumstances. "Please do your best to make sure he has all of them, sir," she said. There was an intense look in her hazel eyes that could have cut through steel. "All of his limbs," Alucard promised. "Most of his fingers." Mina sighed, exasperated. If Soma had told that joke, she would have certainly laughed at it. "Just give him this, please," she said, holding out a plain envelope she'd been gripping. Alucard took it from her and slipped it into the pocket in the inner lining of his jacket. He knew better than to even think about reading it. He knew what kind of scandalous messages a 19-year-old boy and girl living on a dying planet sent to each other. He'd accidentally intercepted quite enough of their text messages and had learned quite a few new slang terms in both English and Japanese that he wished he hadn't. Suffice to say, James Joyce would have been scandalized. And this, too. Mina reached around her neck and pulled off an amethyst pendant, shaped into a perfect oval and set in silver, hanging from a glittering chain necklace. "Please make sure he has it." Alucard took the necklace. He could feel a great power resting within the polished violet gemstone, something pure and holy. In this form, it was benign. However, Alucard had a feeling that if its raw power were unleashed, it would be enough to burn even him. "I've been working on that talisman for months, I've poured my heart and soul into it," Mina said. It didn't feel like a mere colloquial expression to Alucard. If he focused on the gemstone, he could almost feel the heartbeat within it. If it comes to worst, I know it'll help him keep the darkness at bay." Alucard pocketed the talisman, inwardly both amused and impressed that Mina had drawn on such potent magic. True, she was the keeper of her family's shrine, but... well, to him, she was still just a little girl. Most likely, she always would be, no matter how mature she became or how masterful her control over holy magic became. But he couldn't argue with the results. What made the Dark Lord an evil man was his selfishness, his myopia, his hatred, his commitment to his vices. Within this talisman rested a vast surplus of love and compassion, more than enough to beat back those dark, cruel impulses should Soma find them difficult to resist. If he wore this, he would not fall to darkness. Alucard was as certain of that as Mina was. Mina smiled. The warmth of her soft face reminded Alucard of his mother. Wouldn't it be funny, he mused, considering how Soma was the reincarnation of his father, if Mina was the reincarnation of his mother as well? What deity, he wondered, had he offended to deserve having to babysit his own parents? The cult's headquarters was a grotesque, twisted parody of Dracula's castle. Considering how nightmarish Castlevania could be on its own, the word grotesque was doing quite a lot of work here. Through a cruel, brute-forced alchemy powered by the hellmouth that sat beneath this place, the abandoned town had been molded into the shape of a Gothic castle, buildings reshaped as though they were made of soft clay to form the maze-like corridors and looming towers that exemplified Dracula's architectural whims. Everything from humble wooden shacks to modest, and not so modest, cathedrals to long-abandoned Soviet-era apartment complexes had been caught up in the magical maelstrom that had created this place. Fragments of an ancient alchemy lab buried beneath the ground long ago had been strewn about the basement, along with natural caves and long-abandoned mines. Alucard could almost hear the old personalities of the castle's building blocks crying out in anguish. Brutalist concrete pillars squeezed into elegant stone columns, old incandescent light fixtures that had blossomed into ornate chandeliers, sickly colored, fading wallpaper flickering as it was forced to adopt the bright stylings of a romantic-era ballroom. He found Soma in the ballroom tearing through the castle's monstrous inhabitants with such panache that it was almost as though the boy enjoyed it. The skills he'd obtained by claiming so many souls a year ago had not left him, his hand gripped every kind of weapon with the steady confidence of a master. His white trench coat, the one thing he always wore regardless of the weather as though it were a security blanket, was already spattered with darkening bloodstains and a very ugly rainbow of other unmentionable fluids. As one demon burst into flames and crumbled to ash, an orb of light flew out of it and swirled around Soma like a pebble caught into a whirlpool, drawn inexorably into his heart. There was a flash of scarlet light, a burst of fire, and half of the monsters in the room burst into flames. Alucard raised his arms over his face as a hot wind buffeted him, cinders lighting on his sleeves. The crowd of skeletal creatures, leather-skinned demons, and ghostly apparitions surrounding Soma thinned out quickly enough that Alucard had scarcely had time to draw a weapon before the boy had dispatched all of them but one. Alucard watched him bury a spear deep into the chest of a pale, ashen-faced ghoul. Salt, not blood, trickled from the wound down the ghoul's tattered, salt-encrusted clothes. Not just the typical hellspawn dwelt in this castle. People in the final, post-terminal stages of WCS had been caught up in the madness as well. Those who died from WCS were the lucky ones. The ones who clung to life despite every organ in their body crystallizing and whose eyes turned a bright, searing red were condemned to wander the earth as mindless, violent creatures devoid even of the faintest trace of humanity. Soma thrust the spear in deeper, pinning the ghoul to the wall. The ghoul reached out, stretching its arms, and scrabbling for a handful of Soma's coat, fingers curling around the lapels, flakes of salt sloughed off its cracked and desiccated hands. Soma wrenched himself free, the ghoul's fingers crumbling as they broke off from its hands, and crouched down to pick up a blood-stained broadsword from the floor. "Having fun, are we, Soma?" Alucard called out. Soma nearly dropped the blade in shock and whirled around to face him. He looked almost guilty. Almost. "Arikado. What are you doing here?" "I could ask you the same," Alucard said in the best I am not angry just disappointed voice he could muster. "I told you not to get involved, did I not? I thought you were taking care of Mina." Whatever complex emotions had been playing on Soma's face soured, his grip on his sword tightened. "Where is she?" "You need not worry," Alucard assured him. "She's in a safe location with some of my colleagues. Besides, keeping you under observation takes priority." "Under observation?" Soma parroted. "What, worried I'm gonna turn evil?" "I'm not your dad anymore, Alucard." His voice was dripping with disdain now. Alucard couldn't blame him for being testy, considering the current circumstances. I need you to understand. You're still considered to be extremely dangerous. Soma scowled and looked away, his downcast gaze turning to the tip of his sword dragging on the not-so-luxuriously carpeted floor. I thought we were over that, he muttered, his voice suddenly smaller, his tone less disdainful and more vulnerable, though still bitter as wormwood. It was as though the memories of the turmoil he'd felt 1 year ago had rushed to the forefront of his mind. It's not like I hear Dracula whispering in my head and telling me to go out and drink virgin's blood or anything. Whenever Red Riding Hood ventures into the woods to visit her grandmother, she must be lucky every time. But the wolf need only be lucky once, Soma. Soma scoffed at the words, but Alucard could tell in how he refused to look him in the eyes that his little aphorism had slipped through his stubborn attitude and at least made some impact. Anyway, since you're already here, Alucard said, I suppose I cannot stop you from continuing. As long as you're under my supervision, I'm prepared to overlook the use of. He looked at the writhing ghoul Soma had skewered and noticed it was pulling itself determinately down the length of the spear shaft. He quickly drew his gun and shot it between the eyes. Its head erupted into a cloud of glittering white powder. Excessive force. Soma sighed and slumped his shoulders, teasing a lock of his snow-white hair as he spared a quick and nervous glance at the slumped-over, headless body of the ghoul Alucard had finished off. Yeah. Besides, Alucard added, running his finger across a tattered and faded poster of ancient Soviet propaganda that was trying its best to be an ornate oil painting of one of Dracula's more aristocratic underlings, we cannot allow this cult to carry on this way. This disgusting facsimile was an insult both to human dignity and to his childhood home. If Dracula were reborn here, even he would be incensed beyond words to have been presented with such an abomination. He produced the envelope holding Mina's letter and the talisman she had blessed. On a lighter note, Miss Hakuber requested that I give you these. Soma snatched them both out of his hands with a ravenous hunger and ripped the envelope apart, fumbling to unfold the letter within. He turned his back on Alucard, hunched over the paper like a gremlin to better grant himself some privacy. Alucard could conclude that Soma was worried the letter was either extremely sappy or extremely lewd, and decided he didn't want to wonder which it was. With stolid grace and reverence, Soma straightened up, folded the letter back up, and slipped it surreptitiously into the pocket of his jeans. The silver chain of the necklace flowed through his fingers as he slipped it over his head and let the amethyst amulet rest on his chest. In an instant, his stubborn and petulant sense of angst seemed to have vanished. Thanks, Arikado, he said, his face calm and serene, his demeanor resolute. He was almost smiling, even. His fingers found the hilt of his sword and he lifted it up, resting the flat of the blade against his shoulder. Let's get this bread. Alucard sighed and shook his head. He decided not to ask what that was supposed to mean. Children today and their memes. He would never understand. Yes, he agreed. Let's. As soon as A2 had returned from her expedition with the other Yoarha units and Alucard, Jackass had found her and pulled her and Alucard both away. Not that it was difficult for her to convince her to part ways with 2B and 9S to the repair facility in which 64B and 22B had been killed. Compounding on the hollow ache in her chest from what she'd found out about A4, the prospect of revisiting the scene of those other two androids' wrongful deaths filled her with dread. Alucard looked just as grim, his jaw set and eyes hard so as not to give away his inner turmoil. But what she found waiting for her in that little hut instead was worse than what she could imagine. 64B's corpse had been mutilated and beheaded. It lay in a pool of slick, oily blood, and atop that corpse sat a horrific chimera cobbled together from A2's old chassis and parts ripped from 64B's body. A2 stood before the blood-soaked chimera, flanked by Anemone and Pascal on her right and Jackass and Alucard on her left, and felt a gut-wrenching wave of nausea and disgust sweep through her as the oily, metallic stench stung her nostrils. The chimera had 64B's face, that angular, wide jawline, broad chin, grayish eyes, short bangs of close-cropped white hair plastered to her forehead and A2's own old body, bits of skin clinging to a scuffed and blood-soaked chassis. Its lung sacs were visible through the fissure running up its torso, they swelled and deflated with an irregular, halting rhythm. 64B's glassy, doll-like eyes, pale slate-gray blue, stared out emptily and blankly, meeting A2's gaze but offering no sign of life or intelligence. Blood trickled from its mouth down its chin, rolling down its ragged and mutilated neck. "What the hell is that thing?" A2 growled at Anemone. "It looks like a ghoul," Alucard said, drawing his sword. The stained glass pattern running up the flat of the blade glittered in the light. He clearly meant to slay the thing, but Jackass put her hand out in front of him. "No, wait," she said. The Chimera crawled away from the mangled pile of 64BS headless remains, padding on its hands and knees like a parody of a beast and leaving a speckled trail of blood and coolant in its wake. Its jaw stayed slack, its glistening lips parted, as its tongue laboriously moved within its mouth and ran across its teeth. Phew, it moaned. Me. Can ghouls usually talk?" Jackass asked. A2 felt her gorge rise, fighting back a sickly sensation of nausea. She was only just beginning to notice how oddly she felt now as a werewolf, even in a half-transformed state like the entire inside of her body was wet. The Chimera curled its broken fingers over her boot. Me. FFFF. A2 reflexively kicked its hand away and staggered backward, only for Anemone to grab her and keep her steady. "No, listen to it," Anemone hissed into her ear. The Chimera pulled itself up to its knees and wrapped its curled, clawed fingers, the servos in each joint long seized up and frozen into wicked talons on its chest so hard that they left dents on the skinless chassis. SSSS. TSSSS, me. FFFFFF, OAR. 4. It curled its fingers into a tight fist, sparks flying from breaking servos, and hit itself in the chest again and again, pounding a crater into its chassis. "Fooer," it moaned, mewling so pitifully it was sickening. A2 balled her hands into fists. This was a new low for Olrox's minions. First, that damn succubus, now this thing. "Why would this thing say it's A4? Anemone asked. "A2, do you can?" With a hoarse, furious scream, A2 drew back her foot and drove her boot into the Chimera's face, snapping its nose like a twig. Blood spurted from its nostrils as the Chimera went limp and rolled over. A2 didn't let up then. She threw herself at the Chimera, stomping on its chassis again and again, putting her foot through the fissure running through its torso and smashing its exposed innards. The Chimera writhed with halting, jerking spasms, the blank expression on its stolen face never changing, its glassy eyes unblinking. How dare this thing call itself A4? How dare it let that name fall from its dead lips? How dare it, how dare it, how dare it? A2 wanted to kill it. She wanted to smash it to pieces. She wanted to smash its pieces to pieces. She wanted to grind it into a powder so fine that the gentlest breeze would blow it all away. This thing that mocked her, once with her own mangled body, twice with the face of the woman that damn succubus had tricked her into killing, 3 times with the name it kept moaning. This walking insult, she wanted to obliterate it more than she'd ever wanted to obliterate any machine. The machines, after all, had killed A4, but it was Olrox who had pulled out her corpse and violated her memory. Olrox who had made that demon take her form and her name and whisper such sweet words into A2's ear, cling to her through the night, envelop her with soft and warm flesh, press wet lips to her neck, dance her slender fingers across the contours of her body. Olrox who had made a mockery of the love A4 had had for her. How dare he pervert those moments of intimacy? And now this. Damn you, damn you, damn you, damn you. A2 screamed, the words clawing at her throat as they forced their way out of her like a torrent of bile. I'll kill you. I'll kill you for what you did to me A4. Jackass grabbed her by the shoulders and yanked her backward to the best of her ability. A2 barely slid a single centimeter and simply kept smashing the Chimera's lifeless body. That monster, that hideous creature, nothing was going to stop her from erasing it from this world and laying A4 to rest. A2. Anemone snapped, her loud, clear, authoritative voice cutting through the haze of rage filling A2's head. A2 became aware that the Chimera had rolled over and started trying to crawl away from her. Her boot had started to break its spine now. Anemone rested a hand on her shoulder. We need to figure out what this thing is and why it's calling itself A4. Where's A4? The real one. A2 felt her throat close in a pit form in her stomach. At once, she felt ravenously hungry and yet so horribly nauseous that she couldn't even think about eating. Number 2, Anemone gave her a gentle nudge, a concerned frown tightening her lips, her brows furrowing. Where's A4? What's wrong? Four's dead, Atu muttered, bowing her head. Anemone's eyes widened. Her jaw dropped and she let out a hushed gasp. What? She's dead. She's always been dead. Looked pretty alive to me this morning, Jackass said. It was a fake, Atu spat, aiming another kick at the Chimera for emphasis while it futilely tried to crawl away. It was a damn fake. A fucking succubus. What? Jackass asked, trying again, without success, to pull her away. 2, calm down, Anemone said, slipping a hand into Atu's mane and scratching gently at the base of her ear. Calm down. Tell us what's happened. Atu felt the tension drain from her body, her tensed muscles slackening, the fire inside her guttering. She took a deep breath, then another one. She tried to speak, but every time she started, her voice failed her. She could only open and close her mouth like a beached fish gasping for water. It was a demon, Alucard finally said, relieving her of her burden. A succubus disguised as her. Succubi are given the shapes of their victims' loved ones to seduce them and lead them to their deaths. This one was given Atu's memories, and thus could replicate A4 down to the smallest detail she could recall. Its disguise was perfect, Atu whispered with a cracked voice. There was nothing I knew about 4 that it didn't. Nothing. She pulled herself away from Anemone, stalking the Chimera as it curled up on the floor, and planted her boot on its throat. 2. T.S., me, it moaned. Did all rocks make you, too? Atu snarled, pressing down on its throat. The Chimera gurgled. Did he make you to torture me? Does he think you can break me? I've used up all my tears already, there's nothing left in here but hatred. Twua, it gurgled, wheezing. Pleeaos. Jackass grabbed her. Wait, Atu. I've got an idea. You said that the suck demon or whatever knew everything you knew about A4, right? Atu shrugged Jackass' hand away. Shut up. She pressed down harder on the Chimera's throat, reducing its pleas to a wordless hiss. She had to stop it, its weak, hideous, evil voice trying to tug on heartstrings she couldn't allow it to reach. Shut up. What if this thing knows something you don't know about her? Anemone shot her a stern yet befuddled glare, wrinkling her nose. Jackass, what are you suggesting? I'm saying we've seen vampires, werewolves, demons, why not ghosts? There was a wry gleam in Jackass' eyes. Maybe A4's ghost is possessing that thing. Alucard, what do you think? Oh, come on. Atu stomped on the Chimera's neck and felt its throat squish under her boot, rewarded by the sickly wet crunch of its metal vertebrae crumpling. It's a monster and a fake like the last one. Don't you dare fucking string me along like this, Jackass, don't even try. But what if it's really her? Anemone asked, crossing her arms. It's possible, Alucard said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. I've seen a specter with A4's shape hewing close to you on occasion, Atu. I cannot rule out the possibility that it has found a way to enter and control your old body. Whether or not the specter means ill, I cannot say just yet. But it was following you long before you encountered all rocks. Atu looked down at the Chimera's mangled body and felt even sicker than before. The idea that this hunk of dead metal that had somehow willed itself to life could really be her, no, it was ridiculous, it was absurd, she couldn't make herself believe it for even just a second. She couldn't let herself believe it. If there is a chance it could be your friend, Pascal spoke up, then we cannot destroy this creature. I want no more wanton destruction here. How are you going to prove it? Atu asked. I told you, that thing knew everything I knew about A4, and I knew her best. She planted her thumb on her chest. No one else knew me like she did. No one else knew her like I did. Everyone else who comes close is dead, Anemone. And if you try to push this on me, I'll. Not everyone else, Anemone said. Atu suddenly felt as though she'd deflated. What? Not everyone else, Anemone repeated. I knew her, too, Atu. Atu's hands fell limply to her sides. Of course. If there was something I knew about her that you didn't, Anemone pondered, a moment we shared that you weren't privy to, if this Chimera knows about it, then, she thought for a long while, then nodded. I've got it. Atu lifted her foot. The Chimera's head lolled limply to the side. She stepped back, drawing away, but kept her eye on the creature's lifeless body and steeled herself to draw her sword at the first sign of trouble. Suppressing a shiver, Anemone approached the Chimera and knelt beside it. "A4, if that's who you are. Tell me, do you remember?" She leaned in closer and whispered into its ear. Atu tightened her grip on her sword, tension flooding back into her body, her fur standing on end. The Chimera whispered something back. Anemone shot to her feet and stiffened. She took a hasty, stumbling step backward, her eyes wide, her jaw slack, her mouth hanging open. "It's her. It couldn't be." Atu looked down at the Chimera's body, at the damage she'd inflicted, at the exposed machinery and circuitry, the flaps of tattered skin, the dented and crumpled metal molded into a pathetic mockery of an android. That hideous, twisted, mangled thing couldn't be A4. If it was, then... bullshit. It's her. It has to be. It's A4. It's a trick. Atu snarled, drawing her sword in a flash of silver. "You disgusting monster." "Atu, no." Anemone threw herself between the Chimera and Atu and grabbed her by the wrists as she lifted her sword above her head. Despite being 200 years less advanced than Atu's chassis, her grip was still firm, as steely as the glare in her teary eyes. "You can't. If there's even a 1% chance it's the real her, then..." Atu felt everything inside her twist inward, her body rebelling against itself as she looked past Anemone's shoulder at the Chimera. No. It wasn't her. It couldn't possibly be her. Atu couldn't have. Sickened beyond words and with the eyes of everybody else in the room, Anemone especially, burning through her skin, she turned tail and ran, letting the door slam shut behind her. Pascal's village, a place of peace come hell or high water, had nothing that could be called a war room of any sorts. Pascal, however, did have a study which would do the job just fine in a pinch. There, at Pascal's desk, Alucard, Anemone, 2B, and Nines pored over a holographic map of the village while Pascal loomed over their shoulders. Eve, the humanoid machine. It felt weird for Alucard to think in those terms with 2B and Nines standing right beside him. The distinction between android and machine felt so stupidly arbitrary, sat in the corner, glowering at the androids. Alucard, for one, was thankful that Eve seemed no longer interested in killing him. "So, the whole thing about vampires only being let into a dwelling when they're invited," Nines asked him, "is that true?" Alucard nodded. "Yes, that's true. You have to offer an invitation. Like Jehovah's Witnesses." 2B cocked her head. "Are these another faction of monsters we have to worry about?" "Pardon me. That was how I was told to describe it to 20th century humans. I'm not so sure what it means, either." "So vampires need permission to enter your house?" Nines tapped on the map, his finger phasing through the trunk of the enormous tree that sprouted in the center of the village. "Pascal, what if we built a wall around the village with doors at the entry points? We can make the whole village one dwelling and just not let the vampires in." Pascal didn't have a chin he could thoughtfully stroke or a mouth that could curl into a frown, but Alucard could tell from the way he carried himself that he didn't find it pleasant to consider that idea. The way the robot's body hummed with distress reminded him of a walking, talking boiler room. "I do despise the thought of building a wall," he said. "It goes against so much of what we stand for." "It could help," Alucard admitted, "but not as much as you might think. At least we can tell the villagers to shut themselves up in their homes," Anemone offered. "That would work," Alucard said, "if we only had vampires to worry about. Dracula commands legions of thralls for this very reason. Reanimated skeletons, demons, ghouls, zombies, werewolves, banshees, these have no qualms about entering one's home uninvited." "Will the lights repel them?" Pascal asked, the hope that he would hear a hardening answer ringing in his soft voice. "The weaker ones," Alucard said, "but to stronger monsters, they may as well be candlelight. The stronger a creature of darkness is, the more its body knows how to discern true sunlight from a tanning bed." Nines tapped one finger anxiously on the map, cupping his other hand around his mouth. His bright blue eyes took in every detail of the village. "What about garlic, holy water, salt, big sacks of tiny parts for them to count? First off, If you know where to find any wild garlic around here, please let me know, Alucard said, his stomach growling at the thought of a food with actual seasoning. Ditto for salt. As for holy water, bring me a priest who didn't die 10,000 years ago and I shall bring you some holy water. Surely there must be some religious people on the lunar colony, Anemone suggested. Yeah, Nines chimed in. We could contact the council and explain to them that we need a priest down here. Alucard's heart sank. Of course, they didn't know. No, he muttered, forcing the word around the lump in his throat. That is to say, there would be no time to shuttle a priest down from the moon before the first wave arrives. The first wave? Pascal asked, nervous. He will attack with his monsters first. A diverse army with very few weaknesses in common. They swarm the barricades, overwhelm the defenses. Alucard's fingers flowed across the map of the village, tracing its bridges and pathways. Drag the people from their homes, burn as much of the village to the ground as possible, and prepare for the vampires' arrival. Next comes Dracula's lieutenants. They seize on the defenseless and homeless people. Some they simply drain for sustenance, others they make into subservient vampires. No survivors. Unless, that is, a certain Dhampir and a certain wielder of a certain whip were able to mount a sufficient defense. Still, though, there would be casualties. I suppose we would have to evacuate, Anemone said. Pascal, where could you send everyone where they'd be safe? That would be your best chance for survival, Alucard said, but the forest is already beset with dark creatures. Evacuating would be dangerous as well. On top of that, Pascal said, I'm afraid there are precious few places to evacuate to. The machines in the Forest Kingdom are quite hostile. The amusement park or the abandoned factory would be our best options, but I've heard frightening stories from the park as of late. And to reach the factory, you'd need to pass through the city ruins, 2B pointed out. I'll lead the evacuation, Eve piped up from the back of the room, standing up from his chair and unfolding his arms from over his chest. I have control over half of the local machine forces. I could bring out an army to guard the village, too. Nines shot him a dirty look. And overrun the village with hostile machines? Thanks, I feel safer already. Oh, God Almighty, he sounded so much like Soma there that it almost hurt. Eve made a face right back at him. I don't care if you feel safer, he pouted. Now, Pascal said, shifting to put himself directly between Nines and Eve, there is no need to bicker. Eve, I am humbled you would go to such lengths to protect this place. Nines, perhaps you and 2B could speak with your leader about posting some of your troops here as well. Machines and androids working together, 2B muttered. Can't say I can imagine that going well. You might be surprised what you can imagine, Alucard told the androids, when your survival depends on it. Yeah. Nines stood up. 2B, let's talk to the commander about getting some units over here. Eve still had a sour, petulant expression on his face. Fine. I'll gather my own army. Nines rolled his eyes. This'll go over like a lead balloon, he said under his breath. My machines can kill more vampires than your androids, Eve shot back, crossing his arms. You'll see. I won't let anyone in this village get hurt. Yeah, we'll see, I guess, Nines said as he and 2B walked out of Pascal's study. With one last huff, Eve vanished in a cloud of golden light. I can contact the camp and request reinforcements from them, as well, Anemone said. They may take a while to get here, but it'll be better than nothing. If you would, Pascal said, laying a hand on her shoulder. I would be most grateful, Anemone. But given your condition, I would prefer that you evacuate with the rest of the villagers. Of course. Anemone nodded and headed for the door. I understand. I'll check up on A4 and Jackass and let them know what's going on. I will join you shortly, Alucard promised, eager himself to investigate the matter of A4's resurrection. He wasn't certain that it was really A4 in there and not another trick, but either way, he was intrigued. When there was no one else in the room save for Alucard and Pascal, the machine let out an aggrieved sigh. Alucard had been about to head after 2B and 9S. He had quite a bone to pick with Commander White, after all, but Pascal's forlorn attitude bade him remain. Is something wrong, sir? He asked. Pascal shook his head. Oh, No, Alucard, everything is. I merely must hope that the casualties are small and the damage minimal. Something else is bothering you. Well, I suppose. Pascal slid a metal hand under the holographic map of his village, as though he were cradling it in the palm of his hand. It does wound my pride, I will admit, to beg for soldiers to come here and protect my people. You're worried that it's a tacit abandonment of your pacifist ideas. Pascal nodded, dredging his hand through the hologram, causing the trees and simple wooden huts to flicker and ripple like the surface of a pond. I and my villagers can commit ourselves to peace all we want, but what does it matter when our survival depends on others committing acts of violence on our behalf? His green optical sensors fixed on Alucard. I understand that you lived among humans during ancient times. I would like to ask you, is there any solution to this conundrum that cannot be found in my books? Alucard scanned Pascal's study, noticed how overflowing his bookshelves were, how wonderful to see such ancient relics of humanity so painstakingly preserved, and decided that he most likely did not have anything to say that hadn't been said by one of those hundreds of authors. I must warn you, I was not much of a philosopher, Alucard admitted. But I do know history. In the latter half of the 20th century, there were many movements which sought peaceful means to liberate people from oppression and just as many which took to more violent means alongside them. Ultimately, both tactics were necessary in their own way to liberate their people, neither would have been sufficient on its own. I see, Pascal mumbled, evidently not convinced at all. To refuse to defend yourself will spell your doom. If you still cannot stomach the thought of harming even the most evil creatures, though, then accept without shame that your survival rests in the hands of those who can. Alucard gave the machine a wry, sardonic smile. Whether or not you must ask warriors such as us for help, I respect your ideals all the same. After all, he added, when wars end, the world needs pacifists like you to keep the peace, otherwise, we will all simply find new people to fight. Well, that was a very roundabout path you took, Pascal said, wringing his hands, but thank you. Perhaps you are more of a philosopher than you credit yourself. You flatter me, Pascal, Alucard said. Take care of yourself. I shall see to it that at the very least, your library will be intact when the danger has passed and you and your villagers return. He stepped outside and gazed into the cold, dark forest beyond the village's bright, warm glow. There was no telling how soon Dracula's forces would strike this place, but the battle would surely begin by the time the moon rose over the horizon of the perpetual night sky. Pascal's village was a place of peace come hell or high water. And hell was coming. Nines almost forgot to put his visor back on until 2B nudged him in the side at the last moment before Commander White picked up their transmission. He'd gotten so used to not wearing it around Alucard, even though he'd felt almost naked without it at first, that he simply hadn't noticed that he wasn't wearing it. Once he'd wrapped the black cloth around his eyes, the holographic panel his visor projected into 3D space in front of him appeared, the loading icon on its face giving way at that very moment to the prim, composed face of the commander. Except it wasn't quite so prim and composed. Nines was quick to pick up that Commander White seemed unusually haggard. A few wisps of her asymmetric tresses of platinum blonde hair were askew. That was it, but it said a lot on its own. 2B, Nines, report, White said with her typical authoritative scowl, eyeing Nines as though she'd noticed how hastily he'd had to make himself presentable. 2B was quick to fill White in on the situation. So you have not yet terminated A2? White asked her. Hold on, Nines interjected before he could stop himself. Don't we have more important things to? White glared at him. I mean, he sputtered, there's a vampire army about to attack the village, doesn't that take precedent? I expect you not to interrupt your commanding officer, 9S, White coldly replied before turning her attention back to 2B. Why has A2 not been terminated? You permitted me to use non-lethal force against Alucard should he interfere, Commander, 2B answered. I was unable to terminate A2 without taking his life as well. I was then incapacitated and have not had an opportunity to terminate the fugitive since then. Nines stifled a gasp. Commander White had permitted 2B to attack Alucard like that? But didn't she believe he was a human? How could she be so callous toward a human being? Was it that important to kill A2? I see, White said. Now, moving on to the matter at hand. You said that Eve is gathering an army to defend Pascal's village, correct? Nines crossed his arms. I don't trust him, ma'am. White nodded. Nor should you. I will direct an appropriate number of our forces to converge on the village. Do you have any idea when the vampire army will attack? Nines looked up at the scraps of black sky poking through the gaps in the leafy canopy encroaching on the village. Moonrise, I'd suspect. Most dark creatures are stronger in the moonlight, or so Alucard says. That last phrase came out as a bit more of a dig at White's orders to 2B than he'd expected. He hoped she hadn't picked up on the note of sharpness that had entered his voice. Sure, White was his commanding officer, but Alucard was practically a demigod, and he was a lot nicer than she was. That gives us some time, White said, seemingly ignoring his barb, much to his relief. A platoon of combat and support units will arrive by air long before then. Thank you, Commander, 2B said. Are you speaking to Commander White? Alucard interjected, appearing between Nines and 2B so suddenly that Nines could have leaped a full meter into the air in shock. Nines gestured to the holographic panel, then remembered that without a visor, Alucard could neither see nor hear it. Put her on speaker. I have words for her. What? Let me speak to her. If I may see her, and her me, the better. 9S, who are you talking to? White asked. Is someone else there? Nines awkwardly cleared his throat. Why yes, ma'am. Alucard wants to talk to you. He might have been imagining it, but he could have sworn he'd seen a flash of frustration flicker across the commander's face. Very well. The holographic panel flickered and then reappeared, now projected directly into the air by Pod 153. Alucard, White spoke up tersely, focusing her gaze on him. What do? How dare you? Alucard's voice rang out across the village, the leaves on the trees shook as though his outburst had disturbed them. Shocked, Nines staggered backward. As impossible as it was, it seemed that Alucard had grown another meter taller. He loomed over the holographic image of Commander White, his black coat rippling, shadows seeming to slither around him and gather up into a roiling, living cloak of darkness that engulfed him. His amber eyes had taken a frightful scarlet cast, his skin as pale and flawless as alabaster, his mouth and brow fixed in a contemptuous snarl, glossy tendrils of his pale hair billowing around him as though untethered from gravity. He had become a truly godlike figure, a colossus as beautiful as he was terrifying. CW, he spoke, his voice no louder than usual but seeming to carry to the ends of the earth, an impossibly low bass rumble seeping through every word. IA2S. LS, SSSS in S's, SSSSI. USS, CIS. BSSS, S, S, SSS. Nines stared, slack-jawed, as Alucard diminished and returned to his normal level of gravitas, the shadows he had summoned creeping back into the forest. Though she tried not to show it, even 2B seemed shocked. Are you done? Commander White asked, seemingly unperturbed, though she seemed to be blinking more than usual. Yes, Alucard growled sternly. Very well 2B, Nines, R&D has completed its work on anti-vampire weaponry. Log into the bunker's server and download the digitized equipment immediately. This concludes our contact. Glory to mankind. Glory to mankind, Nines and 2B both repeated, saluting in unison. White severed the connection and her holographic avatar immediately disappeared, as though she couldn't wait to be rid of Alucard. Nines could tell that Alucard felt the same way. What was that? Nines asked, still wary and feeling as though he shouldn't stand too close to Alucard. A gift, Alucard said, from my father. He was known to be an extraordinarily persuasive orator. What else did you inherit from him? 2B spoke up, frosty as usual but with a sharper and terser tone of her voice than usual. His persistence, Alucard replied, equally tersely. So, Nines hastily interjected, feeling as though he should try to keep 2B and Alucard from speaking to each other. 2B, why don't we find somewhere with a good signal and download those weapons the commander was talking about? 2B nodded. Yes. Our connection will likely be strongest above the canopy. She patted Pod 042 on its hull and leaped into the trees, leaves rustling as she touched down on one of the branches overhead. Download weapons. Alucard asked Nines, cocking his head curiously. Pray tell, how does one download a sword? So, it's like how we digitize our weapons to store them. Nines demonstrated by holding out his hand and summoning his sword, the cruel oath, to it in a flurry of golden sparks. The data is stored in our memory, then manifested and dismissed on command. Obviously, if we can digitize physical objects, we can transmit them via radio waves. Of course, even with thin provisioning and metadata keeping the file size down so we don't have to transcribe every single molecule, transmission of even a single knife takes a lot of bandwidth, so it's not something we can do unless the environmental conditions are favorable. He could tell from the way Alucard's pale eyebrows knitted together that the 10,000-year-old half-vampire's 15th-century mind was struggling to keep up. Alucard looked up in the general direction of where 2B had gone. So she has reduced the vampire killer to mere code, he muttered with the faintest trace of disgust. Well, so long as it still works, I suppose I cannot be too offended. Proposal: Unit 9s should download upgraded weaponry immediately, Pod 153 chimed in, impassively chastising Nines. If you may convert weapons into data as you please, Alucard asked, his tone suddenly sharpening not with anger, but with a sense of alertness that suggested he actually had little trouble wrapping his head around 9SS jargon, then what is to stop you from duplicating any weapon in your possession ad infinitum? Nines was so taken aback by the astuteness of Alucard's observation that he had to take some time to gather his thoughts together. Believe me, I've tried. But our software injects a copy protect script into everything we digitize. There's no way to strip it out or block the script's execution. An odd limitation. Seems like it could come in handy, being able to conjure an armory at will. Guess they don't want us going mad with power, he said. Proposal: Unit 9s should download upgraded weaponry immediately, Pod 153 repeated. Yeah. Nines dismissed the sword and headed for higher ground. The top of the tree in the center of the village ought to be high enough. Mind if I come with you? Alucard asked, trailing behind him. I wish to see what weaponry your R&D team has devised. I'm curious as to whether it will be the least bit effective. Sure, I guess. Nines took off with Alucard in tow, soon passing through the leafy canopy and breaching the surface of the verdant ocean. Light bled through the trees from below, casting a soft and warm underglow. Above, the sky was dark and glimmering with stars. Commencing weapons data download, Pod 153 announced, an antenna rising from its black hull. Projected time to completion, 1,738 seconds. 30 minutes, huh? Nines asked, his grip on the bough he'd perched upon tightening. Alucard, maybe you could turn into a bat and fly around, to scout out the area, see how far away Dracula's forces are. If waiting's too boring, that is. Alucard chuckled as he rested against a lower branch. Not a bad idea. You're smarter than Soma was, I'll give you that. He let out a sigh, his tone taking a turn for the melancholy. No, I suppose that's not fair. He was quite smart himself, though he had a mind like a freight train. Powerful, but it could only go in one direction. Nines wasn't sure how to respond to that. He wondered what kind of a relationship Alucard had with this Soma guy. And why did he look so much like him, anyway? Had Soma been a template for scanner models or something? He couldn't figure out a way to put any of his questions into words without embarrassing himself, though. So why are you so hell-bent on protecting A2, anyway? He asked instead. She's a deserter, We're supposed to kill deserters. I hate to see precious life destroyed so callously, Alucard replied. It's fine, really. I mean, it's not like any of us want to die, but if we have to, then we have to. Nines shrugged. A2 left Yoarha. It'd be dangerous to let the machines get their hands on Yoarha tech, so she has to be gotten rid of. Those are the rules. I don't care much for your rules, Alucard muttered, which was obvious. I mean, at the end of the day, we're tools. If we have to be thrown away, then I guess, well, I don't feel like I'd put up much of a fight. It is what it is. What if it was 2B? Nines was dumbstruck. I mean. He tried to imagine a world without 2B by his side. Without her to watch out for him and keep him on task. Without her somehow validating non-reactions to every little thing he did to try and coax a smile out of her. Despite her frosty demeanor, the world was somehow warmer because she was in it. Less lonely, certainly if not for her, Nines would work alone, just like every other scanner, and be all the worse for it. It wasn't something he wanted to think about. I mean, she'd never desert. She'd never do that. It was true, 2B was loyal to Yorha to the ends of the earth. She'd never go the way A2 had. There was no point trying to imagine it, because it was impossible. She and A2 are built on the same template. So what? Nines retorted, incensed. She's nothing like A2. 2B would never do the things A2 did, she's better than that. She's brave and strong, and loyal. But imagine she did. Or imagine that any other little thing happened that might warrant her termination. Would you feel so callous about her prospects as you do regarding A2S? Nines was further enraged to hear Alucard so casually speculate about this absurd hypothetical. The idea that 2B would be gone, and gone forever, that the space she filled in the world, at his side, would be empty, no, of course n. He stopped himself mid-outburst. I mean, he said, carefully modulating his feelings back to the baseline expected of all Yorha soldiers, if there was a valid reason for it, I guess it would be okay. You do not truly believe that, do you? Nines blinked. He supposed he didn't. The words had just come out so naturally that it was like they'd been programmed into him, but the more he thought about them, the less sense they made. I guess not. You androids were made by humans, Alucard said, but you are all God's children all the same. No life he creates is disposable, no matter what your commander says. Your lives must all have value somehow. That made sense, Nines supposed, from Alucard's perspective at least. A2 was lucky to have him on her side. Alucard was a man who seemed to have no room for error in his beliefs and morals, so Nines decided not to press the issue with him anymore. If he insisted that A2 would live despite her transgressions, then she'd live. There wasn't anything Nines could do about that, or anyone else, for that matter. I will take off and observe the area from above, Alucard announced. Take care, 9S. The trees rustled and a large black bat with one mechanical wing took to the sky, briefly blotting out the stars as it spread its wings and glided over the forest. Nines wondered where all of Alucard's clothes and weapons went when he transformed. Maybe it was some sort of magical equivalent to the digital storage spaces Yorha units had at their disposal. Bored, Nines waited for the download to complete, his pod occasionally breaking the silence to announce the estimated time to completion. Every so often, he looked down through the gaps in the canopy to view the village from above. Machines were milling around on the wooden walkways, easy to distinguish from the villagers by their lack of adornments. It looked as though Eve's forces were entering the village and beginning to escort its denizens out. There was something odd about this whole thing, but Nines couldn't put his finger on what. Alucard returned sooner than Nines had expected, or maybe he'd just passed the time better than he'd expected. Is it ready? He asked upon returning to human form. Projected time to completion, 53 seconds, Pod 153 announced. Nines passed the next minute with agonizing anxiety, restlessly tapping his foot against the bow. So, find anything out there? He asked Alucard. Alucard shook his head. Nothing. Well, that's good, right? Nines asked. He had the strangest feeling, though, that Alucard's answer would be no. I wish I could say it was. Something doesn't feel right. Nines nodded. I feel that, too. Download complete, Pod 153 announced, chiming in a way that was almost happy. Tactical support pod normal weaponry has been augmented with silver-tipped bullets. Nines reached into his inventory and conjured the new sword he'd been given. It was a fairly basic katana. He hadn't expected much more than that, but a surprisingly elegant network of silver etching ran across the flat of the blade and a silver trim coated its sharp edge. The silver etching caught the light, sparkling on the darker backside of the blade. It is better than nothing, Alucard pronounced, unimpressed. Gee, that makes me feel better, Nines shot back as he dropped below the canopy and navigated the branches back down to the highest tier of the village. Machines and androids milled around beneath them, filtering through its haphazard network of bridges and platforms down to the ground. Nines shivered, wondering when to expect Eve's little army to turn on him. Pascal's villagers he'd learned to trust. Obviously, they weren't faking self-awareness, at least as much as he wasn't. He'd come around to seeing them as people of a sort, and the fact that they did silly things like paint clothes onto their bodies and draw faces on their heads helped. But the machines still slaved to the network weren't people. They were unthinking, unfeeling tendrils of a hive mind. They were dangerous. A few androids in blends of once white robes and tattered fatigues passed through the crowd. Resistance androids, most notably, Laurel's men, identifiable by the flowing layers of white robes and cloaks they wore. Had Anemone already called for reinforcements, and had they managed to arrive so quickly despite all being on foot? Even the squadron of Yoarha units White had promised hadn't arrived yet. By the way, Alucard asked him, I couldn't help but notice you digitize your belongings for easy storage, correct? So what is the use of that satchel on your back? Huh? You mean this? Nines undid the clasp on the buckle slung across his chest and pulled off the satchel. It's for things that can't be digitized. Certain materials, complex or unstable molecular arrangements, exceptionally dense, mildly radioactive, living. He reached inside to find something he could use to demonstrate and found his fingers closing around something that hadn't been in there the last time he'd checked. He pulled it out. It was a smoothly polished amethyst stone set in silver, a silver chain trailing from it like a long tail. Where, he wondered, had he picked this up? He could swear he'd never seen it before in his life. The next thing he knew, Alucard had clasped his hands on his shoulders. Where did you find that? He hissed. There was a wild, almost mad look in his eyes. I. Alucard pinned him to the trunk of the tree, his fingers digging into his shoulders. The prosthetic arm had a much firmer and more painful grip on him. Where did you find it? He asked again, his voice low and urgent. Did somebody give it to you? I don't know, Nines insisted, worried that any second now Alucard might pull out that intimidation trick he'd used on White. He squirmed uncomfortably under the Dhampir's grip. I must have picked it up a long time ago, I don't remember finding it. Alucard's grip loosened, he seemed to come to his senses. I'm sorry, he mumbled, pulling away and averting his gaze. It is just, that thing looks so familiar. You've seen it before? Or something like it. He held out his left hand, his palm face up. May I see it? Something rang in 9SS mind, a vague sense that no one, not even Alucard, was supposed to see or know about this thing beside him. But he gave the necklace to Alucard anyway. Alucard winced and recoiled as though he'd been shocked, his fingers snapping shut around the jewel to form a closed fist. His fingers then slowly uncurled, allowing the gemstone to rest undisturbed on his palm. What is it? Nines asked. Alucard looked away again, gazing into the distance at nothing in particular. It is. I believe it is a holy talisman. You shouldn't keep it in that satchel, Nines. It belongs around your neck. Okay. Nines took the talisman from him, hooked his thumbs in the chain and spread it wide, and lowered the necklace over his head, letting the cool chain settle on his neck and the surprisingly warm gemstone settle heavily on his chest. He tucked it out of sight under his coat. Like this. Yes, exactly like that, Alucard said, without actually looking at him. Whatever you do, no matter what happens, do not take it off. Why? Is it some sort of protective thing? Alucard was silent for a second or two. Yes, he said. Thanks, Nines said, once again feeling the weight of the talisman, the feeling of the cold silver and oddly warm stone resting against his bare skin. He had the sneaking suspicion from the way Alucard was pointedly avoiding eye contact with him that this piece of jewelry had belonged to Soma, but knew better than to say anything. Alucard sniffed the air, his face hardening, his eyes narrowing. Every part of him suddenly tensed. A foul stench descends upon this place, he muttered darkly. We must find 2B. I fear our battle may begin sooner than we thought. Atu ran through the forest. She didn't know where she was going. She didn't care. As long as it was away. Branches clutched at her shoulders and made snarls in her hair, pulling her painfully backward, as though the forest itself was hell-bent on dragging her back to Pascal's village to face her sins. Roots caught her feet, stubbing her toes and forcing her to stumble. Stray rocks and wooden detritus leaped out at her from within the shadows. From all directions, the entire forest was pushing her, pulling her, and no matter how far she ran in spite of it, it didn't make her feel any better. She couldn't bear to face it. The thought, with a 4S loss so fresh in her mind, that she could have had her back, it was possible, even if only barely, but instead, she'd been so venomous and hateful in what she'd said, in what she'd done. A stray root hooked onto her boot and sent her careening forward, dashing her against the cracked and crumbling flagstones of an ancient bridge spanning the ravine before her. She'd already made it this far to the ruins of the ancient castle buried in these woods. Though she felt as though she'd been running for an eternity, the landscape also seemed to have flown by in the blink of an eye. Her body aching, she pulled herself up to her hands and knees, panting as her lungs and black box burned. Her fingers clutched at the rocky fragments that had broken her fall and curled inward, burrowing into the crevices between the stones, her claws scoring the rock. She hadn't deserved a 4. She hadn't deserved 4 or 16 or 21 or anyone else who'd died 3 years ago when she alone had lived. She didn't deserve anemone. All she had earned in this wretched life was to die painfully and slowly. Every muddled thought swirling through her mind hurt like barbed wire wrapped around the inside of her skull. Atu decided, as she knelt on the bridge with such a horrible ache running through her chassis that she felt it might tear her apart, that she should have remained at the village and waited for 2B to put her out of her misery. Letting out a long stifled sob, she lifted her tear-streaked face to the black sky and wished for something to come down from the heavens and kill her right now. As if to answer her prayers, a gunshot rang out, its throaty roar splitting the quiet air. And as much as Atu had wished just a split second ago that something would end her life, her instincts kicked in spite of herself, and she leaped backward. The path of the bullet traced a thin, bright gash through the air as it impacted the stone right underneath where Atu had been kneeling. The light refracted, splitting apart. The next thing Atu knew, her shoulder was screaming in pain. She landed at her feet, favoring her shoulder. An acidic burn throbbed deep under her skin where the bullet had penetrated her chassis. Her ears perked up and she sniffed the air, nostrils flaring, her senses tuned into overdrive. Another 3 shots rang out in rapid succession, all tracing their own paths through the air with thin, thread-like beams of light. Atu nimbly sidestepped them, every movement she made on nothing but autopilot and instinct. Each bullet hit the ground behind her and veered off in their own direction. She could only see their new trajectories through the corner of her eye. One shot off into empty air, vanishing into the darkness over the ravine, one flew into the forest, the third honed in on her. She drew her sword and cut it out of the air. The bullet's fragments ricocheted off her blade, hit the stone columns lining the far side of the bridge, and zoomed over her head, one passing close enough to put a charred hole in the tip of her ear, its high-pitched whistle leaving a keening ringing in her ear. A figure shrouded in shadows stood at the other end of the bridge, a long musket in one hand and a smoking revolver in the other. "You are Alrox's stray beast, are you not?" she called out, her voice low and husky. "What do you care?" Atu spat. "Who are you?" "One of his minions." The gunslinger laughed. "Heaven forbid. I serve no man save for those who approach me with the proper tribute. However, he did ask that, were I to run into you, I would deliver you to him." Before the last word had left her mouth, the gunslinger squeezed off 2 more shots. With a flash of her sword, Atu deflected them all. Each bullet ricocheted into the sky. Without missing a beat, the gunslinger dropped onto one knee, hefted her rifle, took aim, and fired upward in a single fluid motion, knocking the last of the skyward bullets awry and setting it on a new course. Atu lunged at the gunslinger, her feet pounding against the bridge's ancient stonework with enough force to leave cracks only for the redirected bullet to bury itself in her unprotected back, embedding itself in her chassis. Under the haze of pain, her body went as limp as a rag doll. She hit the ground, jaw clenched in pain as the gunshot wound sent a jolt of burning anguish up and down her spine, and rolled back onto her feet, closing the distance between herself and the gunslinger as soon as the feeling returned to her limbs. The gunslinger raised her rifle over her chest and blocked the strike of Atu's sword. In the brief flash of sparks, Atu saw that the ancient rifle had not only a bayonet jutting out from the underside of its barrel, but a sharp blade running along the top. The gunslinger knocked Atu's blade aside and thrust forward with her bayonet, A2 dodged the strike and grabbed the underside of the rifle, wrenching it out of her hands and throwing it aside. The gunslinger responded with a kick, her scaly, bird-like leg sweeping through the air. A2 felt talons rake the air just a hair's breadth from the tip of her nose. Another shot rang out. The rifle that had been thrown out of the gunslinger's hands abruptly reversed course and flew back into her waiting hands. Sword and bayonet clashed again, blades throwing sparks into the air as they ground against each other, illuminating the two combatants for the briefest fractions of a second. The gunslinger dodged one swing of A2's sword and blocked another with her rifle, but was knocked off her feet by a third strike, the force of the impact throwing her flat on her back. A splash of dark blood spewed through the air. Despite the wound, the gunslinger leaped to her feet as readily as any combat android, stabbing her bayonet into the ground to steady herself. With a flourish of her wrist, she flicked open the chamber of her revolver, tossed a handful of bullets into the air, and caught each of them in the barrel of the gun, slamming it shut with another artful flick of her wrist. "You're quite skilled," she spat through gritted teeth, casually ruffling the billowing, blood-stained cravat that had gotten untucked from her sleek, dark suit with the same hand that held her pistol. "I humbly congratulate you on your swiftness and strength. By what name do you call yourself?" A2. A2 readied her blade to strike a killing blow. "Enough talk." Every word this demonic gunslinger spoke was as irritating as rivets being hammered into her skull. The sooner she took care of this weirdo, the sooner she could wallow in peace. Her strike cut through empty air, though. The gunslinger ripped her rifle free and leaped backward and well out of reach, landing atop one of the crumbling stone pillars flanking either side of the far end of the bridge. The long and wicked talons on her feet burrowed into the stone column, allowing her to hang suspended on the column's side, high in the air. "As for myself, I am Larage, mighty great Marquis of Hell, with 30 legions of demons under my power," the gunslinger announced, righting herself and standing atop the column so that she could take a deep and formal bow. As though summoned by her words, a cold wind whistled across the bridge, carrying with it a scent that was smoky, yet sweet as honey. "I cause all great battles and disputes, and putrefy wounds which are made by arrows and bullets." A2 gasped and fell to her knees as the fire burning in her bullet wounds flared to double, triple the intensity. It was enough to knock the wind out of her and reduce her limbs to jelly. She clutched at her shoulder and felt the skin around the hole grow cold and hard and begin to crack. "I'd pay money for you to shut up," she growled, hissing her words through gritted teeth. Larage ignored her. "Your blood is becoming toxic as we speak. It shall take an hour for the poison to spread through your entire body and render you immobile," she said, her voice carrying across the length of the bridge. "If you can defeat me before then, though. All rocks need not know we ever crossed paths. You have my word as an honorable demon." The pain was great enough to make A2 retch, her stomach heaving. Static was already beginning to lace her vision. As anguishing as it felt to go on living, the prospect of being handed over to Olrox was orders of magnitude more hellish, though, so she forced herself back up to her feet, staggering but refusing to fall. "Our arena shall be the forest," Larage called out, holstering her pistol and readying her rifle, as befitting a battle between beast and hunter. "Now, on my mark, run." Tensions were running high in the village as the evacuation proceeded. The machines Eve had summoned were struggling to deal with the colorful personalities of the village's inhabitants, stymied by their strange behavior. While the village's inhabitants irritated the regimented ranks of the networked machines, 2B could see Eve himself arguing with one particularly eccentric machine who called himself Jean-Paul, insofar as one could argue with Jean-Paul. "You have to come with us," Eve insisted, his hands on his hips as he stared down the rogue machine. "One does not have to do anything. All are free to do or not do as they please," Jean-Paul retorted. "You're going to die if you don't. Then I have the freedom to do that, too. What good will your freedom be if you're dead? In a sense, to choose with the knowledge that the consequence is death is the truest and boldest exercise of freedom one may pursue." Eve smacked his forehead. 2B watched the squabble play out with detached amusement. As she and Nines had learned soon after meeting him, one did not argue with Jean-Paul. One merely let him speak uninhibited and waited for him to talk himself into changing his mind. She could tell Eve that, but it was oddly fun to watch him grow more and more frustrated instead. "It's fun to watch them scurry about, isn't it?" A woman approached her from behind and stood at her side. A layered white robe, cloak, and cowl, like those Laurel's troops wore, covered her from head to toe, its hem stained black and brown and worn to ragged tatters. Beneath the cowl, she had a thin, elfin face, with a black Yorha visor covering her eyes. Locks of long, glossy black hair flowed around her neck and draped themselves over her chest. Her plump, cherry-red lips parted to reveal a sliver of teeth. "They look so scattered and immature, don't they?" she asked 2B. She spoke as though she were telling a joke for an audience consisting solely of herself. It's hard to believe they were ever even a threat at all. "You're from Anemone's camp." 2B eyed the intruder suspiciously. "I haven't seen you before." "Oh, no, I'm a recent transfer from Laurel's camp." "You got here quickly." The woman put a hand to her mouth and laughed. "Oh, we just happened to be in the neighborhood." "Lucky for you." "You're 2B, aren't you? I've heard a lot about you." Something about the woman's voice set 2B's teeth on edge. "Have you?" "Oh, yes, you're quite famous. You're Ha's finest, or so they say." "Are you ready to give those nasty vampires what for?" The woman's dimples deepened, her smile widened, and 2B caught a glimpse of fangs. "Miss Belmont." 2B summoned the vampire killer and grabbed a fistful of the mysterious woman's collar, only for her hand to pass right through her body. The woman vanished, leaving no trace she had ever been there in the first place. "Pod," 2B asked, shaken, "who was I talking to?" Response: Unit 2B was not speaking to anyone, Pod 042 said. She clenched her jaw, her grip around the vampire killer tightening. "Pod, run a data integrity check on me." Pod 042 bobbed in the air. "Affirmative." Commencing scan. 2B uneasily scanned the gaggle of machines and androids crowding the village's network of bridges and walkways. She looked for anything that could clue her in that something was amiss, but the sight of machines and androids crossing paths with each other in such large numbers without either side turning to violence was so abnormal in itself that it overshadowed everything else. "Hey, 2B." 2B whirled around, primed to lash out with the whip, but was fortunate to stay her hand at the last minute. It was just the red-headed twins calling out to her. Devola waded through the mass of machines with Popola trailing wearily behind her. "Good to see a familiar face at last. What's going on here?" 2B explained the situation as briefly as she could. Popola groggily rubbed her eyes. "We have to leave already," she mumbled blearily. "But we just got here." Devola shot her a dark look, then wrapped her arm around her waist and reeled her in closer. "I kinda figured these machines weren't here to kill us when they, didn't kill us," she told 2B. "Weird, isn't it?" 2B nodded. "Very. Well, let's not look a gift army in the mouth. Kman, sis. You two, I'll escort you," a man under Laurel's colors told them as he and a near-identical cohort passed by. "This way." At the sight of the face under his white cowl, Devola immediately looked stricken. Her sister didn't look much better. "No, Popola and I are fine." "No, please, I insist," he said, grabbing Devola roughly by the wrist. Popola knocked his hand away, shooting him a venomous glare. "She said no," she spat. "Get away from us." "Excuse me, sirs." 2B put herself between the two sets of twins. It was clear to her there was some sort of bad blood between them. "I'll be taking care of these two. I apologize for any confusion." The other man smiled pleasantly. "That won't be necessary, my pal Hyacinth and I are good friends of these two." 2B didn't buy that for a second, considering that Popola and Devola both looked as though they would sooner rip him and his friend to shreds with their bare hands or run away from them as quickly as their legs could carry them than go with them. "Go on your way," she told him. "I'm sure there are other evacuees for you to help." "You Yorha sure are uptight," Hyacinth muttered, tapping his friend on the shoulder. "Kman, Hickory, let's do as she says. Don't wanna get on an elite combat unit's bad side." The two of them snickered. 2B crossed her arms. "Your superior officers would be proud of you," she told them, letting the barest hint of a sarcastic twinge seep into her voice. Hickory and Hyacinth glowered at her. 2B studied their dirt and grease-smeared faces. There was something wrong about them. Somehow, Something very small in the back of her mind whispered that they didn't look like. Scan complete, Pod 042 announced, jarring 2B out of her thoughts. No anomalies detected. Trace amounts of leftover metadata from an unauthorized scanner intrusion detected. Before 2B could process that news, Hyacinth took advantage of the distraction to barrel past her and lunge for Devola, tackling her and throwing both her and himself off the edge of the bridge. Gotcha! 2B hurriedly unspooled and cracked the vampire killer, its leather length lashing through the air. The whip's braided tip barely grazed the sole of Hyacinth's boot as he plunged into the darkness. Devola! Popola screamed as her sister let out a strangled cry and was swallowed up by the darkness lying beyond the village. Without a moment's hesitation, and with Hickory's fingers curling around the hem of her shawl, she leaped off the bridge in pursuit. 2B grabbed Hickory by the shoulder before he could rush off in pursuit and slammed him against the wooden slats of the bridge hard enough to splinter the wood. "What the hell are you doing?" Hickory smiled, and at that instant, as her fingers dug into his cold shoulder, 2B realized what was wrong with his face. Popola rushed through the forest, her weariness forgotten as adrenaline coursed through her circuits, her boots pounding against the uneven, rocky ground, her loosened shawl fluttering before an errant branch snagged it and ripped it away from her. "Devola," she screamed out, her sister's name burning its way up her throat as 1,000 fears flickered through her mind's eye, given life in each of the shadows slithering around her. Her outcry was answered by another, distant one. "Popola!" Struggling to keep her pace and not stumble and dash her feet on the rocks, Popola unslung her pack from around her shoulder and rifled through it, past clothes and tools and supplies, until she found. Her fingers brushed against the familiar rough, dusty cover of Charlotte Allen's grimoire. She'd been looking for something she could use as a weapon, but this was better. She was so heartened she could cry. She would thank Devola with all of her heart. Devola could have put it in her own bag for safekeeping, she could have simply thrown it away. Popola knew she didn't have any reverence for the old relic, but instead, by some miracle, she had chosen not only to keep it, but to keep it here. Popola did her best to thumb through the book without slowing or stopping in her pursuit, clamping the book open with her hand on the outer spine and her thumb pressed against the inner spine to keep the pages open. She felt a rush of electric current flood her arm, as if she'd wired herself directly to a nuclear battery, banishing the last vestiges of her weariness as the rising sun banished the night. She looked down at the open pages. There was nothing there. In her excitement, she had forgotten that her second sight had stopped working. She slowed to a halt as reality set in. The book was useless. She was useless. There was nothing she could do to save her sister. All because of how foolish she had been that morning. Rash, impulsive, ruinous. She had driven herself and Devola from their only home over a stupid outburst and blinded her second sight in the process, and now she would reap the whirlwind and stand by, unarmed and helpless, while her only sister and only friend suffered through whatever that brute wanted to do to her. If he wanted revenge for what Popola had done to his friend, he had gotten it. She lowered her head, eyes brimming with tears. The world felt so much colder now, and it would feel colder still. She gasped, as out of the corner of her eye she saw faint black splotches, barely visible with only the dimmest remnants of the light from the village to light her way, blossom on the worn pages of the book and flower into intricate patterns filling the pages margin to margin. The words were back. Her spirit soaring, she flung out her arm and projected a pattern of runes into the air as the book directed her. Ignis. On her command, a fireball barreled through the forest in front of her, igniting stubborn vines and branches in her path and casting flickering shadows across the gnarled and looming tree trunks flanking her. As the fireball exploded against a felled tree blocking her way up ahead, exploding it into charred chunks of wood and ash, Popola caught a glimpse of Hyacinth's boot heel vanishing into the darkness up ahead. "Dev. I'm coming for you," she shouted out, bolting in his direction and gingerly dodging errant bits of flaming debris as she flipped through the book for another spell to use. It was there. It was all there, every spell she had learned thus far. At last, she came to a clearing in the woods where Hyacinth had pinned Devola to the ground, his hands squeezing her arms, his knee digging into her stomach, hunched over her like an animal ready to rip into a fresh kill. "Get away from my sister, you bastard." Hyacinth lifted his head and glanced over his shoulder at the sound of Popola's voice, a hungry look in his eyes. "Vaisha." That look vanished, as did the rest of his face, as a spearhead carved from solid ice tore his head off his shoulders. Popola rushed to Devola, tore the headless corpse off of her and threw it away, and knelt at her side, setting the book down on the ground. Dev. Are you okay? Devola sat up, gingerly rubbing her arms and shivering. I am fine. She glanced over her shoulder at the rock the summoned icicle had shattered against. The spearhead had actually made a crater in the rock upon impact, littering it with bits of metal, circuitry, and blood-matted hair. Sis, she gasped, panting for breath. Sis, I. Popola couldn't contain herself any longer and threw her arms around her sister, squeezing her hard enough to feel as though nothing would ever separate them again. Her core still burned inside her chassis as the vestiges of adrenaline faded from her circuitry. Oh, God, that was scary, she whimpered, sniffling. Dev, I'm so glad you're okay. Devola buried her face in Popola's shoulder and hugged her just as tightly. I love you, Popola. It's okay. It's okay. I love you, too. Popola patted her on the head, her fingers sifting through her tangled hair. Thanks so much for putting the book in my bag. If you hadn't, I wouldn't. What? Devola pulled away, furrowing her brow. The book. Popola picked it up. It was in my bag. If you'd been carrying it instead, there wouldn't have been anything I could do. Devola looked at the book with a dumb, slack expression on her face. I didn't put that in your bag. I put it in my bag. Then how did? Devola took out her own bag, rifled through it, and pulled out a crumpled wad of underwear, eyeing it with a faint tinge of disapproval. She always neatly folded her clothes. Popola, on the other hand. Popola gasped. Oh my God. The only reason she'd been able to come to Devola's rescue was because they'd switched bags by mistake. Devola almost looked angry at her, but instead she began to laugh. She laughed so hard that she began to cry and threw herself back into Popola's embrace, muffling her voice and drying her tears on her shoulder. She and Popola held each other close and laughed for what seemed like hours. Let's get back to the village, Popola said, helping Devola to her feet as she wiped the last of her mirthful tears from her eyes. It probably won't be safe here for much longer. After those fine gentlemen went through so much trouble to bring you here to me? For shame. The voice that drifted through the air was cold, gravely, and strangely wet. Popola looked over her shoulder and caught sight of an old man in resplendent, ornate red and violet robes and a gilded black cloak, illuminated with a cold, sickly light by a glowing orb he held in the palm of his hand. His face was ashen, almost alabaster, gaunt, with sunken eyes and hollow cheekbones, pockmarks and pores riddled his wrinkled, leathery skin. It had been so many thousands of years since Popola had seen an elderly man that she had forgotten what they looked like. I, he said, flinging out his arms and curling his long, spindly fingers into purposeful signs, am the dark priest called Shaft, come to cleanse the world in the forge of chaos. Shaft. Devola whispered, wrinkling her nose. Shaft pointed to the grimoire lying on the ground with a bony, pale finger. I smell a sorceress among you. You, the straight-haired one. Popola slowly nodded, dumbstruck. This man, he couldn't be a human, but androids didn't age like that. That book. Pick it up. She crouched down and scooped the book up off the ground. With a wicked smile and a delighted gleam in his yellowed eyes, Shaft revealed a mouth full of teeth stained black and green from rot. Never did I think I would meet another master of the mystic arts. Let us test our skills, girl, in a proper wizard's duel. Devola piped up. Shaft, sir, she said, clearly trying not to laugh, now's not the best. Wearing a scowl that reflected equal parts disgust, disdain, and boredom, Shaft flung out his hand. Torpor. Devola gasped and futilely threw up her hands to protect herself as a pillar of amber crystal blossomed beneath her feet, freezing solid around her and entombing her. Dev. Popola slammed her hands against the crystal wall, feeling the cool, sleek facet thrum with magical energy under her palms, and hurriedly started flipping through her book to find a counterspell. What did you do to her? She snarled at Shaft. A simple containment spell, nothing more, Shaft replied, shrugging his bony shoulders. Do not worry. She is unharmed and feels no pain or fear, or anything else for that matter. Popola stared into Devola's eyes through the muddy, golden-brown tint of the solid crystal engulfing her. Although Shaft said she felt no pain or fear, the terror twisting her face told a different story. She looked anguished beyond words, her jaw slack and mouth agape in a silent scream, her eyes wide, her arms raised in front of her and outstretched hands frozen into grasping claws. Her shoulders began to quiver, her hands trembled as she clenched her jaw and her breath hissed through gritted teeth. She gripped the book in one hand tight enough to bleach her knuckles white, her core burned white-hot within her chassis as she met Shaft's jaundiced eyes with a furious glare. Popola clenched her fist. Even if this man was human, it didn't matter. She had no reverence for him, only a deep, burning hatred. "Let her go," she spat. Shaft lifted the luminous crystal ball in his hand, letting it cast its cold, pale light on his cold, pale face as his grin stretched from ear to ear and widened into a deathly rictus. "Whether I let your sister go or use her as a chandelier in my study is entirely up to you," he said. "Dare to measure your talents against Shaft, master of the dark arts, servant of chaos, champion of death, and I may consider releasing her." As soon as she'd sent a message to the nearest resistance outpost and asked it to be relayed to the camp, there was some sort of interference that was preventing her from radioing them directly. Anemone returned to A4's side. Jackass had done what she could to repair at least some of the damage to the poor thing's cobbled-together body. If this thing really was a corpse possessed by A4's ghost, and Anemone was about 90% sure that it was, she wasn't sure it would make much of a difference, but there was no harm in trying. A4 whimpered without crying. Her borrowed face betrayed no emotions, only the plaintive, wordless whines that leaked from her throat could do that. Anemone wanted to do more to comfort her, but couldn't bring herself to lay hands on her mangled chimera of a body, even though she was well accustomed to corpses. There was something almost profane about it. A2 didn't mean what she said, Anemone assured her, although considering what she'd learned about the other A4's true identity, A2 probably had. She just has trust issues. "I'm sure that." "Jackass, what did Alucard call the other A4? A suck demon?" Jackass asked as she withdrew her blood-soaked hands from the cavity opened up in A4's torso. "I'm sure that demon masquerading as you," Anemone told A4, "hasn't exactly helped. Don't worry. She'll come around." A4 let out a slightly less sad-sounding whimper. "So," Jackass asked as she moved on from adjusting the damaged internals of A2's old chassis to sealing the chassis back up, "how'd you end up in this hunk of junk?" A4 lifted her hand. Haunted it." Jackass filled in. "Not the best choice. 22B's body is mostly intact, couldn't you jump into that one?" A4 shook her head. Bon, D. "Don't push her to strain herself," Anemone cautioned Jackass. It was clear to her that speaking wasn't the easiest thing for A4 to do. Just like A2 when she'd transformed when the moon had been nearly full. "Look, she's getting better at talking," Jackass said. "We just have to keep asking her questions while her vocal cords warm up." Anemone squinted skeptically at Jackass. That sounded like bullshit, but she didn't know enough about android repair to contest it. "Alucard should be coming soon. I'm sure he'll know what we can do." Jackass returned to her work and began stripping components out of 64B's decapitated body to add to A4's ruined chassis. Repairing some of the damaged joints and servos would, even if A4 couldn't feel anything in this body, at least make it easier for her to control. "As soon as you've got A4 in better condition, we'll have to leave the village," Anemone told Jackass. She quickly filled her in on what she had discussed in Pascal's impromptu war room. "So we're taking protection from machines now, huh?" Jackass responded, nonplussed by the news that Eve would be escorting the evacuees. "Gotta say, this sounds like a bad idea. And trust me, Anemone, I know bad ideas." "I know," Anemone said. Jackass typically had a dozen bad ideas per day, and those were the ones she didn't keep to herself. "I'll make sure the twins are ready to leave," she added, rising to her feet. Someone knocked on the door. Inwardly, Anemone hoped it would be Alucard, if only to make things easier. When she opened the door, though, she found herself looking down on the interim leader of her camp, Commander Laurel. Laurel bowed. Commander Anemone. A pleasure to see you again. May I come in? Anemone felt a vague sense of unease settle inside her. Laurel's presence was unexpected, to say the least. That's fine by me, she said, guiding him inside despite the gnawing dread. She hoped he wouldn't ask about A2. Anemone knew he was expecting her to corroborate the horrible claims he and Jackass had made about A2 for the sake of clearing her name. Laurel scratched at the mismatched patch of ruddy skin around his eye and sniffled, his nostrils flaring. I thought I'd find you here. Are you all right? He asked, offering her his hand. Anemone shook it before she could realize that there was fresh blood from A4's chassis staining her hand. It leaped over to the white glove Laurel wore without the slightest hesitation, leaving a crimson blotch on his palm. As I said in our last communication, yes, I'm fine, Anemone said, a little more brusquely than she'd intended. What are you doing here? I told you I'd return to the camp in a few days, she added, laying a hand gingerly over a swath of gauze circling her abdomen under her tunic. Yes, well, Laurel cleared his throat and coughed into his hand as he walked past her. We've received reports of a massive enemy force converging on this location. Knowing you were here, I decided to mobilize a retrieval team to escort you to Good Lord, Anemone. What happened in here? He stumbled to a halt at the edge of the pool of blood soaking into the floor, gazing at the remains of 64B's body and at A4's borrowed chassis. That's, Jackass began, wheels in her brain spinning as she floundered for a phony explanation. That's not A2, is it? Laurel gasped. It's okay, Commander, Jackass hurriedly assured him as A4 let out a wordless moan. She's dying. Ah, that's a relief, Laurel sighed. A fitting end to such a wretched beast. You must be so relieved to be rid of that tormentor. There was something suspicious about him, Anemone decided, though she couldn't put her finger on what something nebulous in the corner of her mind. For him and his men to travel so quickly from the camp to the village, he must have had to leave some time ago immediately after he'd last spoken to her, at earliest. So he must have known about the army headed her way at that point. Why hadn't he told her until now? Laurel raised the blood-stained hand to his mouth again. Anemone heard him make a muffled sound as though he were sucking air through his teeth. Well, he said, we should go. There are already more machines entering the village, although none of them have attacked anyone yet. Who knows when they'll become hostile? Anemone wondered if Jackass, who was marginally better at lying than her, could think of an excuse to stay here quickly enough. Once Laurel could bring them into his custody, who knew how difficult it would be to slip away from him. I'm sure Pascal's village is perfectly safe, Anemone told Laurel. He's weathered attacks from hostile machines for centuries. If we leave, though, we run the risk of being ambushed in the woods. So you'd like to stay here, he mused, heading for the door and slowly closing it. I see the reason in your decision. You've known this Pascal for a long time, obviously. I'm sure High Command will be interested to hear about that. Anemone found herself beginning to hate Laurel. Anyway, he said, planting his weight against the door to make sure it was securely locked, I defer to your expertise, Anemone. If we are safest staying here, then stay here we shall. He held his bloody hand up to his mouth again and coughed loudly. Jackass slowly sidled up to Anemone. Is he creeping you out, too? She hissed in her ear so suddenly that Anemone felt almost every servo in her chassis seize up. Anemone pursed her lips thoughtfully and frowned. He did seem to be behaving rather erratically. And now they were locked in a room with him. A faint, electronically modulated scream, muffled by the building's wooden walls, drifted through the air. Ah, it must be starting, Laurel commented, stepping away from the door and quickly closing the distance between himself and Anemone. And with the three of us safely tucked away in this room. He chuckled. Perfect, perfect. As easy as Mistress Carmilla had promised. Anemone felt Jackass' hands clamp down on her arm as Laurel dragged his tongue across the palm of his hand and licked his lips. As his hand passed over his face, his eyes turned bright red and his skin, save for the stitched-on patch of ruddy skin around his eye, turned as white as snow. Ivory fangs pricked his bottom lip. Nothing personal, he said as Anemone felt her chassis turn to stone and her blood freeze, but do you expect me not to get thirsty with such a large pool of blood right there, and 2 fresh meals standing in my way? Chapter 18, Stygian Ensemble, Part 2. The first thing A2 did, of course, was turn her back on the forest and take off across the bridge to the castle. Fuck this stupid game, she was going to hole up somewhere in those crumbling ruins and wait for Larage to get bored and give up. A2 was very good at hiding and the castle had plenty of nooks and crannies to hide in. Larage trailed behind her, her cloak billowing out behind her. Her face was split by a hungry grin, her gleaming fangs bared. Not one for doing as you're told, are you, A2? A2 kept her head down and sprinted through the castle's moss-wreathed courtyard. 6 shots rang out in quick succession. The bullets' trails traced gossamer strands in the air as they passed overhead, colliding with the castle's crumbling crenellations and bouncing off the stone parapets. All 6 bullets ricocheted perfectly and buried themselves in a row up A2's left arm, punching through her skin like rivets through a metal sheet. Racked with pain, A2 skidded to a halt, her left arm dangling limply as the bullet holes began to sizzle and burn and the flesh around the wounds began to turn black. She whirled around and threw her sword at Larage, who narrowly avoided it by the skin of her teeth, a flicker of worry flashing across her eyes for an instant as the blade nicked the bridge of her nose. A2 called the sword back and lunged at Larage, catching the demon gunslinger off guard. Larage hurriedly lifted her rifle to block her strike and fired at the ground. The recoil knocked her off her feet and threw her into the air. The edge of A2's blade scraped against the blade running down the length of the barrel and kicked up a flurry of sparks. Carried aloft by the recoil, Larage righted herself and clung to the side of one of the pillars lining the courtyard. "I must warn you, I've mapped out the entire castle," she boasted, a sly grin on her face. "I offered you the forest so that you'd have a fighting chance." She fired off a single shot over the castle wall. There was a distant, echoing crack, and then another, and then another, and another. A2 felt her hackles rise and a chill run up her spine. She dropped to the ground as hastily as she could, her knees and elbows throbbing from the impact. The bullet grazed her scalp, hit the base of the column Larage had buried her talons in, bounced off, hit the far wall, bounced back, and came to an abrupt stop as the demon gunslinger snatched it out of the air and pinched it between her forefinger and thumb. Larage slid the bullet back into her revolver's chamber. "Your choice, A2. Castle or forest? I'll accept a home team advantage, so to speak, should it please you. The last thing I'd ask for is your charity, asshole." A2 pulled herself to her feet and brandished her sword, the curved, single-edged blade glinting in the flickering lights that hung from the inner walls of the courtyard. Besides, harsh, mechanical cries of "intruders in the castle" rang through the air. Other electronic shouts rose to answer them: "Destroy the intruders," and "Honor the Forest King's memory," and "For the glory of the kingdom." A2 grinned. Even if Larage knew this place inside and out, the crazy machines who lived here were beyond anybody's predictions. "This," she hissed, tensing every weary muscle in her body as she prepared to storm the castle, "is my turf." Larage's glowing scarlet eyes grew brighter. She let out a merry laugh. "Oh, I like you." A pair of machines clad in ragged medieval armor leaped off the castle's parapets, optical sensors burning blood red in the night. "For the kingdom! For the Forest Kingdom!" they cried out in unison as they hit the ground and drew their weapons. Larage tensed like a coiled spring and rocketed off the pillar over the castle wall. A2 bolted for the castle's front door as the thudding staccato roar of machine gun fire filled the air. The big double doors leading into the castle's main hall were made of thick, solid planks of oak joined together with wrought iron. They looked as old and as firm as the rocks, but how tough was wood compared to a good sword? The machine duo caught up to her, brandishing their weapons. A2 blocked a strike from one's wicked halberd as the other darted in with a gleaming rapier. The machines here in the castle were tough as they were crazy, and their weapons weren't the cobbled-together hunks of junk other machines carried, but well-crafted works of art. Someone in the so-called kingdom knew their shit. The machine's rapier buried itself into the door. A2 jammed her foot against the machine's elbow joint as she parried another heavy strike from the other machine's halberd, reverberations ringing dully through her injured forearm. She pressed her heel into the machine's arm until the elbow joint snapped and sparks flew from its whining servos. 2 gunshots rang out. Thinking fast, A2 pinned herself against the door, her back pressing against the slick, cold, damp coating of moss covering the wooden planks, and tried to hide herself behind the other machine. The bullets buried themselves in the machine's back, the machine wailed and reeled back, arms flailing, its halberd's axe blade sweeping wildly through the air. Another shot rang out. A2 just barely saw, out of the corner of her eye, a gossamer strand streak across the sky. She cut down the axe-wielding machine, opening up a gash across its barrel-shaped torso and unleashing a spray of black oil, caught the second machine on the back swing as it fumbled for its sword, buried her claws into the machine's head, and held it in front of her as a shield to block the next bullet. The bullet buried itself in the back of the machine's spherical head. The machine's optical sensors flickered and died as its body shuddered and went limp. A2 buried her sword in the door, the blade sinking almost up to the hilt into the thick oaken wood. She started to draw the blade across the door to cut it open. It was slower going than she'd expected. She grasped the hilt tightly with both hands and put her weight into it. The bullet wounds studding her left arm and her shoulder throbbed and screamed. Kingslayer! Kingslayer! A2 glanced over her shoulder as two machines barreled down the courtyard toward her, one, a quadrupedal model galloping like a horse on its powerful legs, the other, a bipedal model mounted on its back, wielding a spiked shield in one hand and a lance in the other. The Forest Kingdom will have its vengeance. It was at that point, staring down the machine duo galloping at full tilt toward her, that A2 remembered that she'd skewered their king or whatever a while ago. Another two shots rang out. A2 couldn't see their trajectories. She tensed up, gritting her teeth, and yanked her sword out of the door. She needed another way to get in. She had to get herself into the castle and out of the open. She was a sitting duck out here. The horseback riding machine's mount didn't slow down one bit. If anything, the closer it came, the faster it galloped. Just before it pinned her against the door and crushed her between the stone hardwood and the mangled mass of machinery it would leave behind in the crash, she dove under the horse-like machine and rolled under its legs, her shoulder and arm howling as they pressed against the cold ground. She reached up, grabbed the machine by its rudder-like tail, and flung herself onto its back behind its rider as the wood splintered under the impact from the machine duo. As soon as the splinters and shrapnel from the impact cleared, A2 heard the telltale sound of bullets ricocheting in the distance, each sharp ping growing closer and louder. The machine rider swiveled its head 180 degrees, glaring with its hateful scarlet optical sensors as it raised its lance overhead to bludgeon her. A2 drove her sword into its head. One bullet pinged off the machine's shoulder pauldron, leaving a dent in the metal as it bounced off and changed course. Another bullet buried itself in A2's breastplate, the deformed metal digging into her collarbone. As the machine rider went limp and lost its grip on its mount, A2 grabbed it by the edge of its brass collar and held it aloft, stowing away her sword. She ripped the shield from its hand and held it behind her, shielding herself in front and behind. Another ricocheting bullet buried itself in the spiked shield. The quadrupedal machine reared back and bucked forward, struggling to throw her off. A2 gritted her teeth and held on tight as it barreled through the castle's narrow hallways, crashing into statues and pottery and throwing shattered bits of stone and ceramic into the air. Exhilarated, A2 smiled through the pain, her fanged grin a deathly grimace as her bullet wounds throbbed. All of a sudden, she felt alive again. The quadrupedal machine pitched sideways and rolled over as it ran up a length of a collapsed stone walkway leading from the ground floor of the castle to the floor above. A2 flung herself off just in time to avoid having her leg pinned between metal and stone and dug her claws into the shattered stone, her fingers aching and stinging as the rough rock scraped the skin from her fingertips. The machine fell after her, its forelegs windmilling as its rudder-like tail split in two, both halves linked by a supple wire cable. The tail's tip buried itself in the fallen bridge, suspending the machine. As it came to a halt, the wire going taut, it swung itself away and buried the sharp claws tipping each of its legs into the wall. The quadrupedal machine glared at her. A battered steel grill visor wrapped over its optical sensors, the harsh light of its eyes shined through the slits. Murderer, it spat with a throaty gurgle. A2 grinned. Ah, these were the machines it felt good to hate. She'd missed them. Another gunshot rang out in the distance, followed by a cascade of cracks and pings as the bullet began its zigzagging trajectory through the castle's labyrinthine corridors. A2's ears perked up. The bullet was approaching from. She swung her leg up over the side of the collapsed bridge and looked ahead. "Come and get me, Rust Bucket," she shouted at the machine. It took the bait and pounced, leaping from the wall onto the bridge, its tail retracting and reeling it in toward her. A2 braced herself as the machine landed on top of her and its talons dug itself into the bridge, loosening clods of rock and leaving deep fractures in the crumbling stone. The machine laughed. Vengeance will be swy. The bullet shattered the lens of its eye and buried itself in its head, killing it. The machine lost its grip and collapsed, falling to the floor beneath the makeshift bridge. Its claw slipped as it fell, slamming into a 2's injured shoulder. She let out an anguished scream as the cracked and blackened flesh around the bullet hole split open, a blossom of white-hot pain blooming deep within her chassis and lighting up her nervous circuits. Her claws slipped from the rock and she fell with the machine, hitting the ground. A 2 propped up the wreckage of the dead quadrupedal machine against the wall and hid underneath it, breathing heavily as she took stock of her wounds and waited for the sound of Larrage's next shot. Her whole body felt hot and prickly, her eyelids leaden, her fingertips and toes growing numb. Her tongue lolled from her mouth, dog-like, as she panted for breath. She clutched at the bullet wound on her shoulder and pulled her hand away. Her palm was wet, covered with a glob of thick, sticky black tar. It didn't look like anything that could have come from her body, didn't smell like it either. It reeked. It smelled like a week-old dead animal slathered in crude oil and doused in acid. It was cloying, too. It clogged her nostrils, as thick as cement. It was the olfactory equivalent to staring directly into the sun. More black tar was leaking from the bullet wounds studding a 2's left arm. Presumably, the bullets buried in her side and back were oozing the disgusting goop, too. Another gunshot rang out and began to zigzag through the castle, its collisions echoing through the air. A 2 tensed up and darted from her hiding place to discard one of the 2 dead machines' discarded shield. Her fingers curled around the shield's handle and she jerked it back, darting back into her makeshift shelter just before the bullet hit. It didn't take long for her to decide that, contrary to what she'd said earlier, she actually liked Larrage a lot better when she was talking. Once the demon gunslinger had stopped boasting about being the Grand Marshal of Fucktown or whatever, she had vanished like a ghost. And Larrage hadn't been kidding about memorizing the castle's layout. It seemed like she just knew exactly how to ricochet her bullets to get her target. A 2 kept her shield close and darted through the castle, keeping as much of herself covered as possible, always waiting for the next gunshot. At least the shots telegraphed themselves. A bullet whizzed just over her head with no warning but the shockingly loud roar of gunfire. A 2 whirled around and saw Larrage standing in the hall not too far behind her, reloading her revolver. "Over here," the gunslinger called out, slamming the chamber shut and twirling the gun in her hand. She had a shit-eating, overconfident, "give me your best shot" grin plastered on her face. A 2 lobbed her sword at the air, brought her shield to bear in front of her, and charged. Her bravado faltering, Larrage dodged the sword strike, letting it bury itself in the brick wall behind her, and fired 6 rounds rapid directly at her. The shots all bounced off a 2's shield and scattered, zigzagging across the walls, ceiling, and floor. A 2 flung out her arm and swung the shield behind her, protecting herself as the bullets aimed for her unarmored back, and called her sword back. The katana materialized in her hand in a flurry of amber sparks, casting a flickering golden light that beat back the castle's deep and cloying shadows for an instant. A 2's sword clashed again with Larrage's rifle. The flurry of sparks kicked up from the metal grinding against metal lit up the demon gunslinger's sharp, scaly face. The force of the impact propelled Larrage backward, pinning her to the wall. Triumphant, A 2 dropped to the ground and let the reflected bullets fly overhead. A flying machine sailed through the air around the corner of the hall, its rotary minigun swinging around the edge of the toroidal flight pack, keeping it aloft and firing a spray of bullets. Larrage scurried out of the way, but one of her own bullets buried itself in her bicep, releasing a thick spray of dark blood. The other 5 magic bullets buried themselves in the wall, kicking up puffs of dust. The flying machine kept firing, changing its angle to home in on a 2. Bullets chewed through the castle's crumbling masonry in a curling line across the wall and floor. A 2 threw her shield at it, throwing off its aim, then leaped up and struck it, bisecting it with a single swing of her blade. Both halves of the flying machine fell to the floor, showers of sparks bleeding out from its exposed circuits and servos. A 2 looked around, her eyes darting across the hallway's T-shaped junction. Larrage was gone again. At least she'd gotten one hit on her, although it would have been so much more satisfying if the other 5 bullets had ripped through her torso as well. Damn it! How did that green hobgoblin know exactly where she was? Something from her time in Yorha flitted through a 2's mind. She didn't often think about Pearl Harbor, at least, not when she could avoid it. Those memories, those pictures of the friends she'd lost, always made her sick. Gunner number 16 G16 had been the only member of the first prototype Yoarha squadron to specialize in ranged weaponry. She'd said something once about snipers, something about them always having someone watching their back, someone keeping an eye on their target's position, someone telling them the best place to go to line up the perfect shot. A spotter. Larage had to have a spotter. But who or what was it? Could she somehow see through her bullets? Another shot rang out. A2 hurried down the hall, found a little machine loitering in the corridor with its back to her, and lunged for it, wrapping one arm around the seam between its head and its torso and using the other arm to pin down its arm. The machine screamed. "Please don't hurt me." A2 stiffened, but ignored the machine's pleas. It wasn't like these things could actually beg for their lives. Only Pascal's machines were people to her, and she only really believed that begrudgingly. "Please let me go," the machine wailed. "I didn't even like our king." The sound of the bullet ricocheting through the castle drew closer, closer. One of the windows lining the hallway exploded in a shower of glittering glass. A2 swung her captive around. The bullet tore a chunk out of her injured shoulder, splitting apart the growing patch of blackened skin and letting loose a torrent of pungent black tar that spilled down her arm, staining her ragged sleeve. Another 3 bullets in quick succession struck the captive machine, each shot causing it to jerk and spasm as though electrocuted. A 5th bullet zipped past its head, bounced off the far wall, and glanced off A2's armored boot. A 6th and final bullet buried itself in between the machine's already darkened optical sensors. A2 released her once living shield and staggered backward, bowled over by the overwhelming stench of the tar seeping from her wounds. It was so strong, even someone who wasn't half-wolf would probably be able to smell it from a kilometer away. Something happened to A2 that hadn't happened in a long, long time. She had an idea. Scent Larage could pinpoint her location through her scent. That was why her bullets caused the rot inside her body, it painted a target on her back. Larage herself must have had a nose as keen as any werewolf too. Another gunshot rang out, and A2 remembered that thanks to her rifle, Larage had 7 shots before needing to reload, not 6. She hurried down the hall as the bullet came closer, closer, its trajectory ever changing. It zipped past her, leaving a hot scar across her cheek as it grazed her skin, and collided with the far wall. A2 leaped sideways and threw herself out the window, her shoulder throbbing as glass shards sliced through the necrotic black flesh surrounding the bullet wound, as the bullet bounced backward and shot past where she'd been just a second ago. A gnarled, moss-covered tree wound itself up the corner of the overgrown little garden here in the center of the castle, its roots and branches digging into the walls and bursting through the floors like a parasite clinging to its host. A2 touched down on the surface of the twisting trunk and slid down, her claws rending furrows through the slick moss and the rough bark beneath. A linked sphere-type machine coiled on the ground lit up, electricity coursing around its segmented, millipede-like body, as A2's descent disturbed its rest. The machine lifted itself aloft, its core shimmering as it slithered through the air and the laser turret that was its face hummed with energy. A2 slid to the ground and clung to the nearest wall, inching slowly toward a gaping hole in the wall that led to the castle's library. The millipede machine writhed overhead as it searched for her. She looked up and tried to see if she could spot Larage. There had to be some way to find her without waiting for her to get cocky and try to take a shot close up. Some way to find her. Larage had a scent, too. A2 recalled something like smoke mixed with honey. If only she wasn't covered in this rank, putrefying goop, A2 would be able to sniff her out, just as she'd traced the succubus scent earlier today. But damn it, how would she block out the scent from the tar leaking from her bullet wounds? She glanced around the tiny garden flanked on all sides by the castle's towering walls, squinting to try and make up as much detail as she could in the darkness. There. In the corner of the little plot of land, a patch of rippling, shimmering water. If she could clean herself off, she could find Larage and rip her to shreds. A2 crept over to the pond, reached out, and laid a hand against the rippling surface. The cool water tickled the palm of her hand. All she had to do was go under and wash herself clean. She couldn't even put her hand any farther in. It hovered on the surface, kissed by the water's frail surface tension, but that was all she could do with it. She could feel seawater lapping at her legs, the icy and relentless grip of the ocean wrapping around her ankles and pulling her away, the briny spray stinging her nose as her precarious perch pitched and bucked and tried to throw her off into oblivion. Her ears pinned themselves back as her hackles rose and a low growl bubbled up from her throat. She couldn't. She couldn't do it. There was no way she could do it. Her other hand dug into the wet, grassy dirt, fingers burrowing into the ground like roots. Damn it. How could she be scared of a fucking puddle at a time like this? Just get in, she told herself. Wash yourself off. It isn't hard. Frustrated with herself, she snarled and drew back her hand, then drove her fist into the water. The splash caught her in the face, her breath caught in her throat. Damn it. The machine writhing overhead took notice of her and lunged forward, letting out an unearthly screech. Instinctively, Atu ran in the one direction she knew best how to run in, forward. She dove into the water. She dove into the water before she could think once about it, let alone twice, and instantly sank like a stone down to the bottom of the pond. It was dark pitch black, darker than even the most starless sky. Even her keen, wolfish eyes couldn't make out anything. There was about 2 meters of water above her, and its weight was crushing. She curled up at the bottom, the water rushing into her lungs and filling her chassis, her hands and feet digging into the slimy silt and mushy dead algae lining the ground. She wanted to scream, but all that came out were bubbles. She was drowning. She was going to die. She was going to die here, in the water, buried under the water, where the water would seep into every last centimeter of her chassis and rust it all the way through until she crumbled away and disintegrated. She had to get out of here. Going to die. Had to get out. Had to get out. The water pressing down on her, its weight on her shoulders like the weight of the entire world, was going to be her tomb. It was pinning her down. Killing her. She had to get out. She was going to die. She pulled herself out of the water more by instinct than by the desperate voice screaming at her to escape overwhelming the silent scream of fear welling up inside her. She vomited torrents of hot, brackish fluid from her lungs and shivered as the cold air set on her skin and chilled her soaked clothes and drenched hair. She could hear her black box screeching inside her chest, muffled by her skin but still loud enough to run knives through her ears. Her hair hung from her head and clung to her back, heavy as lead, her tail twitched sluggishly, its soaked fur slicked into blunt spikes. Atu gasped for breath and shuddered, her fingers burrowing themselves into the ground to anchor her here, to the land, to the world of the living. She would never do that again. At least, though, the air was clear now. The scent of the cool night air, of grease and oil bleeding from the corpses of machines, and of the sweet, smoky aura that surrounded the demon gunslinger filled her nostrils. The linked sphere machine seized on her position again and readied the laser turret mounted on its head. Atu bolted, rushing across the garden as the machine fired a searing red-white beam of hot plasma. The beam cut a swath of scorched earth and atomized plant matter across the ground, burning the air around it and filling the overgrown garden with the smell of burnt ozone. She ran through the hole in the wall into the library and dove to the side as the millipede-like machine slithered after her. As soon as its glowing core passed her by, she staked it with her sword, shoving the blade in up to its hilt. The machine screeched and screamed, whipping its tail against the walls frantically, knocking aside the bookshelves lining the library's walls by the dozen, tearing through the balconies lining the massive chamber up to its high and vaulted ceiling. Books flew through the air, and errant pages, too. Bits of paper fluttered down like snowflakes. The machine bore down on Atu, its laser turret glowing again as it threw itself at her with its last bit of strength. And then it suddenly changed course and rocketed straight upward, smashing its head against the ceiling and falling limply to the floor with an ear-splitting crash and a thunderous thud. The whole room shook. It didn't move. Atu crept over the corpse of the monstrous machine and took stock of the library. It was a large room, and tall, 4 stories tall, the balconies lining the walls on each level connected by a network of stairs and ladders. It was a wide-open arena free of obstacles, save for the machine corpse and the shelves that had been torn from the walls and the books that had been thrown to the floor. Wind whistled through the tall, thin windows, the air currents fluttering around sparse shards of broken glass protruding from the empty panes like jagged, rotting teeth. No more gunshots. No more ricochets. No more bullets. Atu hoped that meant Larage had lost her scent. Now she had the advantage. Atu gritted her teeth as her muscles burned and her wounds throbbed. At least, she had the advantage until more of that noxious sludge started to spew from her bullet wounds. She had to track that sniper down as quickly as possible. Someone leaped down from the third-floor balcony to the second floor, their footfalls echoing through the cavernous library, then slid down a ladder to the ground. At first, Atu thought it was Larage and readied her sword. The interloper raised their hands. "Hey," he said, his soft, quiet, and oddly familiar voice echoing through the library. "It's okay. I don't mean you any harm." Atu squinted at him. He was a scanner. The short black coat he wore was unmistakable. As if this couldn't get any worse, now there were fucking Yorha soldiers here. "Get back," she snarled, brandishing her sword. "Leave me alone and I probably won't kill you." The scanner blinked and cocked his head. He had a soft face, a very soft face, round as the moon, and short black hair that blended in perfectly with the visor wrapped over his eyes. "I mean, we're both androids, aren't we?" Atu clenched her jaw and bared her fangs as the scanner inched closer. The pod at his side perked up. Analysis complete. Results: Black box belongs to Yorha Unit A2, it announced in a soft, childish voice. Proposal: Unit Force should subdue and terminate Unit A2. The scanner looked to his pod, then back to A2, then back to his pod. "What?" He looked back to A2. "You're A2." Atu couldn't speak. She couldn't move. She could feel her hands shaking. Her black box growing leaden in her chest. A churning in her gut. A telltale tremble in her lip she struggled to quell. No wonder this guy sounded so familiar. He even had her face. Proposal: Unit Force should subdue and terminate Unit A2, the pod insisted, wringing its claws. Standing by to engage FFCS. Pods, thankfully, were useless unless they were given orders by the Yorha unit they supported. Every second Force hesitated was a second A2 didn't have to worry about defending herself. As if she could. How could she fight back against that? Did the entire universe have it out for her? Was every single star aligned to make sure that everything that happened today would rip out her heart and tear it to pieces? Hold up. Force waved his hand dismissively at the pod, his mouth twisting in a concerned frown. "You don't look like a normal android," he mused, reaching out to her. "What happened to you?" Atu bristled and let out a feral growl, backing away and waving her sword. It was an empty threat. How could she turn her blade on another foe? "Get lost. There's a crazy sniper after me." Atu's words caught in her mouth as fog rushed into her head. The 3 burn marks on her shoulder started throbbing, like someone was burying their fingers in her flesh all the way down to the metal of her chassis. Larage was the least of her worries. Alrox was here. Shaft tossed his crystal ball into the air, where it hovered in the center of the clearing like a full moon and cast its cold light down on the entire clearing, illuminating the area right up to the edge of the trees encircling it. "The stage is set for our duel. Let us begin," he cried out, flinging out his hands and summoning a stream of ghastly phantoms, their silvery bodies contorted into long eddy currents, that flowed through the air around him and zeroed in on Popala. Popala leaped clear of the streams as they impacted against the ground where she'd been standing just a second ago. The spirits erupted into bursts of silver light and shot plumes of dirt and grass into the air. "Vaisha!" Popala cried out, returning Shaft's volley with a spearhead of ice. A ghostly, translucent arm burst out of Shaft's shoulder and swiftly snatched the icicle out of the air, flinging it to the ground. Vaiskia! The air froze above Shaft, contracting into a ball of ice and falling over him. With a casual flick of his wrist, he conjured a burst of flame which instantly vaporized it. Popala's grip on the book tightened, as though doing so could wring more magic from its reservoir. Ignis. With a vainglorious sweep of his hand, Shaft swatted Popala's fireball out of the air and dispelled it in a burst of golden sparks. Fireballs? Magic missiles? "Pa! You embarrass us both with these parlor tricks," he spat. "Morbus." A stream of luminous scarlet spheres shot from his hands and drifted through the air like bubbles, wisps of blood-red steam rising from their surfaces and trailing through the air. They filled the clearing, gently bobbing in the air like little balloons. Popala brushed against one and felt as though someone had just rammed a welding stick into her elbow. She clenched her jaw and choked down a scream, her mouth filling with blood, as the sphere burned a blackened hole in her sleeve and created a rough, cracked, reddened patch of skin on her elbow. She hurriedly backed away, struggling to keep her distance from the orbs Shaft had summoned, and flipped through her book. All she had to do to master a spell was read its instructions and commit them to memory. If she had to, she could learn on the fly. Shaft snapped his fingers, the crack of dry skin and bone against bone echoing through the clearing. Globus. Twin orbs of crackling pink light shot from his hands, popping the scarlet bubbles in their paths as they ricocheted off the ground, sailed into the trees, bounced off their trunks, and continued to zigzag through the clearing. The bubbles that popped in their paths exploded into bursts of red mist. Popala inhaled just a bit of it and instantly felt as though she'd drank a gallon of hydrochloric acid. She dropped to the ground, her eyes and mouth burning from the fumes, as hollow pangs racked her chassis. One of the two Globus spells crashed into the ground just centimeters from her head and rebounded, flying over her head and colliding with its twin. The two orbs shattered in a burst of sparks and pink lightning. Numa, she croaked, struggling not to gag on her own incantation. The burst of wind that flew from her outstretched hand pushed the poisoned mist aside and filled the clearing with sweet, clear air. Popala coughed and filled her lungs, clearing out the last dregs of cursed mist that had settled inside her. She spat out a frothing wad of black tar onto the ground. It sizzled, smoked, and crackled as the grass surrounding it withered and turned white, and the bitter emptiness that had felt like fire burning in her core faded away. "That ought to have turned you into a puddle," Shaft commented, a flicker of amusement playing on his face. "Well? I await your return volley. Show me your strongest spell." Popala flipped to the last page she could read, watched the words appear on the next page, and quickly committed them to memory. "Teps Sailendra," she intoned, flinging out her hand. A flurry of lightning bolts shot from her hand through the air, glowing purple-blue and leaving a sharp smell of burnt ozone in their wake as the bolts zeroed in on Shaft. He caught the bolts in his spindly, spidery hands, his fingers curling around the writhing lightning as he molded it in his grip. His hands shook, his movements were halting and strained. He compressed the lightning into crackling orbs of searing light and flung up his hands, shooting the lightning out into the heavens. The jagged bolts shattered against the black clouds overhead and leaped across them in a ragged, ephemeral spiderweb patterns. "Is this your best?" Shaft sneered. "If you cannot show me some real magic, child, then I will educate you." He fired a beam of sickly, acidic yellow-green light at Popala. She hurriedly scampered out of the way, but felt the beam graze against her forearm. She gasped as every joint in her left arm from her elbow up to each knuckle filled up with fire and froze in place, locking her fingers into wickedly curled talons. Resisting the urge to let go of her book and clutch her frozen arm, she looked down to see the patches of skin visible through the holes in her sleeve grow hard and cloudy, like ice, and then grow clearer and clearer until it was transparent as glass. Through the shimmering pane of glass that had once been her skin, Popala could clearly the thin subdermal layer of synthetic muscle and wire wrapped around her chassis writhing in vain. The frozen internal mechanisms of her fingers strained themselves against the hard and inflexible glass casing surrounding them. She kept her distance from Shaft, darting through the clearing to dodge the fiery blasts he shot from his palms while struggling to use her now immobile hand to turn the pages of her book without dropping it. All the while, Shaft's self-satisfied and sinister cackling filled the clearing. "What the fuck?" Popala gasped, struggling to dodge even more beams of acidic light. There had to be some sort of turn glass back into skin spell in this book. The ground under her feet burst open and upended itself, sending her flying. The glass encasing her arm shattered against a rock, leaving muscle and nervous circuits exposed. Hot, oily coolant seeped through the straining muscles from veins severed by jagged shards of glass. The book slipped from her fingers, leaving her without any inflow of magic. The electric cloud of power that had been filling her up drained away entirely in a matter of seconds. She rolled onto her back, writhing, eyes squeezed shut and jaw clenched. Her circuits were aflame, her mind clouded and thoughts slow and sluggish. Shaft let out a mischievous laugh as Popala felt her exposed muscles ache. She pressed her hand to her forearm, only to feel the exposed layer of synthetic flesh and circuitry writhing and crawling like a living creature. Moist, sticky slime oozed through her fingers. She clutched futilely at her arm as the striated muscle split apart and sloughed off her chassis, turning wet and sickeningly soft as her arm disintegrated into dozens, hundreds of wriggling worms slithering from her metal bones into the grass. Her senses screamed at her, overwhelmed by nonsensical stimuli. All Popola could do herself was scream in return. "This, child," Shaft hissed smugly as he loomed over Popola, hovering half a meter above the ground so he would not have to tread on the worms he'd conjured, "is real magic. The power to make a mockery of reality, to spit in the very face of God." "Do you even know any real spells?" he asked, his jaundiced eyes glittering with sinister mirth. "Is this the best you can do?" It took all of Popola's strength to say something instead of just screaming again. "I know one," she snarled, grabbing the book with her good hand and feeling the rush of magic clear her head and dull her pain. She flung out her naked skeletal hand and imagined a sphere engulfing Shaft's heart. Meliotempus. Shaft may have been a wizard, but he was also a human, and an ancient one at that. How many years did his hardened, feeble, cholesterol-choked heart have left? 10 years, 20, 50? 50 years. Maybe it would be overkill. Maybe it would. Shaft gasped and clutched at his chest as the spell took effect, his eyes widening as his levitation spell failed and he collapsed onto his knees to his knees. "Guhyuch, child, wh what have you oh, my heart," he sputtered, hissing out his words as scarcely more than a hushed whisper, his eyes rolling up into his skull, his eyelids fluttering, his jaw slack and wrinkled face twisted in agony as he doubled over. Popola backed away from him and pulled herself up to her feet, eager to stand tall over him for a change. "That's right. Don't fuck with me," she spat, feeling her spirits lift and her ego swell at the sight of his pain. "Nothing lasts forever, especially not that black heart of yours." Popola's taunts petered out at the sight of Shaft's pained grimace shifting into a widening grin and a gleam lighting up his rheumy eyes. "Did you not think immortality would be the first magic art I mastered?" he asked dryly. "Heaven forbid a wizard such as I die of natural causes, child." The heady feeling of triumph draining out of her, Popola backed away, frantically racking her brain for a new spell. So Shaft was functionally immortal. Was that only with regard to aging, or was he impervious to physical injury as well? Maybe she'd passed by some spells in the book that could be used to confine him. A bolt of lightning shot the book out of her hand. It hit the ground, sprawled out, with a few loose pages coming dangerously close to tearing away from the spine. Popola dived at the book and swept it back up, taking care to treat its loose pages gently. "Curious," Shaft mused, scratching his chin. "You and that book are quite inseparable. Is your memory so bad? Or are you using the book as the conduit of your power? Or the source?" Popola shot a fireball just past him, hoping to distract him, and flung out a spearhead of ice in quick succession. Shaft blocked both of them with ease. "Can you even cast spells at all when you are not touching that thing?" I can," Popola insisted. She didn't need the book. Every page she'd read so far was committed to her memory. But casting a spell with the book in her hand, she'd realized, meant that the magic she needed came out of it more than it came out of her, increasing her stamina almost to infinity. Shaft cocked his head. "Then why don't you?" He vanished and reappeared in front of her, his pale and pockmarked face mere centimeters from hers, and grabbed the book with both hands. "Show me," he hissed, ripping it from her grasp and quickly backing away. He held the book tauntingly out of reach and began pelting her with fireballs. "And why don't I show you?" he asked. "Why novices such as yourself prefer to use wands and staves instead of cumbersome old books?" "Volscutum." Popola called forth a defensive spell to block the dark priest's salvo and within seconds felt her legs going numb, a fuzzy wave of radio static washing through her chassis. She stumbled and dispelled the shield, opting instead to dodge the barrage as best she could. The more advanced spells in the book were something else compared to the simple things she'd started out on. She couldn't hope to use them and keep up her stamina long enough against Shaft's seemingly boundless reserves of magic. If she drew too much magic out of her own dwindling reservoir, she'd crash again, like she had earlier today, and then she'd be out of commission for hours. "Fancy yourself a student of," Shaft flipped through the book absent-mindedly. "Charlotte Allen? Ah, that name I know. A brilliant spellcaster, but, it seems, A poor instructor indeed. He threw the book away. Popola caught it and held it close to her chest, at a loss for words. What else could she do? Shaft had easily dealt with everything she'd thrown at him. He completely outclassed her by orders of magnitude. From seeing how Alucard could use his magic powers in combat, she'd had a completely wrong notion of how real magicians did battle, and thus she'd been far more unprepared than she could have imagined. You have potential, he told her, circling around her like a prowling lion, but your technique is sloppy and your mind is unfocused. You won't ever learn proper magic, true magic, just from reading the chicken scratch of a long-dead witch and making the rest up on your own, child. He was right. He could do things with magic that made the things in that grimoire look like parlor tricks. But if you were to join me? Join you? Yes. Shaft's rheumy eyes gleamed wetly. I can make you a priestess of the dark arts, girl, with powers rivaling my own. Forsake your friends and their sanctimonious morality and embrace power and dominance for no sake but its own, and mark my words, you could be the greatest sorceress this wretched world has ever known. What? No. Never. Popola insisted, insulted. Shaft put a hand to his chest and shook his head sadly. Oh, you break this poor old man's heart. What magic could not do, your harsh words have done. Is this any way to treat one of your human masters? I was told you and your sister revered our species. You work with Dracula. You're not human, as far as I'm concerned. But if I did not work for Dracula, you would consider my offer. Shaft cocked his head. Dracula is my master because I allow him to be my master. I could leave him and strike out on my own on a whim. The two of us could join together and fill the world with chaos. We don't need him. He offered Popola an outstretched, upturned hand. Popola shook her head. No. No, I wouldn't join you. Oh, come now. Think about it before rejecting my offer so reflexively. Shaft spared a glance toward the crystal pillar holding Devola prisoner. I would be more than happy to return your sister to you. Popola looked over her shoulder at her sister's frozen body. The terror frozen on Devola's face was gut-wrenching. And the more she fought Shaft, the more she realized that she couldn't beat him. How else could she persuade him to release her? No, no. There had to be another way, Popola insisted to herself. Alucard was counting on her to be on his side, on the side of good, of righteousness. Where else do you and your sister have to go? Shaft asked. Join me, my child. After what you've done to me. The torture, the insults, are you insane? Shaft raised his eyebrows. I had to draw attention to your weakness. How else could you learn how much farther you have in your journey than by such a practical demonstration? Forget it. Shaft grinned. The world hates you and your sister, doesn't it? Popola felt her core temperature tick up a few degrees. I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in how easily your hatred comes to you. Thus is the fate of all witches. To be ostracized, despised, feared. You wish you could have your vengeance against them, don't you? You could bathe in their blood. Drown them in their own fear. Subject them to torments unknown outside the deepest circles of hell. Shaft once more offered her his hand. I can teach you to do all of that. People like those disgusting men I enthralled to draw you here will bow before you on pain of death. Think about it. Popola looked down at his hand. She could do it. She could change everything. No more androids beating and berating her and Devola. No more machines trying to kill them. No more doing dirty jobs to assuage their guilty consciences over something that had never been their fault in the first place. Take my hand, Shaft hissed urgently. Embrace the darkness. Learn of my ways. Join me, and together we will overthrow Dracula and take this miserable world for ourselves. She and Devola could be queens of the world, unassailable, beholden to no one, satisfied in their vengeance and able to live for the rest of eternity in bliss and peace. No one would ever hurt them again. And all Popola had to do was take Shaft's hand and become his apprentice. Popola spared another glance at Devola. Devola, the mature one, the responsible one. She wouldn't approve of this. She would say, no, Popola, we have work to do. She would say, no, Popola, we don't want revenge. That's not for us. She would say, "No, Popola, let's forget this and go home," no matter where home was or whether they even had one to go back to. She would say, "No, Popola, he's a creep." Or maybe Shaft was a human, after all, wasn't he? Humans trumped androids. Neither Popola nor Devola would have to concern themselves with the other androids if they went with him. Being with a human would give them purpose, wouldn't it? It would cleanse their souls, wouldn't it? She would thank you, you know, Shaft said, as though he could tell what was running through Popola's mind. She would come around. You could protect her with your powers, and she would see that she was a fool to ever doubt you. And you would both be happy. He smiled warmly. Wouldn't you like that? She would. She would love to show Devola that this magic was something that made her stronger, not more vulnerable, but Alucard, she mumbled. He waved his hand dismissively. Alucard? Ah, forget about him. He is a moralistic, paternalistic old fool. You will tire of him soon enough anyway. Else, he will tire of you. You know how he is. She thought about the few other people in this world who treated her and Devola kindly. Anemone, Jackass, 2B, and 9S. And our friends. You can keep your friends, he insisted, his fingers twitching with anticipation. As pets, if you must, but nevertheless. Popola looked Shaft in the eyes, brushed aside an errant lock of her hair that had fallen over her forehead, swallowed a lump in her throat, and reached out. She'd made her decision. Shaft's grin widened. Still clutching her spell book, Popola held out her stripped bare, skeletal hand just above Shaft's bony, ivory pale hand. The glistening bare machinery of her fingers trembled as she spoke an incantation. Nothing happened. All the same, though, Shaft's grin soured. So be it, he spat darkly, drawing back his hand and lifting himself off the ground. Of all things, he sounded truly hurt. Popola leaped back and narrowly dodged a salvo of magical blasts, throwing out her own counter spells wherever she saw an opening. Shaft, of course, deflected, parried, and dodged her attacks with ease. It didn't matter. She was only stalling for time. Her plan to defeat him had already been set in motion. All she had to do now was hope for the best. A burst of blue flame struck her in the waist, knocking her to the ground. The back of her head cracked against a rock embedded in the dirt, static flickered through her visual display. She reached down to appraise whatever injury she'd gotten. She couldn't feel any pain, but magic was nothing if not unpredictable, and felt her belt slither away from her touch, unbuckling itself and transforming into a sleek black snake, its obsidian-colored scales gleaming wetly in the light from Shaft's crystal ball. She had to admit, Shaft did have a knack for the theatrical. The snake reared back and opened its maw, revealing its pink mouth, cavernous gullet, and two wicked ivory fangs, then lunged at her. Popola grabbed it, her skeletal fingers tightening around the snake's neck until its bones crumbled under her grip and its head went limp. Throwing the belt snake aside, Popola scurried away as Shaft continued his assault. Come on. Any minute now. Another bolt of the same spell tangled itself in her hair. The next thing Popola knew, a scarlet snake was curling itself around her shoulder. She whacked its head with her book, then felt another snake wrap itself around her wrist, squeezing itself tighter and tighter, straining the delicate servos buried in her chassis. Her grip on the book began to weaken. Popola dived for Devola's bag, fighting with the snakes growing out of her hair, and rifled through it until she found a utility knife. One of the two snakes hissed and yawned, revealing its fangs. As it reared back to stab at her, a third one wrapped itself around her neck and began to squeeze, pressing its smooth, cold, scaly skin against hers and crushing her throat. Struggling against the snake's muscular bodies wrapped around her arms and neck, Popola took the knife, raised it behind her head, and with one clean stroke severed her hair at her neck. Both snakes immediately loosened their grips on her and fell to the ground, writhing weakly as their bodies dissolved into flurries of blue sparks. Shaft laughed. Popola threw her knife at him. He swatted it out of the air, though the blade managed to score a light cut across the back of his bony hand. Poor show, he spat. A trickle of blood dripped from the corner of his mouth and dribbled down his chin. I see. You're no spellcaster at all, child, merely a common cretin playing pretend. He wiped his chin on his hand and looked at the bloody smear, bemused. Popala felt her spirits lift. It was working. Shaft began to cough. Phlegm and spittle flew from his lips. Poison, child? You knave, he spat as blood speckled his pale knuckles. Have you no dignity? That spell wasn't a dud. Popala pulled herself to her feet, struggling to keep hold of the book. That was the first spell I ever learned how to conjure a single flower. So I conjured white snake root, inside your stomach. Shaft doubled over, clutching at his stomach as his robes pooled around him, gagging and retching. You, vermin, he croaked between dry heaves. Let my sister go. Impudent child. You are not worthy. He spat out a wad of blood and pink-tinged froth, heaved, and vomited a mass of red and black onto the grass. Blood trickled from his nostrils and down his chin. Subtle trickery, an insult to the art. How dare you? Why you use magic, like a thief, or an assassin? Popala was unmoved by his suffering. Let her go. Let her go, and I'll remove the poison. Shaft pulled himself to his feet, swaying uneasily, one hand still clutching his gut. His blood and bile-stained face was twisted grotesquely, anger and shame etched into every wrinkle lining his paper-like skin. He held out a gnarled, trembling claw. If you wish to act like vermin, he hissed, then so be it. Atu felt an icy dagger plunge into her black box as hollow, ringing footfalls echoed through the library. The brand on her shoulder burned so painfully that it overwhelmed the bullet holes riddling her body. The pain was like a fog filling up her chassis, a red miasma clouding her eyes, a hollow emptiness filling her stomach. Stray dogs put their masters through so much trouble, don't they, Atu? Alrox's voice filled her head like a bell tolling right in her ear. Low, smooth, sly, sonorous, echoing to fill the room. Atu looked over her shoulder and felt herself pivot, turning on her heel to face the man who would be her master. Alrox wore the same sleek, spiny violet armor as last time, the ivory-gilded armor plating clinging to his slender frame, the sharp and tall collar piece framing a round glass helmet as black and lustrous as obsidian. The helmet still had a spiderweb of cracks, a lattice of white fractures radiating outward from where he'd been stabbed, and yet it still hid his face. I thought I'd catch up to you sooner, he said, splaying out his hands. But, better late than never, I suppose, isn't it? Atu snarled and drew her sword, lunging at him. No matter what Alucard had said, a brand on her shoulder wasn't going to stop her from running this bastard through. She just had to engage B-mode and she'd skewer him in an instant. B-mode was a feature reserved only for prototype models at least, as far as Atu knew, she'd never seen any of the newer Yoarha models use it. It boosted her speed, her strength, everything, at the cost of the insane strain it put on her body. It would leave her weak and vulnerable for hours afterward, so she used it as sparingly as she could. But now, here, with that power, she could run Alrox through and finish him off for good. Her joints seized, freezing her in place just in front of Alrox, the tip of her blade hovering just over the lattice of cracks running through the side of his helmet. Just one thrust and she could kill. Just one thrust and she could key. She could. She'd been holding her breath. She hadn't even realized it until the tension in her muscles broke and she expelled the hot air filling her lungs. Her hand shook, her blade trembled. Her head throbbed. It felt as though her skull was shrinking. There was a pressure in her head that seemed to be throttling her circuits. She had to. She had. What did she have to do? Alrox let out a ringing, sonorous chuckle and slowly wagged his finger at her. Now, Atu, he said, pinching her sword between two armored fingers, is that any way to behave? With a flick of his wrist, he snapped the blade of the sword in half. The shattered blade clattered to the floor, leaving Atu holding nothing but a hilt with a useless, stubby shard of metal sticking out of it. Now put that thing down, he told her, before you put someone's eye out with it. Before she could think about doing it, Atu felt her fingers uncurl from around the hilt. The useless half of her sword fell to the floor to join its other, equally useless half. Good girl. There was a smug swagger in Alrox's loose, confident body language as his gauntleted hand slipped under her chin, his spiked fingertips raking with surprising gentleness against her skin. Atu's skin crawled. The light dusting of fur on her skin stood on end and she sucked air through her clenched teeth. She glanced over her shoulder and spied a flash of movement out of the corner of her eye as Force and his pod slipped into the shadows. Smart kid. Don't fight it, Olrox hissed sharply. Come now, it's not so bad, is it? The fog wrapped around A2's circuits thickened, she felt her muscles in her chassis loosen. It wasn't so bad. Actually, it felt good, sort of. Olrox's hand slipped upward, brushing across her cheek, and cupped itself around her ear. A2 felt like her insides were melting. There wasn't any more tension in her body. There wasn't even any more pain. Dread it all you like, run from it all you like, he said, but deep down within every beast is a good dog who wants to please her master. Isn't that right? A2 blinked. It was, wasn't it? From the very beginning of her exile, she'd have gone back to White in a heartbeat if she'd been allowed to, after all. If White came down to her right now and offered to welcome her back into the fold, back into Yorha, wouldn't she say yes? Wasn't Olrox right? Her tail was starting to wag. Wasn't that proof that he was right? That she wanted this? That it wasn't so frightening for him to be her M. She took a halting step backward, biting her tongue to rid her mind of the fuzziness clogging her circuitry. Her head began to clear, as the world around her sharpened back into focus. She thought she heard Force and his pod muttering among themselves in the shadows. The coppery, oily tang of bloody coolant filled her mouth and stung her nose. What was she thinking? Oh, don't be like that, Olrox pouted, disappointed. A2 stopped being like that. It was like a switch had been flipped. Alucard had been right, Olrox really did have total control over her, mind and body alike. Even though she could feel the pressure in her mind strengthening, darkening every circuit that lit up with a spark of fear, she still felt a pang of terror. He really? Don't be like that, his voice echoed in her head, coiling in her brain, nestling in the circuitry. She didn't feel scared. Of course she wasn't scared. Why would she be? Dogs longed for their masters, just as he said. Olrox reached out for her again, cupping her cheek in his cold hand. Enough of this, A2. There was a soft, almost tender undercurrent to his voice. Let's go home. A gunshot silenced him, the loud, ringing roar swallowing up his voice. A gossamer strand shot across the air, his hand spasmed and swung away in a wide arc. What? He hissed, leaping back and crouching into a combat stance, blazing tongues of blue fire wreathing his curled, clawed fingers. A2 looked up in the direction of the gunshot. There, standing in one of the windows, talons curled around the sill, framed by crumbling brick and lit with cold light by the flickering blue fire Olrox had called forth, was none other than the demon gunslinger Larage. Wisps of smoke curled from the tip of her rifle's barrel. Larage. Olrox barked. What are you doing? You're spoiling my fun, Olrox, Larage said, slinging the rifle over her shoulder and leaping to the floor. I promised that girl I'd give her an hour to match skills with me. You came too soon. She sounded surprisingly petulant. But then again, she added, a wry grin spreading across her chiseled, elfin face, you always did, didn't you? How dare you? I'm one of Lord Dracula's lieutenants, you know. Olrox jabbed a pointed finger at her. And I, Larage responded, am. Yes, yes, the great Marquise of Hell with 30 legions of demons under your command, I know, Olrox spat. I summoned you here and asked you to deliver A2 to me. You have done so. Thank you, that will be all. He grabbed A2 by the shoulder. A2 didn't resist, no matter how cold and hard Olrox's metal talons were against her bare skin, no matter how much it hurt for that cold metal to press against cracked and burned skin. The thought didn't even occur to her. It felt as though any small part of her mind that had wanted to go against his wishes had been driven down so deeply that it had left her body and sunk below the ground. Now, A2, you will. Another shot rang out. Larage held her pistol aloft. Ah! True, Olrox, you did summon me and ask me to deliver A2 to you, she said as she closed the distance between herself and Olrox, and as you can see, deliver her I did, but... 5 more shots rang out. Olrox reeled backward. A2 felt her stomach lurch and her feet leave the ground, the world spinning around her. I never said I would let you keep her. Larage called out, laughing, as she bolted out of the library with A2 slung over her shoulder. "How dare you!" Alrox roared. "Larage, you traitor!" A burst of gunfire swallowed up his words, not from either of Larage's guns, but from 4SS pod. Alrox collapsed and screamed as though a bucket of acid had just been upended over his head. As soon as Alrox was out of sight, it was as though a spell had been broken. The fuzzy clouds and leaden weights filling A2's head faded away, her senses sharpened, her pulse quickened, and her muscles tightened. "What the fuck?" she growled, clutching at Larage and burying her claws in her back. The demon's arm was wrapped tightly around her waist, pinning her against her shoulder. "Let me go. I would appreciate some gratitude from you," Larage huffed as she booked it across the castle, leaping up the walls and onto the rooftop. Shingles cracked under her talons. A2's sodden hair fell over her eyes in thick, plastered together strands and bounced with every move the demon made. "A simple thank you will suffice at the very least." "Fuck off." Larage made an exasperated gagging noise. "You don't have a clue what I just saved you from, do you? Why, just earlier today I found a poor girl at the bottom of a cliff who was trying to kill herself because her master Alrox ordered her to. Is that the life you want? Just a few minutes ago, you were trying to kill me." A2 retorted. "All in good fun." Larage spat back, skidding to a halt as a cluster of machines sprang up around her. Torn away shingles flew through the air. "Like I said, I would have let you go if you'd lasted an hour." With a flourish of her hand, she reloaded her revolver and fired. Gunshot after gunshot rang out, bullets zipping through the air as they tore through the machines. As soon as she found an opening, she picked up the pace and kept running. A quadrupedal machine adorned in moss-stained armor leaped in front of her. "Stop," it growled in a booming electronic gurgle. "A metal steed!" Larage exclaimed. "Wonderful." A2 felt her stomach lurch again as Larage leaped onto the machine's back, one hand gripping the handle on its neck, her legs kicking against its sides. "Giddy up! We must fly!" Larage shouted, straddling the quadrupedal machine. "Death stalks us!" The machine bucked and jerked, spasming wildly in a desperate attempt to throw its passengers off. A2 dangled helplessly from Larage's grip, struggling to regain feeling in her weakened limbs as they flopped limply in the air. "Get off me! Stop whining and do as you're told. I serve the Forest King. Not another word. I, Larage, am a great Marquise of Hell, your king is a mere pauper to me. I don't care. You stupid piece of meat. No. Horses say nay, you mechanical imbecile." Larage shouted back, digging her heels ineffectually into the machine's sides. "Get it right, damn you." Hearing the demon and the unwilling Mount bicker made A2 wish she could rip her ears off. The machine finally threw the two of them off its back and off the roof, sending them tumbling through the air. Larage righted herself and landed in the courtyard on her feet, the force of the impact rattling A2's chassis. "So much for that," she grumbled. "What a stupid horse." She hurried along on foot, A2 still dangling off her shoulder. "Not much farther," she reassured her. "I doubt Alrox will be able to track us once we reach the woods. To be quite honest, he is such a pompous buffoon, it's a wonder Dracula even bothered to resurrect him." A2 felt an icy throb in her chest and a chill run down her spine. She brushed the hair out of her eyes just in time to see a violet blur zooming toward her. "Behind you." The world spun in a dizzying, blurry arc as static rolled across A2's field of vision. She hit the ground hard. Her arm crumpled against the cracked flagstones of the castle's courtyard, already severely weakened by the bullet holes studding it from shoulder to wrist. Larage still clung to her with a death grip, pressing her tightly against her shoulder. Alrox loomed over the two of them, half hidden by the blurry cage of hair that had fallen over A2's eyes. Fire wreathed his clenched fists and ran up his arms, casting flickering lights against his polished violet armor and black helmet. "Pompous buffoon, am I?" he spat. "At least I don't preside over an empty kingdom, great Marquise." A2 felt a cold hunk of metal press itself against her ear. She shivered. Alrox cocked her head. "Oh? What are you going to do, blow her brains out? What little of them she has." He looked down at A2. In spite of his opaque helmet, A2 could feel his eyes meeting hers, and the pressure, the fogginess, the sense that her thoughts were wriggling through thick, viscous mud, all started to come back. Now, A2, get up and... The gun went off, its barrel pressed against A2's ear. The gunshot was a burst of heat against the side of her head, searing and agonizing, the blast loud enough to swallow up Alrox's words and everything else. Well, at least that had shut Larage up. Still, she'd been issued a command, and the brand forced A2 to obey. She felt herself pull herself upright, her limbs moving as though they were tied to strings. However, whatever Alrox had commanded her to do next had fallen on deaf ears. Even now, she could hear nothing but a dull, throbbing ringing in both ears, not just the one Larage had held the gun against. Now, if she could just activate B-mode and punch Alrox in the face while he was powerless to order her around. Her arms wouldn't move. It was like someone had hacked into her and disabled all of her combat protocols. Damn it! She couldn't even fight him with her bare hands. Alrox's flame-wreathed gauntlet cracked soundlessly against her cheek, sending her reeling backward and throwing a shower of cobalt blue sparks into the air. A2 mustered what little defenses she could as Alrox laid into her, venting his frustration into his fists. He was good, too good, maybe better than he'd been during their first fight, or maybe A2 was just that hampered from not being able to fight back. What had he said before about fighting people in order to understand them? He moved like he knew what she was going to do before she did it now. Had he figured her out that quickly? Larage pulled her back and fired 5 rounds at him, her revolver kicking back and the muzzle flaring with little more sound than a mouse's whisper. Alrox disappeared before the bullets hit him. A blink of an eye later, he was behind her, jabbing a spiked elbow into the small of her back and knocking her off her feet as the bullets she'd fired bounced back, cutting ragged furrows in her clothes and boring bloody gashes in her skin. Dark, hot blood sizzled on the spiny armor protruding from Alrox's elbow as he yanked it out of her back. A2 felt Alrox's fingers curl around her throat, his spiny fingertips gouging holes in her neck as he lifted her off her feet. Static speckled the corners of her vision. And she couldn't even fight back, damn it. She should have stayed at the village. She should have stayed with 4. She felt something hot and wet spill down her cheeks. 4. Poor 4. She could never be forgiven for what she'd done to her. She deserved to die. She deserved worse than that. Even being Alrox's slave was too good for her. Kill me, she screamed into Alrox's featureless helmet. Go ahead and kill me. She screamed as loud as she could, but no sound reached her ears. She only knew she was screaming from the strained vibrations of her throat under Alrox's crushing grip. Sound began to creep back into the world, mostly low frequencies at first, dull thuds and muffled booms, then gradually higher frequencies, like layers of thick cotton being peeled away from A2's ears one by one. She gritted her teeth, gagging as Alrox's palm pressed deeper into the hollow of her throat, the air in her lungs growing hot and stale. As I say. Alrox was barking at her. Why won't you do as I say? Of all the times for A2 to regain her hearing, this had to be the worst possible time. Any second now, Alrox would tell her to do something and she would be powerless to resist. A sustained roar of gunfire split the air like 1,000 thunderclaps in a row as a spray of silver flashes of light battered Alrox's armor, covering it in scorched and blackened pock marks. Alrox's fingers jerked and spasmed, his clenched fist flying open and his grip around A2's neck breaking. A2 fell flat on her back. One of the bullets flying through the air grazed her arm, stinging so mind-numbingly painfully that if not for the tiny scar it left in its wake, she'd have thought the bullet had burrowed clear through her chassis. A patch of skin around the little scar turned red and scabrous. A quadrupedal machine galloped across the courtyard, carrying 4s on its back. The wind whipped at his coat and the tails of his visor. His pod floated beside him, its hull split open to reveal the smoking machine gun turret within. The machine's optical sensors had shifted from red to a placid green. It bent its legs and lowered itself to the ground as 4s held out his hand to A2. You two get on, he shouted. Larage leaped to her feet and threw herself and A2 onto the mechanical mount's back. Yes, she cried out with joyous laughter as the machine took off, leaving Alrox in its dust as he struggled to his feet. Hearing Shaft mutter a hateful oath under his breath and expecting an attack, Popula raised her book to defend herself and launch a counter-attack, only for it to slip from her fingers like butter and fall to the ground spine up. Her head pounded and throbbed, the pulsing whir of her core ringing in her ears as she staggered backward, her feet slipping in her boots as something cold washed through her chassis. The shadow-wreathed clearing, illuminated only by the light from Shaft's crystal ball, swirled around her. Popola felt her breath grow short and clutched at her chest as a prickling sensation ran up her body from the tips of her toes to the tips of her ears. It was as though a forest of tiny needles were poking through her skin, needles that rustled in the cold air. There was a sharp pain at the base of her spine and another pressing against her sinuses, so strong she felt as though her spine were trying to rip itself out of her body and her head was about to explode. Shaft rose to his full height, a bitterly triumphant, hateful grin stretching across his face even as he struggled to hold in the contents of his stomach. Popola hadn't realized how tall he was. At least 2 meters, no, 3, 4. She felt the cold air brush against her shoulders, looked down, and saw her empty sleeves dangling far past the tips of her fingers. The exposed chassis of her forearm and hand fell apart and slipped through her sleeve, falling to the grass in a heap of metal. As her oversized clothes sloughed off her body and pooled around her feet, she fell to the ground on all fours, her feet slipping easily from her boots, and hit her head against something hard. It took her a second, once the stars had stopped dancing in front of her eyes, to realize it was the cover of her spell book. But why was it getting bigger, too? It was bigger than her. Her eyes watered and stung as though they'd been pricked with needles, as her vision cleared, every color she could see, washed out and sickly as they were from the cold light of Shaft's crystal ball floating overhead, suddenly turned strange. She couldn't explain how, but some hues were oddly desaturated, while others lit up oddly fluorescent. The red and purple of Shaft's robes seemed to glow. Her head aching, Popola reached up and gingerly rubbed her forehead, her forepaw gently brushing her fur. What? She wrinkled her nose, wriggled her whiskers, and let out a shocked squeak. Such an ignominious end for such a promising sorceress to be, Shaft boomed, looming over her, as tall as one of the crumbling skyscrapers towering over the city ruins. Even the slightest pained whisper hissing from his mouth stabbed at Popola's ears as though he were shouting. And it wasn't just that he was louder, booming, low-pitched rumbles and keening high-pitched screeches that had previously gone unheard weaved their way through his voice. But it is an end you have earned through your petty, low-minded blasphemy of the noblest of mystic arts. As Shaft crouched down, his gnarled, sickly pale hand looming above her like the hand of God, Popola scurried as best she could under the propped-up spine of the book for shelter, the tall blades of grass surrounding her tickling her whiskers. It was slow going, though, since the arm shaft had stripped of its flesh had crumbled away during her transformation, forcing her into an awkward three-legged gait. Just before she could hide herself, though she felt a sharp pinch at the tip of her tail and her stomach lurched as she was dragged away from the book and lifted high off the ground, the world spinning around her. She pawed desperately at the grass for purchase, and then futilely at thin air, as Shaft lifted her up higher and higher until the two of them were more or less at eye level and the grass lay at the bottom of a dizzying drop. Popola hung upside down, legs windmilling, head pounding, as every detail of Shaft's pale face filled her field of vision, every pore a crater, every wrinkle a fault line, every bump and mole a mountain. His yellowed eyes were tinged orange from broken blood vessels, his alabaster lips were cracked and chapped like salt flats. "Well? What spell will you cast now?" he asked, punctuating his question with a mocking laugh. His hot, stale, vomit-tasting breath buffeted her like a gust of wind and irritated her sensitive whiskers, not to mention her nose. Popola struggled to picture a spell in her mind's eye and recite an incantation, any incantation, but produced nothing but a dismayed squeak. "Of course, though," Shaft added with a knowing, sardonic little sideways grin, "how can you cast a spell, when you are unable to speak?" She struggled in vain against his grip, futilely pawing at the empty air as she dangled helplessly in front of him. The base of her tail ached from the strain Shaft's grip and the weight of her body was putting on it. Magic is an art which demands theatricality. One must be bombastic, grandiose, to do it justice. Shaft laughed. "This tiny form suits you, you odious little pest. It is as meek, quiet, and small as your imagination." Popola glanced at the amber crystal holding Devola prisoner. She was not even 5 meters away and yet she had never felt so far away from her. Of course, to a mouse not much more than 10 centimeters long from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail, 5 meters was so much greater of a distance. And, of course, trapped in Shaft's clutches, It might as well have been infinity. Now, he hissed at her, flecks of spit and blood and bile speckling her face, what is to be done with you? Shall I leave you here so that an owl may swoop down and swallow you whole for dinner? Shall I take you to my study and lock you in a cage so that you may amuse me while I study the dark arts? Shall I feed you to my cat and let him toy with you to his heart's content until he finally deigns to kill you? Shall I feed you to my snake and let him crush every bone in your body in his gullet as his stomach acids dissolve you alive? Of all the things Popola wished she could say, all that came out was a timid, mousy eep. Shaft reached out and pinched one of her hind legs between his finger and thumb. Oh, but whatever I decide to do with you, I can't have you running around to do as you please, can I? Before Popola could realize what he was about to do to her, he pressed down with a hard, sudden jolt of force and snapped her leg like a dry twig. The rush of pain that ensued, flooding from her leg through the rest of her tiny body and clouding her mind, was unlike anything she'd ever experienced. Unlike pain sensors, her nerves didn't shut down when they overloaded, they just screamed until they deafened the rest of her body. Shaft laughed. And what is to be done about your sister? He hissed, snake-like. His yellowed eyes roved across the clearing to the amber crystal encasing Devola in suspended animation and lit up. Perhaps we shall take our leave of this place and let her thaw out all by her lonesome. Popola could barely breathe. Her skin felt too small to fit all her innards, especially her lungs pressing against her ribs and her heart rattling in her chest. Every throb of her pulse, rapid as a hummingbird's, made her feel as though she were about to explode. Or shall I transform her into a mouse as well, and let the two of you become part of the food chain together? Shaft asked her. No, she cried out, her tiny voice as loud as she could make it. Shaft jolted as though he'd just received an electric shock and let go of her, letting her fall to the ground. What? He gasped, reeling backward like a lightweight who'd just taken a knockout punch. How did you talk? Popola fell into the grass. Despite the soft grass breaking her fall, the impact hurt much more than she'd expected. She was small enough that falling from not even 2 meters in the air was akin to tumbling off the roof of a building. Ignoring the smarting pain in her shoulder, she hobbled toward the book and wriggled her way underneath it. Jolts of pain shot through her broken leg from even the slightest movement. Propped up by its front and back cover into a sort of an A shape, the spellbook offered just enough space for her to eke out a temporary shelter. The frail, musty pages looming over her brushed against her back, their rough texture like sandpaper. Like static electricity leaping off the paper and catching on her fur, Popola felt a heady rush of electricity run through her body, momentarily dulling the pain in her hind leg from a screaming burn to a dull throb. She heard Shaft stomp around outside looking for her. Struggling to slow her racing pulse and calm herself, she huddled in the corner of the makeshift shelter so that one of its papery curtains draped itself over her and kept pouring its energy into her body. What did she have? Small body. No thumbs. One missing foreleg and one severely fractured hind leg. Whiskers. A tail. Hardly enough to take down a 10,000-year-old master of dark magic. But she still had her mind, and she still had her spellbook, and somehow, she still had her voice. If she could be clever, that could be enough. She curled up and laid a paw against her injured leg, feeling bone jutting out under a thin layer of skin and choking down a sharp cry of pain. Refectio, she whispered, letting ripples of faint aquamarine light wash over the affected area. The pain dulled even more, fading to an even weaker throbbing as the bones set themselves back into place and glued themselves back together. She wiggled her leg experimentally. It still hurt, the bones weren't fully healed yet. She needed to cast the spell again, for just a few seconds longer. Blood-stained, rank-smelling fingers curled under the book and ripped it away from her. Popola gasped as Shaft stared down at her with a cruel sneer on his face and lifted the book high above her. Doing some light reading, are we? He spat. He ripped a page from the book and crumpled it in his fist. Here. You may have this one. I shall keep the rest. The crumpled wad of paper fell to the ground. It didn't have any words on it, it had been torn from the back of the book, which Popola wasn't even close to reaching. She reached out for the page and placed a paw against its yellowed, brittle surface, digging her claws into it as a faint but extant current ran up her foreleg. With all the magic she could pull from the page, she cast another spell to summon a plant inside Shaft's stomach. That useless incantation again, Shaft grinned. What did you conjure this time? Deadly nightshade? Hemlock? Castor oil seeds? Ha! Useless. Useless, useless, useless. He kicked her, the toe of his boot slamming into her side like a wrecking ball and throwing her across the grass. Even the deadliest poison is nothing but an inconvenience to me. I have immunized myself against every single one, from arsenic to iocane powder. I know, Popola gasped, her head spinning from the pain as she lay sprawled out on the grass. That's why I planted kudzu vines. Shaft's brow furrowed. Kudzu? And what do you expect that to accomplish, you stupid little rodent? This. Popola curled up against the crumpled wad of paper, trying to absorb from it everything it had left. She raised her paw. Meliotempus. Useless, Shaft sneered, flipping through the book. Ah, here's a spell you should have learned a long time ago. Armafe. He choked and gagged on his words, a sickly pallor sweeping across his face and turning his alabaster skin a sickly ashen. His eyes bulged, a visible lump forming in his throat. He dropped the book to the ground and clutched his stomach with both hands, his fingers digging into his robes as though he was trying to reach inside himself. Popola gasped, pouring everything she had, everything this fragment of the book could give her, into the spell. It was like a drain had opened up in the back of her head and everything inside was pouring out. The first of the vines ripped themselves free of Shaft's lips, then more a waterfall of greenery, blossoming with leaves and purple flowers. Release my sister, she ordered him. Let her go. Now. And why should I? Shaft gurgled, gagging on the vines pouring like vomit from his mouth. Think you I fear death? I am its champion. Strangle me, choke me, rip me to shreds. The vines tore the corners of his mouth and cracked his lips, sending more rivulets of blood down his pale chin. His throat bulged and undulated. I live, I die, I live again. Like my Master Lord D. Dracula. I exist, eternally. His voice faded, overpowered by the slick slithering sounds of vines running through his trachea and his pained, quiet gagging. Popola gritted her teeth. Damn this man, he really wasn't afraid to die, no matter how painfully. She couldn't threaten him into undoing the spell that had ensnared Devola, no matter how much she tortured him. Please, she whispered. No, Shaft let out a weak laugh that quickly turned into a death rattle. No, I shan't. The spell will wear off on its own eventually. But how long will you last out here in the woods, pest, too weak to run, too hurt to hide? Why, you will make a fine meal, for a bird, or a fox, or a snake long before the crystal shatters, and your dear sister emerges from her tomb. Popola realized that his spite was a wall she would never break no matter how hard she pressed him or how much she begged, and with that realization, the words she'd been planning to speak fled from her mind like cockroaches scurrying from light into darkness. Then die, she snarled instead, pressing herself closer against the crumpled page as though it would channel more magic into her body, and remember this pain. You wanted a flashy, grandiose spell. Take this. Abracafuck you. Shaft let out a muffled, strangled scream as his belly bulged and burst open, freeing a mass of growing vines that spewed out, stained with blood and bile, like slick entrails. The wrinkled waddle of his throat inflated, toad-like, its wrinkles unfolding and smoothing themselves out, before bursting in a shower of blood, bone, and plant matter. The vines ripped his nose open and poured from his nasal cavity, spilled from his eardrums, poured out from his sleeves and the layers of his voluminous robes, and tore through his jaw, breaking apart the bone like the wall of a crumbling dam and forming a widening bloody gash from his mouth down to his sternum. Vines choked his exposed lungs and curled around his heart like boa constrictors smothering their prey. The swelling mess of greenery overtook his body at last, engulfing his still twitching limbs and ripping through his blood-soaked, ornate robes. Soon, there was nothing left but scraps. Exhausted, Popola let go of the page and collapsed. Every part of her ached, every part of her felt drained. She felt like too little lubricant spread over too much machinery. Looking upon Shaft's blood-stained remains, Popola felt guilty to feel such relief. He'd been human, after all. No. He had been a monster. The crystal ball overhead floated through the air and vanished into the trees, taking its sickly light with it and bathing the clearing in darkness once more. The amber pillar imprisoning Devola's frozen body, though, glowed with a dim and dusky light, Devola's form silhouetted within. Dev. Popola inched her way to the crystalline pillar, struggling against her own maimed and aching body. Every halting step she took seemed to bring her no closer to the pillar, as though Shaft in his dying act had cursed her by putting an infinite span of space between her and her sister. Or maybe she was just very small and very tired and very weak. The forest was alive with sounds. Rustling leaves, chirping insects, the occasional snap of a dead branch or dry twig. In the distance, in the direction of Pascal's village, faint and scattered shouts carried through the air. Every sound stinging Popola's ears had her on edge as she thought of the predators lurking in these woods, and here she was, so vulnerable, such easy prey. Eventually, everything began to go dark, and as the last of her strength drained from her body, Popola lay against the cold grass and gazed up at the crystal pillar looming over her, well out of reach. Thors rode the machine into the forest, keeping a brisk pace even through the tangled and twisted web of shadow-wreathed trees, expertly dashing through the tiniest gaps between trees and under fallen logs, leaping across glistening brooks. The scenery flashed only briefly through the light cast by his pod's floodlights. Atu watched the forest pass by with dazed disinterest as the machine's chassis shuddered underneath her, her black box still throbbing with adrenaline in her chest. Larage clapped him on the shoulder. "Young boy, how did you tame this obstinate beast?" "Huh? Oh, that's easy," Thors replied. "I just hacked it." "Nothing to it." "Nothing to it, he says," she marveled. "Boy, should you die and go to hell, I give you my promise as a great marquise that you shall not have red-hot pokers inserted in your various orifices." Thanks. The pokers will instead be ice-cold. It is quite refreshing." Thanks," Thors repeated. "You're welcome." The pod bobbed in the air, struggling just a little to keep up with the machine. It brushed a little too closely against Atu for comfort. She winced as its hull grazed her shoulder, and not just because both shoulders, along with one arm and her legs and back, felt like they would crumble into dust at the slightest provocation. Even though pods couldn't do anything on their own, they were stubborn as mules when it came to their thought patterns. It probably still wanted Thors to let it kill her. The pod dug its claws into Atu's collar. Statement: this support unit is struggling to maintain proper airspeed. This support unit requests Unit A2's assistance. Atu squinted at it, averting her eyes from the blinding glare of its floodlight. "Oh? What happened to wanting me dead?" "That's on hold for now," Thors told her. "You're hot or fugitive, we're all on the same side against the vampires, right?" "I guess," she muttered, grabbing onto the pod's arm. She shivered as the wind blew over her damp hair, sodden clothes, and soaked hair, and tightened her grip on the galloping machine. She'd give anything to have a thick, warm coat of fur right now. Moonrise couldn't come soon enough. If the last time she'd transformed had been any indication, turning into a wolf would probably take care of all the bullet holes riddling her body, too. Thors glanced over his shoulder at her, looking over Larage at her. "Hey, are you cold?" Atu rolled her eyes. "As if you could do anything about it." "I could hack into you and disable your temperature sensors. Then you wouldn't be cold." "Humph." Thors frowned. "Are you sure?" Atu looked down at the ground as it sped past and wondered if it was too late to jump off and let the forest do with her as it wanted. Curious, she began to loosen her grip, allowing herself to slip ever closer to falling off the machine altogether. Larage caught her as she slipped, grabbing her with an iron grip around her least injured arm. "Ah, be careful there. Should all rocks catch up with you, I won't be able to hunt you properly." "Shame," Atu retorted flatly. "Kill the lights, pod," Thors said. "I've stabilized my connection to the machine's optical sensors." The pod shut off its floodlight, allowing darkness to flood the forest yet again. Atu could discern some detail as the forest rushed past her, shadow against shadow, but not much, and it all went by too quickly for her to focus on anything. Except the pair of red lights in the distance. Red lights, just larger than pinpricks, too foggy and eerie to be the lights of machine optical sensors she was more accustomed to seeing in this place. Her ears perked up and flicked forward. Her tail lashed angrily as an irritable, anxious chill ran up her spine and squeezed her aching muscles. Something was crashing through the underbrush toward her. She sniffed the air. Past the sweet, smoky perfume Larage wore, past the odor of grease and engine oil that clung to the mechanical steed, past the scents of the forest was. Larage's nostrils flared and her lips peeled back as she bared her teeth. Without a word, she whipped her revolver out from the holster on her hip and fired 3 shots into the woods. Leaves rustled and branches snapped in the distance as zigzagging strands of light traced the bullets' paths through the woods. "Did you get it?" Thors asked. A strained, pinched yelp echoed through the forest. "1 hit." Larage sniffed the air. "All the better to track it." She was frowning, though. There was little enthusiasm or thrill writ on her face, a far cry from her attitude back at the castle. It seemed she wasn't quite so confident when she was in unfamiliar territory and couldn't chart out her shots as easily. If A2 had chosen this forest as their arena, she could have kicked Larage's ass in a matter of minutes. "Boy," she said, tapping Thors on the shoulder urgently, "you may wish to hack A2 and deactivate her ear sensors." Huh. Thors' mouth curled with bemusement. "Why?" The underbrush exploded. A2 felt foggy tendrils wrap anew around her head. "Just do it, Thor," she barked. 2 monsters burst from the forest onto the winding path and galloped behind the mechanical steed. One was an enormous, shaggy wolfish creature, its furry head and long snout like a dart, its shoulder and chest broad, its legs lean and muscular. It stood nearly 2 meters tall, its head bobbing up and down as its long legs pushed it forward and the wind whipped through its long, thick coat of fur. The other monster was the man riding the beast Alrox. A2's eyes met the giant wolf's. There was no sign of intelligence there, or even consciousness. As different as the light in them was, they were like machine eyes in that respect. This creature had no thoughts or feelings of its own. Was that what Alrox wanted to use her for? Was that what he wanted her to become? A2. Alrox howled, the sound of his voice wrapping around the sound of his mount's wails. "I order you to." There was a pop in both her ears and the whole world went silent. A2 clung tighter to the machine as it weaved through the woods, struggling to shake off Alrox and his mount. She growled impotently at him. That stupid brand he'd burned into her skin, she couldn't even think about fighting back. How dare he make her so useless? Someday, she'd pay him back with int. Damn it. Even that got smothered. Larage braced her arm against A2's shoulder, lined up a shot, and fired. The muzzle flash was searing against A2's eyes, the kickback from the rifle vibrated through her shoulder. A mist of blood erupted from the wolf's shoulder, forcing it to falter and lose ground. Another 2 shots pinged off the sharp angles of Alrox's armor, bounced off the trees with showers of pulverized bark, and struck the wolf's hind legs, snapping its tendons. The wolf's hind legs splayed out, the beast skidded across the ground, caught its front paws on an exposed root, and flipped over. As the wolf and its rider crumpled to a heap and fell out of sight, Larage reached into a satchel at her side and pulled out a handful of bullets, slamming them into her revolver's chamber and flicking it shut. Thors kept driving the machine through the forest, navigating through the dark, vine-choked underbrush, forcing the machine through tighter and narrower gaps between trees and rocks. A flash of blue fire flickered behind the shadow-wreathed silhouettes of trees flying by. Alrox's mount, restored, crested the top of a steep slope to their side and started to flank them. Larage fired another 6 shots at Alrox, but he conjured a ring of fiery skulls in the air to absorb each bullet before it could either strike him or his mount or ricochet through the forest. In return, he lobbed a ball of fire at the galloping machine and its passenger. Thors jerked the reins and forced the machine to veer away, clutching at the machine's hull with a white-knuckle grip to keep from being thrown off. The machine scrabbled across loose stones and scraped against a jagged stone column protruding at a skewed angle from the ground, sending up a flurry of sparks as metal kissed stone and ground against it. The machine struggled to throw off its pursuer, but Alrox was dogged. Orbs of cobalt flame soared overhead, exploding in flashes of light against rocks and trees. Wooden and stone debris fell from the air like tiny hailstones. While Larage continued to reload her handgun, her hands were shaking, A2 noticed, and a growing trickle of blood was running from her back down onto the machine's hull. A2 grabbed her rifle, slicing in half the strap with her claw. She slipped her finger through the trigger guard, squeezed her legs against the machine's sides for purchase, pressed the stock of the rifle against her shoulder, and aimed at Olrox. To hell with the damn brand. She was tired of being useless against this pompous prick. She'd get him even if it killed her. Her hands shook as she trained the rifle on him, struggling to line up the sight with the spiderweb of cracks on his helmet. The tremors were so bad that she felt as though the gun would slip from her hands and fall to the ground. Larage finished reloading and took aim, firing off 3 shots and barely managing to deflect another salvo of fireballs, igniting them in midair long before they came near their targets. Blossoms of fire cast the forest in fleeting, luminous blue glows. A 4th fireball, though, slipped through her defenses and hit her squarely in the chest, knocking her off the galloping machine. She grabbed onto the machine's tail as it passed her by, the tail split in half, its segments linked by a lengthening cable, and dragged her along behind the machine. A2 struggled to line up her shot. She had no experience with this shit, guns weren't part of her programming. Even if she could aim, though, her trigger finger was frozen. Try as she might, she couldn't move it. She couldn't squeeze the trigger. She might as well have not picked up the rifle at all. Olrox came closer, his mount's furry shoulder brushing against the side of the machine. He leaned over and swiped at A2 with his gauntleted claws. A2 held the rifle over her chest and blocked the strike with the blade that ran across the rifle's barrel. Force shouted something to his pod, it opened up and fired a silent burst of machine gun fire at Olrox. Bullets studded his mount's side, its fur burst into flames and its flesh liquefied where the bullets sank in, forcing the wolf to stumble in its stride and let loose what would have been, had A2's ears been working, a bone-chilling howl of anguish. Watching its jaws gape open in a grotesque scream of pain, A2 felt a pang of pity for the beast. As the beast's exposed bones ripped free of bubbling muscle and it collapsed, Olrox leaped off his mount and onto the quadrupedal machine, his spiked boots digging into its hull. The machine pitched and yawed, but Olrox kept his balance, his arms spread wide, his stance firm and solid. With a flame-wreathed hand, he swatted 4SS pod out of the air, sending it flying into a tree. Bullets spiraled from its gun in wild arcs as it spun through the air, puncturing the machine's hull and ripping through its circuits and servos. The machine began to falter, staggering and stumbling as its legs began to give out. Olrox grabbed Force by the scruff of his neck. 4. She had to protect 4. As the machine's legs gave out and it skidded across the ground, its hull jolting against each protruding rock and stone, all 3 of its passengers were thrown clear of it. A2 tumbled and rolled across the ground, sharp rocks ripping through her clothes, denting her armor, and gouging her flesh. Olrox landed on his feet, his hand still curled around 4SS neck as he dangled limply from his grip. A2 pulled herself to her feet. She couldn't let another 4 get hurt. Something inside her, something primal, something deep in the corner of her mind, something so nebulous she couldn't tell if it was android programming or wolf instinct, screamed at her louder than the pulsing throb of the brand on her shoulder. Olrox, she screamed as sound flooded the world. Olrox turned to face her, his grip tightening around 4SS neck, his talons slicing through the collar of the sweater he wore under his coat and cutting into the flesh underneath, bloodstains blossoming on the thick fabric. A2, he hissed, a chuckle bubbling up from his throat, what do you think you're doing? Warning lights flashed across her vision and klaxons blared in her ears as every system in her battered and broken body kicked into overdrive. In that instant, she felt light, airy, free. A flurry of blows rattled Olrox's frame, cratering his sleek violet armor, crumpling spikes and spines like tinfoil, smashing the bolts and rivets that kept one armor plate joined to its neighbor. Deformed pieces of armor went flying under the barrage, iron fists began to fall on soft flesh, breaking apart the tough striations of muscle and ligaments and fracturing bones. Violet smoke billowed from the gaps in Olrox's armor, then from the widening fractures in his helmet. And then, with one last punch, the glass shattered completely, smoke blossoming where Olrox's head would be as the vampire lord went flying. The gnarled trunk of a tree broke his fall, or rather, the branch protruding from it, which jutted from the center of his chest like an executioner unit's sword, slicked with dark blood. A2 felt the brand on her shoulder turn white-hot as the scarlet aura clinging to her body dissipated. It was as though it were melting a hole straight through her chassis. She let out a gurgling howl of agony as her legs gave out beneath her and she fell to her knees. Foam poured from her mouth, choking her, her black box whirred so loudly it was all but screaming. With a savage swipe of his hand, Olrox snapped the branch impaling him and wrenched himself free, falling to the ground. Smoke still hit his face and seeped from the gaps in his battered and ruined armor. He might have been glaring at A2, though it was, as always, impossible to tell. With a frustrated snarl escaping his hidden lips, he angrily snapped his fingers and vanished in a blossom of fire. The last thing Devola remembered was Shaft sneering some incantation at her and a rush of freezing cold running up her body from bottom to top, pouring up her legs and torso and into her head so quickly that she hadn't even had time to scream before a wall of amber had sprung up around her and everything had stopped. And suddenly, it started again. It was as though no time had passed at all. But as Devola's long-delayed shocked and frightened shout rang out through the clearing, she saw that things had changed since she'd been frozen. The Dark Priest Shaft was gone without a trace, and there wasn't any sign of Popola anywhere either. Devola strained her eyes against the darkness as she slowly stalked the clearing, bits of amber as fragile as sugar crystals crunching under her boots. Sis. She looked around, shivering from the cold air and her own icy feeling of dread as she struggled to discern the shapes of her surroundings in the darkness. Popola? Are you here? Her boot trod on something soft. She crouched down to feel it and found a familiar set of clothes and an empty pair of boots. Next to the mound of fabric sat an old and weathered book she recognized all too easily from touch alone in a pile of metal scraps. Popola, she called out, her chassis hollowing itself out and filling itself with a vast, worried ache. What had caused her to vanish and not her clothes and belongings? Had that creepy old man spirited her away? What would he do to her? Dev. The voice was quiet, high-pitched, and scratchy, but something about it sounded familiar. Devola panned through the grass blindly with her hands outstretched, trying to follow the voice to its origin. Who's there? Dev, it's me. Popola? Where are you? Down here, in the grass. Devola pulled out her sister's bag and rifled through it until she found a flashlight. She fumbled with its power switch, shot a beam of light into the woods, and swept the beam across the grass, throwing long and spiny shadows across the clearing, until she caught sight of. Well, it certainly wasn't her sister. Though it was just about as odd of a sight as she was. Devola had to admit that she'd never seen a mouse with fur that was such a vibrant shade of vermilion. Then it spoke to her. Hi, Dev, it said, lifting a trembling forepaw. Devola stared at it, dumbfounded, as every circuit in her head misfired. I can explain, it added sheepishly. She blinked. Yes, this thing was her sister, all right. Sis, she asked, though, just to make sure. The mouse limped through the grass toward her with one hind leg flopping behind it. It was less that it was limping, actually, Devola noticed, and more that it was dragging itself across the grass. It was missing one of its forelegs in addition to its injured hind leg. Yeah, it's me. Oh, God, that was her sister. Devola didn't wait for Popola to finish before dropping the flashlight, rushing over to her, and scooping her up in her palm. Popola. Popola, what did you do? What did you do? Popola curled up, favoring her injured leg. Her fur was soft and warm in Devola's hand, her whiskers and the tip of her tail tickled her skin. For once, it wasn't me. It was Shaft. Don't worry, he's dead now. Oh. Oh, good. Devola looked around the clearing again and spied a tangled mass of vines that hadn't been there before. A few tattered strips of cloth hung from the knotted coils as blood trickled from the verdant clot, giving her a very disturbingly clear picture of what had happened to Shaft. Oh. Are you okay, Dev? Devola closed her eyes and hissed through gritted teeth. How dare Popola ask if she was okay? Devola wasn't down 2 limbs. Popola had gone through whatever the hell she had gone through, and here she was, asking her sister if she was okay, as if Devola had been the one who'd suffered. Yeah, I'm fine, she said, choking down a lump in her throat. She reached out with one finger and ran it through Popola's fur, tracing her spine down from her neck to the base of her tail and feeling her shiver under her touch. And you? Are you okay? I'm fine. Your leg. Devola gingerly prodded the oozing stump of Popola's severed foreleg. Oh, that. Shaft turned the flesh on my arm to worms, Popola said, surprisingly matter-of-factly, and the exposed chassis just sort of fell off when he turned the rest of me into a mouse. Okay. And your other leg? Devola set her fingertip as lightly and gently as she could against Poppola's splayed-out hind leg, and sharply recoiled as her sister let out a pained squeak. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, it's okay, Poppola gasped, her chest rising and falling with each tiny breath. I healed it, mostly, but not all the way, so. Devola brought her hand close to her chest and gently cupped her other hand over Poppola's body, enclosing her in a loose, yet firm embrace. She felt Poppola's whiskers tickle the tip of her thumb and felt hot tears spill down her cheeks. This was her sister, this small, weary, suffering little creature. Oh, sis, you poor thing, oh, sis, her voice caught in her throat and stuck to the back of her mouth like honey. It's okay, Poppola insisted, her tiny, mousy squeak of a voice muffled by Devola's clasped hands. I'm just glad you're free, Dev. That's all that matters. Did it hurt? Devola shook her head. No, I didn't feel anything. It was like I was asleep. Good. I was so worried. So, you're not stuck like this, are you? Poppola was silent for a while. I hope not, she admitted. All right, well, Devola packed away as much of Poppola's things as she could, including her spell book. She neatly uncrumpled the torn-out page and slotted it back in before slipping the book into her bag. Let's get back to Alucard. If anyone can fix this, he can. Alucard knew how to turn into a bat, after all, and weren't bats just mice with wings? Besides, he was the only one of the good guys around here who knew a damn thing about magic. As much as she didn't like the idea of going to him about this, Devola had to admit that she had no other options. Devola carried Poppola through the forest, her hand curled around her in a firm, yet gentle grip, until Poppola asked her to let her down. What's wrong? She asked, kneeling down and gently depositing her on the grass. Nothing, Poppola said, sniffing the grass idly, her whiskers twitching. Can you give me the book? Sure. Against her better judgment, Devola unpacked the book and set it down. Poppola crawled on top of the book, placed a paw against her broken hind leg, and muttered an incantation. A faint, rippling aura of greenish-blue light bathed the wounded limb for a few seconds. She turned her attention to her missing forelimb next and cast the same spell. It took longer, but after what felt like a few minutes, she was healed. There. Good as new. Thanks. Ready to go? Poppola nodded. Devola scooped her up in her hand and slipped the spellbook back into her bag. For all the trouble it had caused, she supposed that battered old grimoire had its uses after all. She let out a surprised yelp as Poppola scurried up her sleeve, her tiny claws pricking her skin, and popped out of her collar, half buried in the tangle of her wavy hair. Sis. Devola gingerly rubbed her arm. Warn me before you do that next time, okay? Okay. Poppola wearily nuzzled the side of her neck. Now we can go. Devola rolled her eyes and set off, slinging her bag over her shoulder. You know, this reminds me of an old story, she told Poppola, that I used to tell to replicant kids when they were sick. You remember it, right? It was about these witches who hated children. And the witches were horribly ugly and completely vile and wanted to get rid of all the children in the world. So the witches invented a potion that turned kids into mice, but one of the children they transformed teamed up with his grandmother, who was a witch hunter, to stop the witches. She thought for a moment. I think it was called, The Children Who Got Turned into Mice, she concluded. Poppola squeaked irritably. The two of them continued their slow, ambling journey back to the village through the twisting path running through the forest. It was longer than Devola had expected, and nothing looked familiar, although when that android had been dragging her through the woods, she hadn't exactly been focused on the scenery. A part of her wondered if she was lost. You know, I really do hate magic, she confessed to Poppola. I really do. Granted, that wasn't much of a confession. She'd made it clear plenty of times how much she hated all this mystical nonsense that kept tossing her and her sister headlong into danger. How much she hated that dem book Poppola was obsessed with, that dem Alucard and his dem magic powers and all the demons and monsters and enchanted weapons that were springing up all over the place in his wake. Magic had filled this land with evil. Magic had put Popola in a coma for 4 days. Magic had forced the two of them to flee from the only safe place they had left. Magic had just turned Popola into a mouse, which was without a doubt the strangest thought Devola had ever had to force herself to think. But, if it wasn't for that spell book, she added, I'd be dead. Or worse. She scratched Popola gently behind the ears and listened to her hum contentedly. What I mean is, I guess I owe your stupid book my life. I guess well. She grabbed Popola by the scruff of her neck, set her back into her hand, and gave her a kiss on her furry forehead. Maybe it's not so bad, you studying that stuff, she said. Just be careful, okay? Try not to get into any more wizard duels from now on. Popola looked up at her with beady little eyes that were just the right shade of pale seafoam green to be hers. Sure, she said. Although if you get trapped in another giant crystal, I can't say I'll be able to keep that promise. Devola giggled. Good enough, she said, ruffling her fur and returning her to her perch on her shoulder. Good enough. Chapter 19, Stygian Ensemble, Part 3. Anemone had never found Laurel to be all that intimidating, as much as he tried to be sometimes. He was all bluster, all nerves, frequently high-strung and never quite able to hide it as well as he'd like to. His ambitions frequently exceeded his talents, though only by a hair, and he never aimed quite so high to begin with. He was a man who sought mediocrity and clung to it, defending it ferociously from any external threat. She'd been shocked when he'd pulled a gun on her yesterday, but that hadn't really been his doing so much as that of his superior officers. He'd been a threat because of the authority behind his actions and because of the dozen soldiers flanking him, not by any inherent quality of his demeanor, and it had been that authority, not him, that had driven a spike of ice into her heart the moment he'd read her the order for her arrest. Laurel himself couldn't scare a single person. He could shout, he could scream, he could speak to you in a curt, icy growl that suggested he was restraining an incredible and fearsome anger, but it usually just made him look buffoonish. He wore a commanding aura as though he were wearing a uniform 1 or 2 sizes too big for him and desperately trying to pretend he wasn't. The Laurel who stood before Anemone now, the Laurel whose skin was an icy, ashen pale with a roughly stapled-on ring of raw, livid flesh surrounding one of his wide, manic, sparkling ruby-red eyes, was not that man. Never mind that it was 2 sizes too big, the suit he wore was tailored to him perfectly. Anemone couldn't move. Her boots felt like solid lead weights encasing her feet. The cloak draped over her shoulders felt, too, like lead, and pushed down her shoulders. The mostly healed wounds spiraling around her legs and torso throbbed freshly, wetly, under swaths of gauze, and she could imagine the blood leaching out from them and soaking into the bandages as though it was being magnetically drawn out from her body. Her mouth was dry, her eyelids heavy, her spine aching. Her core burned in her chest, struggling to keep blood through her systems, her lungs strained against her chest, knife-like stabs wrenching themselves into her chassis with every pained breath. Laurel, Jackass said, her single visible eye under her red cowl glassy, her lip trembling, Commander Laurel, if this is a joke. A joke. Laurel lifted one eyebrow, the wrinkling and deformation of his brow tugging on the staples holding his face together. Do you know me to be the kind of person who jokes, Officer Clover? You're a vampire, Anemone mumbled dumbly. Laurel's gaze transfixed her, rooting her to the spot. She wanted to run, and yet she'd never encountered a real vampire before, only known of Yorha's recent efforts to exterminate them. She only knew about their powers from what Alucard had told her. She knew of their mesmerizing, petrifying stare, their thirst for blood, their wholesale abandonment of everything that had had meaning to them in favor of their new masters. It was still like nothing she'd expected. 2B's grip tightened on the android's cold shoulder as she pinned him down, the wooden slats of the bridge buckling under the pressure of the weight of their bodies, the leather of her glove creaking as her fingertips curled into the fabric of his white robe and dug into his frigid skin. Occluded rays of lamplight danced in his eyes as the brown irises circling his pupils wavered and faded into glittering, glistening crimson rings, and the last traces of warmth bled from his skin and turned his cheeks a sickly, moon-like ashen, and his lips a pale purple blue. A pair of ivory fangs sprouted from his mouth, poking out over his lower lips as cracked, glistening flesh split apart and his mouth opened in a wicked smile. A puff of white ice crystals rose from his mouth. WWWRRRRRYYYY, he hissed, bloodlust glittering merrily in his wild, mad eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, 2B buried the virtuous contract up to its hilt in his chest, right underneath the sternum where his fuel cells would be. Not that it made a difference where she stabbed him as long as the sword pinned him to the surface of the bridge and left him powerless to do anything but writhe helplessly. 2B pulled herself up, her hand slipping from her sword's hilt as the vampire killer materialized in its place. The vampire grabbed her by the leg, his fingernails puncturing her boot and digging into her flesh, as she raised her whip overhead and brought it crashing down. "Pod," she shouted. "Fire!" For an instant, the vampire's eyes widened, the glittering mania filling them, turning briefly into fear, as the whip lashed across his abdomen and cut clean through it with a deafening, booming snap. Pod 042 did the rest, unloading a spray of silver bullets into the vampire's bifurcated body. Blood and sparks sprayed into the air as the severed halves of his body ignited, flames licking hungrily at exposed and mangled machinery and circuits as his body crumbled to dust from the middle outward. With the seconds he had to spare, he thrashed his limbs while they were still attached to him in any meaningful sense, his eyes rolling and red froth pouring from his mouth as he let out a keening, gurgling scream. His legs kicked at 2B and flew into the air as his waist crumbled to ash, flying apart like scattering leaves as they sailed through the air. His head crumpled in on itself as the decay wicked up his neck and reduced his skull to dust, jagged edges of crumpling circuitry stabbing through limp flesh before bursting into flames. The last few motes of ash that had been his body trickled through the gaps in the bridge's wooden slats as stray sparks and wisps of flame hung in the air and whittled away to nothing. "Target eliminated," Pod 042 announced. Its impassive, ringing monotone sounded almost smug. "Vampires." 2B clenched her jaw and gritted her teeth. Alucard had been wrong, damn him, the first wave was vampires. She glanced over the bridge's bent and splintered railing, peering into the darkness beyond the village. The other man was long gone, and the twins with him. She had half a mind to leap down there and run after them, but she knew the danger here was far greater. Popola and Devola would have to fend for themselves if he, too, had been a vampire in disguise. 2B ran instead deeper into the village, pushing through throngs of machines and androids overseeing the evacuation. If that one vampire had managed to bite just one or two other androids or machines before she had slain him, there could already be a dozen of them hiding amid the chaos. "Pod," she said, "from here on I'm directing you to act unilaterally. If you see a vampire, you shoot it. Don't wait for my command." "Affirmative." All of the androids here save for Laurel's men were from Anemone's camp, so there were no shortage of familiar faces. 2B gravitated toward the first one she saw. The camp's chief technician Oleander, who carried a high rank and had overseen nearly a dozen upgrades to 2B's systems, stuck out from the others like a beacon, her neon pink quiff as bright as torchlight. "Oleander. Where are Anemone and Pascal?" 2B asked as she closed the gap between herself and the technician. "We have to speed up the evacuation. There are vampires." Oleander knitted her eyebrows, her brow furrowing. "Vampires," she parroted, confused. "Yes, vampires. Didn't Anemone tell you?" 2B asked, her voice curt. Her temper was short enough as it is. "Of course." Oleander cast a furtive glance across the village. "But here? Are you sure? I just killed one." "Oh." 2B's grip on the vampire killer tightened. This wasn't the time for idle chatter. "Anemone and Pascal. Where are they?" "You didn't get bitten, did you?" Oleander asked, squinting suspiciously at her. "Of course not," she hissed, grabbing her by the wrist to push her aside if need be. "Cold." Oleander's green eyes flashed red, her face turning white as bleached bone, her hand latching onto 2B's wrist with all the strength of an industrial vice, wrenching aside her arm. "More for me, then." 2B let go of Oleander and grabbed her by the chin, her fingers clamping down on her jaw and holding her at arm's length as the vampire opened her mouth and bared her fangs, strings of drool snapping between her glistening teeth. She strained her arm, the servos in her joints whining in protest against Oleander's strong grip. With this arm immobilized, the vampire killer clenched in her hand may as well have been on the other end of the village. Her, too? Were all the androids here vampires? Pod 042 spat a volley of silver bullets across 2B's shoulder at Oleander, the spray of white-hot silver shredded the fabric of her blouse and singed her hair. There was a black flicker and Oleander disappeared. 2B felt her arm wrench behind her back so quickly that she felt the joint nearly tear apart as the vampire reappeared behind her. Pod 042 whirled around to get a bead on her as 2B lashed out and drove her heel into her stomach, throwing her back. As Oleander fell back, refusing to relinquish her cold death grip on 2B's wrist, 2B heard and felt the joints in her shoulder and elbow both squeal as they came close to ripping themselves apart. Gritting her teeth, she dismissed the vampire killer and summoned it in her now free hand, swinging it through the air. The whip's length traced a crescent in the air and sliced Oleander into several neat pieces, all peppered by Pod 042's bullets as they fell to the ground and crumbled to ash. Observation: the vampires have apparently learned to suppress vampiric traits, the pod announced, and pass as living androids for brief periods of time. This includes broadcasting false vital signs and IFF codes, as well as temporarily changing their appearance. Transferring this information to the pod network. Great. 2B ground her teeth against each other as she snapped the joints in her arm back into place. Pod, where's 9S? 2B. 2B. His voice was unmistakable. 2B looked up and saw him bounding toward her, sword in hand, the hem of his coat and the tails of his visor flapping in the air, barreling through crowds of panicked machines. 9S, she called out in return, grateful that he was okay. Pod 042 babbled something in her ear, probably in answer to her question, but 2B ignored it. It didn't matter anymore. 9S, are you okay? She breathed, rushing to him. 9's caught his breath. Yeah, I'm fine. Pod 042 opened fire on him. Without thinking, 2B dived over 9's, pinning him down and shielding him from the gunfire. A few of the bullets sank into her flesh, burning their way into her chassis, but the silver bullets designed to destroy vampires did little to her a normal bullet wouldn't do. Gritting her teeth against the pain, she leaped off the bridge, her and 9's bodies tearing through the wooden railing, and fell to the ground. Pod. Stop. 2B shouted out as Pod 042 pursued the two of them, still spraying bullets. It's 9S. There must be a virus infecting its system. 9's hissed. He held out his hand. Ugh, can't get a beat on it, it's too fast. 2B lashed out with the vampire killer, her only ranged weapon. Its tip flicked against the side of Pod 042's silvery hull with a booming crack, the force of the blow sending the pod spiraling into the bridge's wooden support columns. Scaffolding shattered as the pod fell to the ground, disabled at least, for the moment. Relieved, 2B bounded over a massive root curling out of the ground and ducked behind it, laying 9's down on the soft grass. Any damage? She asked, giving him a cursory glance and seeing no bullet wounds, but just wanting to make sure. 9's prodded his side. Well, you could have hugged me a little less hard. I didn't hug you, 2B insisted. Still, she felt mortified that she'd gripped him tightly enough to make him feel sore, not just because she'd hurt him, but because she'd almost gone too far and done something too affectionate for him. It's fine, it's fine. A broad smile crossed his soft face as he pulled himself up to his knees and then, with 2B's help, to his feet. Boy, I sure am lucky to have a friend like you, aren't I, 2B? 2B furrowed her brow. 2B. 9's shrugged, still smiling. Don't ever call me that again, 2B snapped. What a horrid nickname. She'd prefer being called ma'am to being called 2B. It sounded too much like 6E's ugly little nickname for her, enough to make her skin crawl just hearing it. Start calling me 9's and I'll stop. 2B. 9S, 2B shook her head. What had gotten into him? This isn't the time. There are vampires here and they know how to camouflage themselves. We need to find Anemone and Pascal and make sure they're SA. 9's threw his arms around her and grabbed her in a viciously tight embrace, his forearms crossing over her back and his hands locking themselves on her sides. Oh, 2B, I can't hold it back anymore. I love you. I love you so much. 9S, what's 2B tried to pry him off of her or wriggle free of his grip, but for a scanner, he had a surprisingly tight grasp on her. What's gotten into you? This isn't the time. When is the time, 2B? He sobbed into her chest, his voice muffled. I've bottled it up too long. I love you, I adore you, I'd do anything for you. Stricken with something that almost felt like panic, 2B finally pushed him off and separated herself from him. She could feel all of her systems overheating, her cheeks were so hot and so flushed that she could imagine steam rising off them. 9S, calm down, she stammered, struggling to regain her composure. Her hand flew to her chest as though to guard her breasts against another one of 9S's amorous advances. There was something so unsettling about how he was parroting every single thing she wished she could say to him, mimicking everything she wished she could do to him. We need level heads. Oh, but Tui, Nines grabbed her by the shoulders, his grip more forceful than she'd ever thought him capable of. Please. You love me. You want me, I know it. Admit it. You want to be with me forever, don't you? 2B shoved him back. 9S, what the hell is wrong with you, she spat, equal parts shame and frustration burning inside her. Take off your visor. Nines drew back, his lip curling in reproach. What? Take off your visor. I want to see your eyes. 2B forced down the tremor trying to creep into her voice. Though she hated to entertain the idea, a logic virus could account for his bizarre behavior, and it would be evident in his eyes if he were infected. Tui, don't you trust me? Nines placed his hands over his chest. It's me, your best friend, Ninesi. 2B felt all of her systems turn as cold as ice. She lifted her hand and conjured the virtuous contract, feeling for all the world like a puppet being guided by strings. 2B, what are you doing? Where's Alucard? She asked. Nines furrowed his brow. Alucard. Who are you? 2B shot back, leveling the white blade at him. There was an almost imperceptible tremor in her hand, but she held the sword firmly, channeling her rising fury through the blade. The real Nines wouldn't look like he had no idea who she was talking about. And what, she spat, have you done with 9S? Nines stood up straight, cocked his head playfully, and giggled. Well. I'd have liked to keep this going, but... Off in the distance, on the other side of the village, 9S's familiar voice rang out, faint but unmistakable. Screams began to echo, too, through the village. Electronic screams, the screams of machines. 2B's blood ran cold. The false Nines grew taller, his shadow darkening, his skin turning as white as snow and lips as red as cherries, a tinge of pale violet seeping into his silver hair as a waterfall of glistening ringlets spilled over his back and shoulders. Oh, mistress, he called out in a sing-song falsetto, flinging out his arms. 2B found herself frozen, unable to do anything but look on in horror and disgust. Nines no longer stood before her. Even his clothes had changed now, morphing into an elegant black and white dress, something like Yoarha battle dress, if one were to take 2B's uniform, add half a dozen layers to it, and gild it with an obscene amount of ruffles and lace which clung to a body that was beyond the shadow of a doubt far too curvaceous to belong to him. And the long, curly whitish lavender hair tied up in two neat pigtails and the ringlets framing a deceptively cherubic face were most certainly not his. 2B barely had time to process the sight of 9S's ghoulish transformation into 6E before she felt an ice-cold hand clamp around the back of her neck, the shock momentarily driving all thought from her mind as her sword slipped from her slackening grip and her feet lifted off the ground. An icy current ran through her chassis, her blood turning bitter cold, sensation draining from her fingers and toes as her arms fell limply to her sides. So, this is the little girl, a woman's voice rang in her ears, low and slow and oozing with contempt and mockery, who fancies herself a vampire slayer. I am a vampire, Laurel affirmed, grinning as he closed the gap between himself and his prey with confident strides. Very astute of you, Anemone. To be honest, I'd started expecting less of you when I'd learned that you'd decided to commit treason. Treason? Jackass repeated. Her grip on Anemone's arm tightened. Anemone wondered if she was shaking off the effects of Laurel's mesmerizing glare already and resolved to try harder at breaking the invisible bonds that had settled over her own body. Then what do you call this? I don't recall the army of humanity having a Mistress Carmilla in their ranks. Ah. Yes, well, the old Laurel was loyal to the Ancien regime, of course, Laurel said, the archaic words effortlessly gliding off his tongue, but I prefer to think of myself as a new man. A new man, fresh off the assembly line, with new loyalties all his own. He sidestepped Anemone and Jackass, circling around their backs to kneel at the edge of the pool of blood surrounding a 4S puppet corpse behind them. So, this mangled hunk of machinery is what you threw everything away for, is it? Anemone couldn't turn around or even look over her shoulder. A part of her didn't want to. What grotesque, grisly things would he do to that body to sate his hunger and thirst? What are you gonna do to us, then? Jackass asked, raising her voice so it wouldn't shake as much. Though she was clearly trying to sound loud so she wouldn't sound scared, what she accomplished was sounding both loud and scared. Bite us? Gimme your best shot. See how far it gets you. Bite you? Good heavens, no, Clover. Why on earth would I want to add you to my thralls? You've troubled me enough as it is. She bristled. What, so I'm not good enough to be a vampire? Anemone scanned the room for any ways out. This building was one of about 3 or 4 repair facilities located in the village. There wasn't much to it, there wasn't much to any of the buildings in the village, very few machines had any sort of architectural prowess. It had 4 walls and a roof, all made of thick planks of wood nailed solidly together. There weren't any windows. Just a door to a small chamber in the back, which itself had no other exits, and a door to the outside. There were benches with tools that could be used for self-defense, or maybe to break through the door Laurel had locked on his way in. Well then, Anemone, we're not so different, you and I, Laurel went on, ignoring Jackass. You saw this, NGH, woman, and were so bewitched that you abandoned your loyalty to the resistance. I didn't abandon my loyalty, Anemone insisted. She dared to sneak a glance over her shoulder and saw him crouched at the edge of the puddle, his hands cupped and filled with blood, and felt her insides twist into knots. Whatever she'd been planning on saying to him, she forgot it. Is that so, unlike me? He asked. Is that so different from the zealous love we, excuse me, the zealous love we vampires breed in our thralls' hearts? He paused every now and then. From the quiet, wet slurping noises that filled those gaps in his speech, Anemone could imagine that he was lapping up blood from the floor as it soaked into the wood like a dog drinking water. It would be comical if he wasn't an immortal monster. Jackass' hand slipped from Anemone's arm to her waist. Anemone turned her head to look at her. She wasn't completely unfrozen, but without eye contact from Laurel, the pressure holding her in place had lessened considerably. He probably didn't even notice that his mesmerizing glare wasn't so useful when it wasn't fixated squarely on his prey. Can you move? She hissed, all but mouthing the words, her voice so low that Anemone could barely hear it over the slurping sound of Laurel's feeding. Anemone nodded. On 3, Jackass said, looking ahead and nodding at the door. Anemone tried to shrug off the rest of the invisible chains binding her. She didn't know if she could run. Her body still felt numb and sluggish, as though she'd come online while half of her systems were still booting up. The old Laurel would be so disappointed, Laurel continued, oblivious. Yes, very disappointed in you, Anemone. You had your head on straight. I respected that. Yes, I really did. When I found out you had done this, I was just about heartbroken. Terrified, too. I'd staked my life on your reputation. Only to find out what you and this beast of an android really were. Anemone, too, had been heartbroken. She'd thrown away her home, her family, just as A2 had warned her she would. She'd disappointed herself, too. The old Anemone wouldn't have done that. The old her, the one who clung to normalcy, who did things by the book, who was fair yet unyielding. Every part of her that had been hidebound had just melted on the day that Alucard had dragged A2 back into her life. Was she, in a way, A2's thrall, as bound to her as Laurel was to his mistress? Jackass gave her a rough shove, her palm digging forcefully into the small of her back. 3. Spurred on, Anemone stumbled ahead, her unsteady legs wobbling and knees buckling as she struggled to force life into sluggish and sleepy muscles. Jackass grabbed her and yanked her forward. Laurel's surprised shout rang in her ears. Although Jackass had to do the running for the two of them, the door came rushing forward to meet them shockingly quickly. Jackass crouched down in mid-stride, swiped a stick welder gun off the floor, and powered it on, the tip of its long rod sizzling and glowing white-hot as she held it out in front of her like a lance. A red-on-white blur careened into her, ripping her away from Anemone and throwing her to the ground. Anemone sped forward on momentum alone, feeling her feet slip against the floor and lose traction, and felt a wave of pain and haze of static rush through her as she collided head-on with the door. The door shuddered, its frame splintering. As the lights overhead flickered and spun around her, Anemone reached up and placed her hand gingerly to her throbbing forehead. She was lying atop her crumpled legs, her cloak pulled out around her. Static and pixelated blotches swirled across her eyes, fading as her visual processor refreshed. She felt the door give way against her back, splinters digging into her shoulders and neck. One forceful blow could knock it off its hinges. She could run away if... Laurel had Jackass pinned to the floor, his fangs glistening in his mouth, his eyes wide and wild, blood dribbling down his chin. One hand gripped her arm tightly enough to leave welts, the other resting on her stomach. No, Anemone realized as her eyesight grew clearer, not on her stomach, but in her stomach. He had thrust his fist into her abdomen, piercing her chassis with nothing but sheer blunt force. Jackass weakly scrabbled at his shoulder, her fingers curling into fistfuls of his blood-stained cloak as she tried in vain to push him away, her legs spasming and jerking in a futile attempt to kick him away. Anemone watched helplessly as Laurel pulled his fist out. Loops of cables in a slick coolant tube came out with it, bunched up in his fist and stretching taut as he teased them out. The cables broke first, sparks streaming from severed lengths of copper wire, the coolant tube ripped in two next, spewing blood like water from a hose from both severed ends, turning the already crimson cloak pooled around her an even darker, almost black burgundy hue. Though the coolant circulation system inside Jackass' body would normally shut itself down around the damaged area, blood continued to spew from the intestinal tubing until Laurel pinched the two severed ends shut in his fist. Little trickles of blood spat up into the air, shooting out like miniature fountains and splattering against the lights overhead. Shafts of light bleeding through the blood stains, themselves stained crimson, cut across Laurel's pale face. Jackass thrust the stick welder rod into the side of his neck, a fountain of sparks flying as the searing heat charred his skin jet black and met his metal endoskeleton. He gritted his teeth and choked down an anguished, gurgling scream as acrid smoke billowed from the wound. Jack. Anemone pushed herself up onto her hands and knees, her lungs aching, her chest burning with every heave. Laurel, stop. Get away from her. Laurel paid her no heed as he leaned in closer to his prey, Jackass' struggles growing feebler with every passing second, and greedily pushed the severed edges of the coolant tubes into his mouth, sealing his lips shut around them as though sucking through a straw. He loosened his grip, allowing blood to flow uninhibited from the tubes, and sucked up mouthful after mouthful, the muscles in his throat undulating and bobbing as he drank her dry. The stick welder gun fell from Jackass' weakening grasp, the blinding light at the rod's tip dying as soon as her finger slipped from the trigger. With trembling fingers slipping against cold metal, Anemone pulled her sidearm from her holster. She couldn't remember if the gun was loaded at all. She couldn't remember if she had any spare munitions tucked away in any of the pockets on her fatigues. Her head was too cloudy. She could barely aim properly. It was happening again. She was losing her comrades again. An image flickered through her mind's eye, throwing her back in time. The image of Scanner 21 in the elevator shaft, the black pupils of her icy blue eyes overtaken completely by the demonic red glow of a logic virus infection, kneeling before her. It was as though she was there again. Anemone could feel herself pressing her gun to the soldier's forehead, her finger squeezing against the trigger. She could feel the cold metal fighting against her, pushing back against the weight of her trigger finger, like never before. She could hear the deafening shot when it finally rang out. She could see, could never forget, the way 21 slumped over, chips of blood and metal and blonde hair splattered on the wall behind her, the light in her eyes red and blue alike dying. Dying, dying, dying. She jammed her finger on the trigger and shot Laurel, burying a bullet between his eyes. He reeled backward, the coolant tubes slipping out of his mouth and whipping around as they spewed blood across the room. Anemone scuttled to Jackass' side, keeping her gun trained on Laurel and desperately hoping she hadn't only had one bullet in there. With her free hand, she grabbed the flailing tubes and gripped them tightly enough to staunch the blood flow. Blood spattered against her face, stinging her eyes, splashing against her lips, the oily, metallic taste revolting. The tubes were slick and slippery, with a texture almost like jelly, and wriggled as though they had a life of their own as cold blood throbbed through them. Anemone squeezed as hard as she could to keep the tube's severed ends closed. Laurel sat up, blood oozing from the black hole nestled under his brow and trickling down his nose. Anemone shot him again. The next bullet struck him in the shoulder, the next in his throat, the next ripping through his cheek, tearing out bits of teeth and metal shrapnel from his jaw. Anemone squeezed the trigger again. Nothing came out. Nothing but a hollow click. Once he'd gotten over his shock, the bullet wounds hardly slowed Laurel down. He was on her in an instant, one hand clamping with a vice grip on her wrist to break the grip she had on Jackass' intestines, the other pressing into her throat, stubby fingertips burying themselves in the sides of her neck. Anemone squeezed the trigger a few more times in vain, her head too foggy to realize until her third or fourth attempt that the gun's magazine was empty. She bashed him in the head with the gun's grip, the hard edge splitting his forehead open. Blood gushed from the gash in his pale skin, streaming in a waterfall over his eye. He bared his fangs at her. His teeth were stained blood red and glistening wetly in the light, his lips red, his chin red. Everything was red. Everything save for the throbbing gray tunnel pulsing in the corners of Anemone's line of sight, darkening to a black tunnel that crept across her vision until nothing remained but Laurel's demonic visage shining like a full lunar eclipse in a starless night sky. The grip Laurel had on her wrist strengthened, crumpling the joint like tinfoil. Through the haze of pain, Anemone struggled to keep her fist clenched on the coolant tubes. The slick, rubbery casings fought against her weakening fingers as spurts of cold blood hissed out and trickled over her skin. She brought the grip of her pistol down on Laurel's face with all her might, keeping him at arm's length, as his palm pressed tighter and tighter against her throat. She could feel her lungs straining even harder, the heat building up in her core, white-hot knives sinking into her chassis with every breath she couldn't take. She smashed the pistol against his forehead and split the skin apart to reveal gunmetal gray skull plating, struggling with every blow to muster even half as much force as she'd put into the last one. Everything turned darker. Laurel's crimson eyes burned holes through hers. His jaw gaped wider, the bullet hole in his cheek ripping open to reveal rows of shattered teeth. His fangs glistened as he leaned in closer, closer. Anemone drove the pistol into his face, his nose crumpling under the impact. She struggled to hold him back. She couldn't relent. She couldn't let Laurel, this thing that had replaced Laurel, bite her. She couldn't let it do to her what the vampires had done to him. "There's no point in resisting," he snarled at her, his voice a devilish hiss. "Did you think you could escape? You don't think I was the only vampire you invited into the village, do you?" At the periphery of her hearing, Anemone strained her ears and heard more muffled electronic screams like before pierce the air. Her blood ran cold. "All your men," she gasped, struggling to force even a whisper through her collapsing throat. She dropped the gun and grabbed his neck in turn, digging her fingers into the pliable, rough flesh of his throat, keeping her elbow locked, forcing him back. "All my men." "That's right. And surely you realize," he struggled to break her grip. "We couldn't keep a gift this good all to ourselves. We enthralled the whole camp." Her next words died before they left her lips. "That's who we brought here. Every single person stationed at your camp. Every last one of them, every last one of your soldiers, enthralled to the will of our mistress Carmilla. Now, wouldn't you like to join your comrades? The bite really isn't so painful. It's just like getting drunk. Everyone. And more soon. After all, there are so many machines here to feed on. We could easily triple or quadruple our ranks here." Laurel chuckled. "The human-machine war in this sector may as well be over. The resistance is no more. The machine forces will be ours. Can't you see, Anemone? No more war, no more death, no more lost comrades. This is the only way to survive. To survive, forever." Anemone struggled to process what she was hearing. All of her soldiers, everyone stationed at her camp, the dozens of men and women she saw every day, who depended on her, who looked up to her, who charged into hell itself on her command, who came to her for guidance, everyone she knew, everyone she respected, everyone she cared about. Was Laurel telling the truth? Had they all become cackling, megalomaniacal egotistical monsters like him? Well, Anemone? What do you think of my offer? He asked. Does my little proposition to you sound inviting? Wouldn't you like to join me, and all your friends, all your dear, precious friends, in our mistress Lady Carmela's new kingdom of immortals? Her fingers spasmed and splayed open. The gun clattered to the floor. A rush of cold ran through her arm as Laurel's fangs sank into the side of her hand. The last bit of strength drained from Anemone's body, the coolant tube slipped out of her other hand and fell into Jackass' exposed abdominal cavity, drowning her chassis in spilled blood. Frigid cold drifted through her skin down her forearm. It wasn't the kind of cold that burned, but an uncomfortable, prickling sensation, something that felt fundamentally opposite of numbness, an odd, almost intoxicating hyper-awareness of the air against her skin, the blood throbbing in her veins. Anemone watched her hand, still pinned between Laurel's jaw, turn ashen, the hue of her skin shifting from a warm olive brown to a dull gray-brown. He'd bitten her. A pair of gunmetal black hands clamped down on either side of Laurel's head, dragged him back. His fangs ripped through Anemone's hand, leaving oozing furrows in her graying skin, pulled him away, and with a savage twist and the keening, screeching crunch of metal grinding against metal, spun his head around nearly 2 full rotations. The flesh on his neck twisted, rippled, and tore, blood spewing down his cloak and uniform, soaking it. The light in his eyes went out. With overwhelming strength, a four ripped his head off his shoulders, a trailing fragment of his metal spinal column twitching and jerking like a snake's tail as his body went limp and his grip loosened. Anemone felt cool air rush into her lungs and color flood her vision as the black tunnel receded. Spent, she fell flat on her back, greedily gulping down air in spite of the stinging needles burying themselves in her chest with every breath. Jackass stirred weakly at her side, her chest barely rising and falling in time with her short, ragged breaths. Afor tossed the headless body aside, then grabbed Laurel's severed head by the hair and slammed it down against the floor, splintering the wooden floorboards. She slammed it down, lifted it up, and slammed it down again, and again, and again, as precise and mechanical in her rhythm as a piston. Her dead face was twisted in a vicious snarl. She slammed his head against the ground until the metal skull crumpled like tinfoil and bits of debris spewed through his eyes. Components broken beyond recognition littered the ground, all stained the same glistening shade of red. Afor dropped the mangled remains of Laurel's head to the ground and stomped on it a few more times for good measure until it was little more than a bloody smear. Thanks, Anemone gasped. At her side, Jackass faintly gurgled something that might have sounded like, "Took you long enough." Well, at least she was clinging to life. Which wasn't something Anemone could say so confidently about herself. She weakly lifted her arm, her head spinning from the exertion. The blood-stained lights beat down on her like the desert sun. Her sleeve fell down to her elbow, revealing her naked forearm. The uncomfortable tingling anti-numbness and the grayish discoloration of her skin had spread nearly as far as her elbow, too. Bulging veins stood out black against her skin. She was infected. Her thoughts spiraled around, the color leaching from her skin like water circling a drain. It was over. Her life was over. This was the end of her life, the end of herself, the end of her very being. 200 years of fighting, of scrabbling against the dirt, of love and loss and love again and loss again over and over again, and it all came to this. It all ended here. The thing that woke up in her place after this wouldn't think about that anymore. It wouldn't mourn the heartbreaks of its past life. It wouldn't find its heart stirred by its previous loyalties. It would feel nothing but smug self-satisfaction, egoism, and hunger. Everything else, everything that made her her, it would all fall away. It was a fate worse than any logic virus. A fate worse than anything she could imagine. A fate worse than anything that had claimed her past comrades. This was the end. The village had erupted into chaos far swifter than Nines could process. 1 moment ago, it felt, he and Alucard had been rushing to rendezvous with 2B, spurred on by the Dhampir's nebulous, bad feeling about this. The next moment, Nines found himself numbly ripping his new silver-etched sword out from the chest of one of Anemone's soldiers as the soldier writhed and thrashed, the edge of the blade charring his skin to blackened ash. Alucard grabbed him by the shoulder and all but threw him back. "Behind me," he shouted, readying his saber and shoving it into the soldier's throat. Blood spewed onto his fatigues and sprayed into the air, a few flecks staining Alucard's pale face, as the soldier hissed and spat and thrashed, his body burning away to motes of ash floating on the wind. Nines steeled himself as he watched the vampire die before his eyes. He could feel his hands shaking. Vampires? Here? Already? This wasn't how Alucard had said things would happen. But he was supposed to be the expert here. If he didn't know what was going on, then... Pod 153 chimed. Incoming transmission from Operator 60. 9S, Alucard asked, kicking aside the pile of ash that had once been a pretty friendly guy. All things considered, are you okay? Nines ground the hilt of his sword against his palms anxiously. I'm, fine. He remembered 210. That android who'd just been burned to a crisp was just as dead, just as gone forever, except unlike Yoarha androids from the Resistance didn't tend to get replaced when they died. Even though he hadn't known that man, Nines felt the same pang in his chest. Where there is one vampire, more are bound to follow. Alucard sniffed the air, his mouth drawn taut in a grim frown. We are all in grave danger. Pod 153 chimed again to remind Nines that his operator was on hold. Proposal: Unit 9s should make contact with Operator 60 to discuss the nature of the situation. Yeah. Nines waved the pod on. Answer the call. He kept the screen that popped up in his visor just in the corner of his eye as Alucard hurried forward, his coat and white gold hair billowing behind him, and he followed close behind. 9S, Operator 60 here. Is everything alright? I haven't been able to reach 2B or Alucard. You three are you'd tell me if something was wrong, right? Of course, yeah. Perfect timing. Nines heard a dull boom in the distance and a chorus of mechanical screams. Something's happening here. Alucard's with me, 2BS, somewhere. What's going on? Vampires. Nines followed Alucard into a throng of panicking machines. Children, probably, although Nines couldn't really be sure. Pascal knew the difference between adult machines and child machines, but they all looked the same to Nines, and for the most part, they didn't really act much differently either. Vampires. Yeah. They're already here. At least one of them snuck in with the rest of Anemone's troops. We're sure there's more. Oh, no. Any chance you could hurry up with those reinforcements? Aye, flustered, 60 tripped over her words. You said the attack would be around nightfall, so I haven't even started prepping the flight units yet. Nines felt a pit open up in his stomach. A machine grabbed at his leg. Mr. 9S, it wailed, the fear in its voice unlike anything Nines had heard from a machine before. I'm scared. It's okay, Nines stammered, patting the machine gently on its head. How did this machine know him, anyway? Did it matter? Go along with your parents, I guess. Did it have parents? He didn't know. He didn't even have parents. Was he thinking in circles to distract himself? A red-eyed machine, one of Eve's reinforcements, grabbed the bawling machine roughly and yanked it away. This way, it growled, its voice flat and lifeless. Nines was well aware that this was the kind of machine that in any other circumstance would be trying as hard as possible to kill him. Now it looked right through him as though he wasn't even there. A truce with Eve and his half of the machine network, temporary as it was. Nines had to admit, it unnerved him. He kept waiting for the other shoe to drop. The child's metal claws tugged at the hem of 9S's coat as the other machine lifted it aloft. No. I want to stay here. Mr. Nines. I want my mommy. Evacuation in progress, the other machine impassively growled, deaf to the poor kid's concerns, as it lumbered off toward wherever everyone was being evacuated to. So sorry about this, 60 went on, still babbling. I'll prep the flight units right away and send down a squadron ASAP. But it'll take at least an hour for them to reach the surface. I'll send out a priority transmission to all our deployed combat units and... Yeah, that's great, 60, Nines said, barely listening. Another explosion rocked the village. He spied the telltale bright orange glow of flames out of the corner of his eye. Were the vampires bombing the village? Alucard looked shaken. His eyes were darting back and forth, beads of cold sweat on his alabaster brow, his grip on his sword tightening so much that Nines could see blue veins standing out on his bare skin. Without a word, he lunged at the machine that had carried the child off, grabbed it with his alabaster prosthetic hand, and dragged it backward. An android leaped up onto the bridge where the two machines had stood barely a second ago and lunged forward. Alucard's saber speared him in the shoulder. Undeterred, he grabbed the networked machine and clamped his mouth onto its hull like a leech. There was a flash of bright steel. The vampire reeled backward, sparks flying from the severed, cauterized stumps of his arms and fell over the side of the bridge, falling from the light into the gloomy shadows below. The bitten machine shook its head and pressed onward, but Alucard grabbed the child machine it was carrying and struggled to pull it free. 9S. Help me. Nines hurried into action, hacked the machine, and disabled its motor systems for just long enough that Alucard could tear the child free, nearly collapsing under the weight of its body. The machine regained control and charged at Nines, optical sensors flaring. Alucard jammed his saber into its hull. It's been bitten. You know what we have to do. Feeling the heady thrill of a combat high wash away his anxiety, Nines grabbed his sword and threw it at the machine without hesitating. He didn't have much upper body strength compared to a real combat model like 2B. He wasn't even supposed to have any weapons with him. Scanners didn't have the stamina for physical combat, but what he'd found was that manipulating magnetic fields around his weapons gave him a unique style of fighting. Grasped in an invisible hand, the sword shot forward and tore through the bitten machine with just as much force as any real combat model could provide, ripping its hull open. Gouts of oil and showers of sparks poured out of it. The machine collapsed, the lights in its optical sensors flickering and fading. The child machine began to cry. Do not cry, Alucard tried to console it, giving it a stiff, awkward pat on the head. It is, in a better place now. Another dull thud rattled the bridge. Nines spied in the gaps between two branches another flicker of fire and a billowing cloud of oily black smoke blending into the night sky. The lamps lining the bridges flickered ominously, the half-second flashes of darkness filling Nines with a nebulous dread. Alucard, he said, tapping him on the shoulder, I think they're trying to set the village on fire. Alucard gave the child machine a gentle push toward its peers. Run along now, he told it. Stay with your friends. With that, he stood up, grabbed Nines by the arm, and rushed back toward the site of the fire, weaving through the panicked crowds. Nines recognized the building that was on fire right away by its location alone. Flames licked hungrily at its skeleton, waves of ambient heat rolling off it. It was unrecognizable as one of the village's repair facilities. He wondered how it had lit up so quickly, considering how hard it had rained yesterday. Then again, fire was nothing if not tenacious. It always found a way. Any ideas? Alucard asked him. As far as Nines knew, he didn't have anything on hand that could put out a fire. He'd sort of assumed that Alucard would have some sort of magic power he could use. He shook his head. Pod, what can we do? Response, large-scale fire suppression is not within this unit's capabilities. Nines made a note to complain to R&D about that. There has to be something, he mused, mulling over a map of the village in his mind. A reservoir, a water tower. Nines felt a clawed hand snag his collar and let out a surprised yelp as he was thrown into the air and pinned down, the wooden slats of the platform creaking beneath him, his head spinning, the world swirling around him and slowly coming to a stop as his eyes focused on the furious face staring down at him. What are you doing? Eve snarled at him, spit flying from his mouth. Thinking about how to put out the... You stabbed us in the back. What? You androids stabbed us. What? Nines felt the clawed tips of Eve's glove press into his chest. If you say what, Eve growled, hissing through gritted teeth, one more time. Alucard grabbed the humanoid machine by the shoulder. Eve, calm yourself. You and Nines have no quarrel. Eve promptly socked him in the jaw. Nines pulled himself up, shaking the static out of his head. Androids attacking machines. Surely Anemone's men had better self-control than that. Sure, it was nerve-wracking being around so many machines that weren't trying to kill you, and sure, someone could lose their cool if they were particularly nervous, and sure, plenty of androids, well, okay, all of them had an axe to grind against the machines, but... Pod, he asked as Alucard and Eve traded blows. How many androids are in this village right now? Scan for IFF codes and core resonance signatures. Scanning. Pod 153 bobbed up and down for a few agonizing seconds. It felt like minutes. Inconclusive. Nines recoiled as if he'd been struck. Inconclusive. Statement: this support unit has received an urgent message from Support Pod 042. Vampires have learned to broadcast false IFF and vital signs. Scans cannot determine how many androids remain within the village. Nines felt something cold stir in his chest. Vampires that could pass for androids and hide among the living, how could you root out an enemy like that? He leaped to his feet. The androids are vampires, he shouted at Alucard and Eve, hoping to interrupt their scuffle. Alucard let go of Eve's fist. Eve stepped back and lowered his hands. Both of them stared at Nines with worry in their eyes. They know how to broadcast false vital signs and change their appearance. Nines summarized what he'd learned as hastily as he could, the words rushing headlong from his mouth. There's no way to tell a living android from an undead one anymore. Eve's eyes narrowed. Convenient. How is that convenient? Nines sputtered. That means we have to. You were caught in the act double-crossing us. Eve insisted, grabbing Nines by the shoulder and shaking him. And now you want to say it's vampires and not you. Eve, why would we lie about that? Alucard asked, ever the picture of perfect composure in the face of Eve's leaping from conclusion to conclusion. It is just as bad for us if we cannot tell the difference between the living and the dead. They could all be vampires, as far as we know. Nines felt a pit open up in his stomach. That was right. If vampires were hiding here, and their disguises were perfect, then the only way to root them out would be indiscriminate slaughter. Eve relented and let go of him. Sure, he spat, seemingly unconvinced, and vanished in a flare of golden light. A grim, foreboding frown etched itself onto Alucard's face. We need to make sure Anemone and Pascal are safe. Silhouetted by the flickering flames behind him, he hurried back the way he and Nines had come. Follow me. Anemone and Pascal. Nines trailed behind him. Sure, they were the leaders, but what about 2B? You said we needed to find her. The situation has changed, Alucard replied coolly. Yeah? Doesn't that mean she's in more danger? Nines shot back. After all, Pod 042 had sent Pod 153 that information about the vampire infiltration, which meant that it and 2B had found out about it first, which meant that 2B had already run afoul of one or more vampires. 2B wields the vampire killer and has its full power at her disposal, Alucard replied, a dismissive wave of his hand. She will be fine. We should be helping her, Nines insisted, grabbing Alucard by the wrist. His prosthetic, a simple mechanical arm with no skin to cover its bare chassis, was hard and cold. She can take care of herself. Can you say the same of Pascal? Nines let go of Alucard. No, he admitted. I guess I can't. As her wits flooded back to her, 2B realized that the voice purring in her ear was none other than the illusory vampire woman who had taunted her earlier. 6E nodded. Yes, Mistress Carmilla. She's the one who caused me so much trouble this morning. Did I do well? Oh, most certainly, Carmilla said. 2B felt her grip on her neck tighten, razor-sharp fingernails slipping through the high collar of her blouse and nicking her flesh, the needle-like pinpricks left cold, dull, throbbing patches on her skin. You've done very well, 6E. I'm proud of you. 6E smiled. It was an oddly simple, guileless smile, one that didn't suit her vicious personality at all. Usually, when she smiled like that, there was a shark-toothed grin behind it, an almost cunning savagery lurking underneath that she made only a perfunctory attempt to keep hidden. There was none of that here, 2B noted. It was as though turning into a vampire had hollowed her out. That was what vampires did to people. The conflict, the contradictions, the turmoil, the unseen depths of one's conscience, they erased it all and left in their minions nothing but artifice. Carmilla lifted her other hand to 2B's chest and ghosted a pale finger up from the keyhole of her blouse to the tip of her chin, the arrowhead-shaped tip of her nail slicing easily through fabric and leaving a thin bloody line bisecting her throat. A burning, Venomous numbness spread across 2B's skin and sank slowly into her flesh, as though the shallow incisions Carmilla was making were erasing her bit by bit. The vampire peeled aside the fabric she'd cut away, then pressed her palm forcefully against the underside of 2B's jaw, lifting her head to expose her naked throat. "Well, then, you've earned this," she purred to 6E. "Come drink your fill, my dear." 2B felt Carmilla push her head back until the side of her hand dug painfully into the back of her head, clamping her jaw shut. The vampire's thumb crawled excitingly across her lips and her frigid breath kissed the back of her ear as she stared down her nose at 6E, her eyes wide. 6E crept toward her, first hesitantly and then with increasing boldness, an eager grin parting her lips. 2B's eyes flitted from her ashen face to the gloom surrounding her, as though hoping something would leap out from the shadows to disrupt this ritual and save her. Nines, an uninfected resistance android, or even a machine, or even Alucard. 6E placed her hands on the sides of 2B's waist, anchoring herself, and leaned in, her mouth yawning open, puffs of airborne ice crystals rising from her mouth and nostrils and tingling against 2B's neck. 2B struggled against the growing numbness spreading through her chassis to force sensation back into her body. The two vampires' bodies were pressed against hers, their presence alone seemingly enough to drain the vitality from her body. One hand. Just one hand, left or right, and she could summon the vampire killer and break herself free and kill these things. As 6E tucked her mouth into the crook of her neck, her lips clamping against her bare skin like the mouth of a leech, 2B felt her shoulder blades pull themselves inward and an electric spark run down her arm, her slackened muscles tensing and quieted servos whirring to life. Her fingers jerked and spasmed, curling into a fist. 6E's ice-cold fangs, as hard and sharp as the blade of a sword, pressed against her bare skin barely more than half a second away from sliding into her flesh. 2B jammed her elbow into Carmilla's waist with all the strength she could muster. A cough of frozen air spilled across her cheek as Carmilla let out a pained wheeze. The hands curled tightly around her neck and jaw loosened their grip. In turn, gravity's grip tightened and 2B felt herself slip from the clutches of both vampires. A thunderous roar of gunfire split the air. With a flurry of sparks, the vampire killer appeared in 2B's hand. 2B drove her fist into 6E's stomach, the whip's leather loops pressing against her knuckles. With an ear-splitting scream, 6E pulled away and leaped backward, clutching at her navel, her chest heaving, her face locked into a terrified mask long after her voice had given out. Wisps of black smoke curled out from beneath the hands pressed to her stomach as she danced an ungainly dance out of the path of a stream of silver bullets burying themselves in the ground at her feet. Rejoined by her pod, 2B unfurled the whip with a sharp snap and lunged at 6E, a snarl tearing itself from her throat as fiery rage burned away the cold fear coiled in her chest. 6E summoned a sword and parried the lash of the whip. The elation in her face was gone, only terror remained. The sight of that terror, the panic gleaming in her eyes, the fierce smile stretching her face into a frenzied, mirthless grin sent a white-hot rush through 2B's blood. Machines never showed so much fear on their blank, expressionless faces. This was the fear of something that knew in its heart that it deserved to die, and 2B drank it like wine. 6E's sword, a short sword, one-handed, with a straight and gleaming blade, a far cry from the oversized otaki she typically wielded, clanged against the whip, narrowly diverting its course. Still, the tip grazed her cheek, cutting a smoldering gash in her flesh. The skin around the wound blackened and curled up. 6E leaped backward, somersaulting over a forest of blazing spears of light that tore out of the ground at her feet. 2B pressed onward, Pod 042 whirling around to target Carmilla with another salvo of gunfire, gouts of smoke pouring from its turret as flashes of light danced off its scuffed chrome hull. 6E was going to pay for this. Carmilla was going to pay for this. She would make them both suffer for the crime of existing. Both vampires gave 2B a wide berth as the vampire killer cut wide swaths through the air, its deadly arc leaving blurred after images swooping across the gusts of wind in its wake. 2B kept both her enemies in her sights. The second one, 6E's so-called mistress Carmilla, was tall, lithe, and agile, her slender, willowy body twisting with grace and ease out of the path of the whip. Her jet black hair, reaching down nearly to her ankles, billowed behind her like a sable cape. Carmilla threw off the white cowl and robe she'd worn to disguise herself as one of Laurel's soldiers, tearing it from her shoulders to reveal rippling waves of sheer, nearly translucent scarlet silk dancing around her pale, clear skin a far cry from the overwhelming mountain of frills and lace her servant wore. The cloak drifted through the air like a phantom, its whiteness blinding in the gloom, briefly obscuring the vampire's form as she dashed behind it. 2B drew her silver sword, the silver etchings on the blade glittering in the light. Powerful as the whip was, it moved like it had a mind of its own. Due to her relative inexperience with the weapon, 2B could never precisely predict its arcs as well as she liked. Swords, though, were far more familiar to her. They obeyed her perfectly. When she wanted a job done precisely, she used a sword. She sliced through the cloak, piercing through it to cut through the vampire who'd fled behind it. Empty air. Where had Carmilla disappeared to? A flicker of movement in the corner of her eye. She glanced in its direction to see Carmilla closing in on her and raised her sword. The vampire's claws were outstretched, fingers curled into talons. Did she fight barehanded? Pod 042 summoned an energy shield in front of 2B to block Carmilla's attack. Her sharp claws raked across the glistening dome of light without leaving so much as a scratch as 2B swung her blade through the shield. Carmilla vanished into mist as the blade swung through her. Teleportation? Or an illusion? 2B pivoted to 6E, keen not to let either vampire slip into her blind spot. There were 3 of them, all giggling and cackling in unison, their identical voices weaving around one another. 2B summoned the whip, dismissing the sword in a flurry of sparks which coalesced to form the whip's looped leather length, and struck them all down in one blow. All 3 vanished like smoke. What's wrong, 2E? Can't you trust your own eyes? 6E's disembodied voice cackled. Illusions. The same kind of tricks the vampire scanner had been playing this morning. 2B scrutinized the area, studying the indistinct gloom on the outskirts of the village. If that scanner was nearby, he could be wreaking all kinds of havoc on her eyesight and hearing. She'd have to eliminate him before anyone else, if only she could find him. Another flash just at the periphery of her sight. 2B whirled around to engage the enemy, her whip at the ready. Another trio of clones, this time of Carmilla, their silken clothes fluttering behind them like the banners of a medieval army. As 2B prepared to cut another arc through the air, they all scattered, one forging straight ahead, the other flanking her. 2B. Behind you. 6E called out. Pod 042 ignored all of the 3 Carmillas but the one approaching from 2B's right, peppering her with gunfire. Bullets ripped through her silken clothes and tore burning gashes through her skin, and with a ragged shout of pain, she beat a hasty retreat. The other Carmillas, undeterred, pressed forward. 2B had no time to deal with them. She'd already pivoted to deal with the threat at her back. As her whip cracked against 6E's sword and ripped it from her hand, the 2 Carmillas tackled her, only for their hands to pass through her like ghosts and their bodies to collapse into wispy clouds of mist. Illusions. Of course. But only 2B was being hacked right now. Whatever she could see or couldn't see didn't matter to Pod 042. It saw with perfect clarity. It had even seen through 6E's disguise when she'd fooled 2B's eyes, ears, and even her hands. Pod 042 would have to be her guiding light. Pod. 2B closed her eyes and tightened her grip on her sword. Without her sight, a long and unwieldy weapon like the vampire killer would be too hard to use. She would have to stick with the weapon she was most familiar with, the weapon that had been by her side since the very moment she'd come into being. The weapon she had been born with. The silver-etched katana hung from her hands, the leather of her gloves creaking against the sword's simple, utilitarian hilt. Though it lacked ornamentation apart from the etchings on the blade, its weight was the same as the virtuous contracts and it was just as perfectly balanced. This was a sword she already knew as intimately as she knew her own body. Darkness engulfed her, the indescribably warm black red of light bleeding against her eyelids filling her sight. Pod, guide me. Proximity warnings flashed against her HUD, changes in the air brushed past her ears and stung the tip of her nose. Pod 042 hung at her side, the intermittent blasts of gunfire from its machine gun turret pointing the way to 2B's foes. Her sword clashed against 6E's, the shrill clanging of metal on metal ringing in her ears. The air swirled around her. Her ears turned themselves perfectly to the subtleties of Pod 042's targeting. She dodged a strike from 6E, retaliated, heard cloth rip, felt steel cut through tensely coiled muscle fibers. She felt a clawed hand lock around her forearm, numbing poison spreading through her veins where Carmilla's fingernails bit into her skin, tore her arm free, and drove Carmilla back with a flurry of blows. Left. Right. Behind. Above. Blind, 2B fended off every attack. The vampires were growing bolder by the second, pressing her defenses, probing her weaknesses, slipping through. Stinging blades left aching wounds. "You bloody talking box!" Carmilla howled. "I've had enough of you." 2B's eyes snapped open as Carmilla's claws ripped through Pod 042's hull, tearing gaping gashes in its chrome casing. Blood oozed from charred holes peppering the vampire's bare arms and shoulders, the flowing ribbons of scarlet silk that clothed her fluttering, ragged and singed. Rage twisted her lean, elfin features into a bestial snarl, blood trickling from split-open cherry-red lips. Carmilla slammed the pod against the ground, burying its gun turret in the dirt, grinding her heel into its scuffed and scratched hull as its clawed arms flailed helplessly. Without hesitation, 2B lashed out and struck at her, her sword cutting a burning gash through her side. The silver set her flesh alight, cauterizing shut the bloody gash from her waist to her exposed navel. Carmilla howled in pain, leaping backward and vanishing in a flash of fire as she beat a hasty retreat. "One down," 2B growled, her grip on her sword tightening, as she turned to face 6E. Pod 042 rose from the ground, battered but still functional. Statement: this support unit remains operational. 2B nodded. "Let's go." Unauthorized system entry detected. Engaging counter-hacking measures. 6E growled, readied her blade, and charged forward, blood streaming from her gaping mouth, her fangs gleaming. Pod 042 wasted no time in firing a searing bolt of white-hot plasma from its gun turret, aiming squarely at her chest. The beam ripped through her lacy bodice, setting alight her ostentatious dress, and burst out of her back with a shower of atomized metal and vaporized blood. 2B steeled herself. It wasn't enough to kill a vampire, but enough to weaken one, to soften one up for the final blow. As the laser beam grew weaker and the stream of plasma slowed to a trickle and stopped, 6E's body disappeared altogether. 2B tensed up, raising her sword defensively. But how could? 6E was in front of her now, her hand already clamped on her throat, her sword pressed against 2B's with enough force to pin her arm to her chest. A snarl split her blood-stained cherry-red lips, her scarlet eyes gleaming beneath a curtain of disheveled lavender ringlets filled with hate. But this couldn't have happened, 2B thought, her head spinning, unless Pod 042. 6E grinned devilishly and slowly faded away into nothing, growing more and more translucent until the last traces of the color of her hair and eyes and the contours of her body blended in with the deep shadows of the underside of the village. 2B felt the invisible hand release her and reflexively lashed out, a shout tearing its way up her throat as her blade cut a glittering arc through the air. Her head whipped back and forth as she scanned the area for any sign of her foe. Statement: counter-hacking measures failed. Even Pod 042 seemed oddly tense. This unit's sensory data has become compromised. Proposal. 6E appeared out of thin air and grabbed it from behind. "Oh, give it a rest, Tin Man. I've got a proposal of my own for you." 2B lunged at 6E, striking with her blade then swiftly switching to the whip and raking its long tendril through the air in a figure eight. 6E laughed and dodged it, the arc of the whip just barely severing a few curly locks from one of her pigtails, and lobbed Pod 042 high into the air. The pod sailed into the night sky and vanished. "There," she crowed, leaping out of range of the whip and skidding to a halt. "No more distractions now." A pillar of flame blossomed up from the ground to 2B's left and Carmilla stepped out, still ragged and wounded, but carrying herself with a proud air of confidence. "You've fought well for a whelp," she said, lifting her head to look down her nose at 2B, "but you wield that whip like an amateur. And to think I was afraid when I heard that a new Belmont had arisen. But now that you've lost that stupid little lantern of yours, whose eyes are you going to trust?" 2B gritted her teeth, backed away from the two vampires, and summoned the silver-etched sword to her offhand. If she couldn't trust her eyes, she would have to strike as rapidly and with as wide of an area of effect as possible. She'd have to strike quickly, indiscriminately, blindly. Quickly. She overclocked her systems and threw herself at them, heat blossoming in her chest and her head, muscles straining. To her, 6E and Carmilla might as well have been frozen. She could feel muscle fibers in her thighs and shoulders snapping like overstretched wires. Indiscriminately. She struck wildly, pirouetting like a dancer, spinning on her heel, the blade of her sword and arc of her whip spinning a full 360 degrees around her. The movements of her weapons couldn't keep up with her eyes. Ghostly after-images burned themselves into the air in the wake of her weapons' arcs. Blindly. Never mind what she saw. Never mind where 6E and Carmilla were. Anything she saw was a distraction. The real enemy was unseen. Unseeable. Blood spattered her face. Flesh sizzled and hissed as it blackened and charred. The illusions of her foes flickered and vanished as their real bodies pulled themselves out of the path of 2B's swath of destruction. There they were. 2B pressed onward, alert, purposeful, locked on. She was herself a weapon, the aim of her wielder was true and inerrant. She had them in her sights now. Her blade ripped through 6E's arm, severing it. The vampire killer caught the limb in midair as blood spurted in a scarlet arc around it, shattering it into a blossom of ash and fire. With a flourish and a thrust, 2B jammed the sword up to its hilt in her gut and pinned her to one of the wooden pillars holding up the bridge overhead. One down. 1-2. Carmilla wrenched her arm upward, her cold hand crushing her wrist as she held the vampire killer aloft. Her claws curled into 2B's side as she held her captive. Rank amateur, she snarled, snapping 2B's wrist and ripping 4 parallel gashes into her waist with her claws. 2B gasped and fell to her knees as she clutched at her stomach, blood gushing through the gaps in her fingers as she struggled to staunch the wounds. The gashes in her flesh were so cold that they burned, and beneath the unholy heat, she could feel numbness worm its way into her chassis. Carmilla's hand fell on her head next, her cold fingers pressing into her forehead. Weakling. I have slain 1,000 would-be vampire hunters like you without breaking a sweat. Cold blood trickled from a bullet wound in her arm down to her wrist and dripped into 2B's hair, forming a cold blotch on her scalp that sank into her skull. You think that because you wield a holy weapon, she said, spitting out the word holy as if it were obscene, you have the right to defy your natural betters. Her fingertips pressed harder against 2B's head, the pressure rising to unbearable levels. 2B struggled to think through the cold fog engulfing her head. A little more force and she swore her skull would crack open like an egg. Humans were meant to be slaves to vampires. You androids, you odd little mechanical dolls, were meant to be slaves and turn to humans. We are already your masters and you dare raise a hand against us. Carmilla snarled. 6E, darling, come have your dinner. I am sure you must be starving. We shall give this upstart a more agreeable demeanor soon enough. 6E staggered out from the splintered wreckage of the bridge's scaffolding, gingerly sliding the silver-edged blade out of her belly and tossing it aside. She moved wearily, haltingly, weakened from 2B's attacks. The silver blade had left wounds that were slow to heal. Carmilla gripped 2B's head tighter, squeezing her skull in an unbearable vice grip. 2B clenched her teeth and squeezed her eyes shut, struggling to fend off the pain as she pulled her hand away from the gushing wounds across her stomach, lift it, and recall the sword to her hand. She drove it straight into Carmilla's forearm. The vampire howled in agony and tore herself away from her, all but running away as the blade slid out from her flesh, its tip grinding against her bones. Bearing both weapons, 2B rose to her feet. Well, she snapped. What are you going to do about my demeanor now? Carmilla's lips curled in a hateful snarl, her brow furrowing, eyebrows knitting themselves together, nose wrinkling. You dare. She lunged at 2B, claws outthrust. A blossom of gold light appeared in front of 2B, resolving into the shape of a man, his leg swung through the air, cracking against Carmilla's neck and throwing her to the ground with such great force that she bounced. Eve stood between android and vampire, blood and oil spattering his bare chest, his red eyes gleaming coldly as he looked down at Carmilla. The black tattoo covering one of his arms had grown yet again, spreading across his chest and back and creeping up his neck and jaw. Get out, he growled, of Pascal's village. 9 saw stars as something incredibly hard and traveling incredibly fast slammed into his head and knocked him off his feet. He struggled to right himself, his head spinning, static snow dancing in his eyes, colors bleeding from the world as his skull throbbed from the impact. Alucard grabbed him and pulled him up to his knees as his dazed, wandering eyes caught sight of the thing that had hit him in the head and knocked him off his feet. It was Pod 042. The support pod was battered and beaten, its hull dented and scratched, with long, ragged furrows dug across the chrome surface to expose the mechanisms within. Nines got his wits about him and all but tackled it, inspecting it with a pang of worry. Pod 042, he asked. What's going on? He turned to his own pod. Pod, initiate data transfer from Pod 042. Pod 042 weakly raised a claw. Statement, all systems operative, it said, as though it knew Nines was worried about it. Even though he'd requested a data transfer, Nines didn't need to look through the information Pod 153 was downloading and sharing to his visor to know what was going on. 2BS in trouble, isn't she? Without waiting for a response, he leaped to his feet, still cradling the damaged pod. Show me the way to her. Alucard's cold fingers dug into his arm, yanking him backward. 9S, 2B can take care of herself. Our priority needs to be the people who can't. Nines ripped his arm free. He could already feel bruises forming where Alucard's fingertips had pressed into his bicep. Look at this, he retorted, brandishing Pod 042. He could have thrown it at Alucard, he was shaking so much. Why couldn't Alucard understand how much 2B meant to him? He was her partner. You call this taking care of herself? In a huff, worry rushing through his veins as 1,000 images of 2B in dire straits, 2B with blood streaming down her face, 2B with fangs pricking her neck, filled his mind. Nines stormed off. Alucard trailed behind him, he pumped his legs harder, his muscles burning, and ran faster. Just this once, listen to me. Alucard howled behind him, his voice trailing off into the distance as Nines pressed onward. Alucard all but bit his tongue as he slowed to a stop and watched Nines vanish into the darkness. That boy had never reminded him as much of Soma as he did now. Headstrong, stubborn, hell-bent on throwing all caution to the wind and, of course, all for the sake of a girl. Heaven forbid he ever lose her. He'd almost shouted, just this once, listen to me, Soma. He felt a chill run through him as the fluttering leaves overhead slowed to a halt, the flames flickering through the distant trees suspended themselves in midair, and the edges of 9SS coat-tails froze before they followed him into the shadowy underbelly of the village. My. History does have a funny way of repeating itself, does it not, young Master Alucard? Death floated to his side, the ragged edges of his darker-than-black cloak billowing in a non-existent breeze. His scythe hung lazily from his bony hand, its blade polished to a perfect mirror sheen. The blade captured a slice of Alucard's face and threw it back at him as perfectly as though he were looking at himself from the outside through it. Alucard had never seen such a vulnerable look on his own face before. What do you want, Death? He asked, stiffening and composing himself. His mechanical fingers tightened around the hilt of his saber. Rest easy, young master. I am only here to observe. The icy blue pinpricks of light within Death's cavernous eye sockets twinkled. My, that boy certainly does remind one of a certain Soma Cruz. A dead ringer, one might say. If you or anybody else lays a finger on him. Death laughed. Oh, we are all quite well aware of the consequences of drawing your ire. Do not mistake us for fools, Alucard. Alucard knew when he was being mocked. He brandished his saber. Get out. I was just leaving, actually, Death said, resting his scythe gently across his shoulder. I have seen enough. Then go, and trouble this place no more. No need to get snippy. Death floated up into the air. Until next time, young master. May your new young ward meet a better fate than your last one. The billowing black cloak faded into the shadows, and as it did, the leaves began to rustle and fire began to crackle. Alucard relented and ran off in pursuit of Nines. 6E wasted no opportunity, she lunged at Eve, an eager grin spreading across her face, and 2B found herself doing the one thing she never thought she would do. She fought alongside a machine. Eve lacked finesse, but made up for it with raw power. Every blow he landed on either vampire sent them sprawling, blood streaming from cracked and shattered limbs. 2B had fought him before. He was wild, unfocused, undisciplined, and reckless, and that was what made him so formidable. He had no strategy but brute force applied with no precision whatsoever. Strangely, The ID-fueled spasms of an angry lunatic presented an ironclad defense and nigh unbeatable offense. Attempts at strategy simply bounced off of him. 2B assumed that he was so stupid that the best-laid plans of any foe found themselves sucked into a sort of gravity well of intelligence. He fought on an absurdly simple level, dragged his foes down to that level, and beat them with experience. At the very least, his presence here, like Pod 042's, gave 2B an anchor. Following him, studying his movements, seeing where he aimed his attacks even if where was less of an exact science and more of an uneducated guess allowed her to fight no matter what illusions her foe threw at her. Still, though, the vampires were relentless and agile, the two of them in unison displaying a speed and grace 2B had never seen before. Pinning them down would be hard enough if her senses weren't compromised. As it was almost impossible to land a hit, merely to come infinitesimally close. If only she and Eve could separate these two and engage them both one-on-one they could win. But that would be a death sentence for Eve, who despite all his strength had no weapons capable of substantially harming one of these things. Floored by one of Eve's attacks, Carmilla lifted her head up off the ground and propped herself up with her arms. A fragile smile lit up her blood-encrusted, mud-splattered face. "Why you, that chiseled physique, that lustrous hair, that noble brow. You wouldn't happen to be Adam's brother, would you?" Eve stiffened, his lips curling back, his teeth grinding against each other. "Brother." Carmilla pulled herself together, carrying herself haughtily despite her injuries and tattered clothes. "So you are. Adam has told me so much about you. Where is he?" Carmilla curled a long lock of her raven hair around her finger, beckoning him seductively. "Come with me, big boy, and I'll tell you." Eve grabbed her by the shoulder. "No. You're coming with me." "Wait. Eve." 2B called out, setting aside her whip and reaching out to grab him before he did something stupid. After all, what the hell could he do to a vampire with his bare hands, and how dangerous would he be if Carmilla sank her fangs into him? The two of them vanished in a flash of golden light. 6E pulled herself up. "Mistress," she cried out, rushing over to the empty space where Carmilla and Eve had been just a few seconds ago. At least, 2B told herself, now she only had one enemy to fight. 6E glared at her, gritted her teeth, gurgled as though in immense pain, and let out a sharp scream as a pristine arm burst out of the severed stump, ripping through the cauterized wound 2B's sword had left behind in a shower of gore. Blood stained her pale skin, dripping onto the ground, as she cradled the new appendage. "Well, 2E," she sneered. 2B readied her sword. She'd sparred with 6E so many times in the old days, even as a vampire, she didn't have that many new moves, just more brute strength and a newfound affinity for mind games. Their blades clashed in a flurry of sparks. Carmilla found herself standing deep in the bowels of some unsightly mechanical abattoir. It was the most hideous place she'd ever seen, nothing but ugly pieces of scrap metal and big, skeletal machines as far as the eye could see, which, in the gloom, wasn't very far, even for a vampire's prodigious eyesight. "There," Eve said, taking a deep breath. He never broke eye contact with Carmilla. His eyes were just as red as any vampire's, but the light had a hard, earthy gleam to them, not like the foggy and ethereal glow that lit up a vampire's scarlet irises. "Now we can fight without hurting anybody." Carmilla laughed. She couldn't help it. She'd heard this dumb hero of justice speech from so many would-be vampire slayers over the centuries that it was just comical. You couldn't take platitudes and machismo like that seriously unless it was coming from someone with the skill to back it up, like a Belmont. And Eve was no Belmont. He didn't even have any sort of weapons capable of putting down a vampire for good. What did he think he could do? Beat her into a pile of mush faster than her healing factor could keep up? Besides, he was clearly a simpleton, good for nothing but punching indiscriminately, no tactics, no finesse. She kept laughing. "Oh, somebody will get very hurt here, I assure you, Eve." He was gone. A hand clamped down on her shoulder, she felt herself spin around on her heel. Eve punched her hard enough to knock loose every tooth in her mouth. 6E vanished. 2B found herself straining to identify subtle shifts in the air that betrayed her lying senses, cutting through mirages, feeling her blade meet resistance amid empty air, narrowly dodging blows that came out of nowhere, failing to dodge blows that came out of nowhere, hitting the ground, tasting blood. If she just kept pressing forward through the illusions, through the lies, striking at the empty spaces where 6E hid herself. Her sword met empty air again and again, until she wondered if she was even fighting 6E anymore, or if she had simply perched atop the bridge overhead and was watching her swing her blade around at thin air looking like a fool. 2B. 2B whirled around at the sound of a familiar voice. Nines was standing right before her, crouched down as though he'd leaped from the bridge to the ground. How? How had he gotten here so quickly, so silently, so? It was another trick. She readied her sword. 2B, are you all right? He asked, concern furrowing his brow. Why, you can put the sword down, 2B, he raised his hands, palms outward. 2B? It's me, 9S. Keeping her sword bared, she crept forward, taking a hand and laying it with trepidation on his shoulder. Warm. It was warm. And solid, too. It was real. He was real. She sighed. 9S, it's really you. Yeah. What's going on? He glanced up. I saw you from up there swinging your sword around at nothing. I think someone's messing with my visual processor. Well, why don't I hack into you and take a look? 2B nodded. The sooner this gets cleared up, the better. Quickly. The vampire I was fighting might still be around. She tried to take a step forward, but couldn't budge. Something was holding her arm back. She glanced over her shoulder, seeing her arm hanging in the air straight and tensed. It was as though someone had grabbed her by the wrist, but there was no one there, and she couldn't even feel any pressure on her hand or wrist. To be grabbed and held in place by, it seemed, nothing at all was supremely disorienting. It was like a part of her brain, just a tiny part, had gone blind. What's the matter, 2E? 6E's haunting, churlish voice drifted through the clearing. Can't you see me? Can't you feel me? 2B pivoted on her heel and swung her sword into the empty space that had somehow ensnared her arm. Immediately, the tension holding her in place broke, sending her staggering back into nines. 6E's voice filled the air, emanating from all around her. You can't see me. You can't feel me. You can't touch me, 2E. Every phrase came from a different direction. Her left, right, behind her, in front of her. 2B gritted her teeth. 6E. Show yourself. Nines grabbed her by the shoulder. 2B, what's going on? How do you know you're even really hearing me right now, 2E? 6E laughed. Her laughter, the laughter of a dozen people, rang in 2B's ears, cloying like a hot, thick fog. 2B felt something heavy sink in her stomach. Could the hacker have that much influence on her mind? Were all of her senses lying to her? Sight, hearing, touch, taste, smell. 6E's PET scanner could control what she saw, hear, felt. That was how she'd pretended to be nines. She'd tricked 2B into seeing a false image, hearing a false voice, feeling what was not there and not feeling what was. She squeezed her eyes shut and tried to block out the laughter filling her ears and the murky, earthy smell of the nearby forest filling her nose. Her senses were deceiving her. But the one thing no hacker could influence, her instincts, what humans had called a sixth sense. If your heart wavers. Why does she call you that? Nines asked her. Not now, 9S. 2B struggled to focus. Go looking for that rogue scanner and take him out. Rogue scanner. 6E parroted, giggling mockingly. Oh, 2E, you're so adorably simple sometimes. Why does she call you that? Nines asked again. Why does she call you that? 2E. 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 Her concentration broken, 2B opened her eyes. 9S, please. 2E. She calls you 2E. 9S's lips curled in disgust. It's not. The color drained from his face. He took a step backward, then another. 9S, 2B insisted, reaching out to him. It isn't. Oh, God, it's true, isn't it? He clapped a gloved hand over his mouth as it widened in shock. Oh, God, 2B, you, how could you? Nines. Nines swatted her hand aside. How could you do that to me? To us. Did you think he'd never figure it out? 6E asked. See, Tui, that's your problem, you think everyone else is just as stupid as you are. And you think you're better than the vampires? 2B, you're a monster. Nines cried out. Shut up. 2B brandished her sword. It's a trick. It's not like you're real, anyway. He held out his hands. Wait, 2B, no, I take it back, She drove her sword through his chest. How dare this impostor, this illusion, how dare it toy with her emotions? His mouth gaped open with shock, a pitiful squeak falling from his lips. He laid his hands, warm hands, living hands, softly on the hand wrapped around the sword's hilt, on 2B's hand, just as he'd done so many times in the past. It was as though 2B had ran the blade through her own chest. Warm hands. Living hands. How could that be an illusion? It wasn't real. It couldn't be. 9S's soft, beautiful face, frozen in shock and anguish, shimmered and blurred. 2B sniffled and realized that tears were welling up in her eyes, bleeding into the visor wrapped around her head. Were they really her tears? Or was 6E tricking her into thinking she was crying? The burning sensation, the watery film blurring everything in front of her, the ache stretching deep down her throat and into her chest, how could she know? 2B, I don't blame you, Nines hissed as he slumped forward, his grip on her hands loosening. We don't blame you, it's not your fault. Nines. It's okay. Tears rolled down his cheeks from under his visor. I know you love me, 2B. I know. I love you too. I love you, 2B. I love you. It wasn't real, 2B told herself. It wasn't real. It couldn't be happening. This couldn't be happening. Standing here with the real Nines and a real sword jammed up to its hilt in his real chest as his real voice, weakening as his life ebbed out, told her his real feelings. It couldn't be real. She couldn't have done this to him. She wouldn't. It's funny, isn't it? Nines whispered to her, a trickle of blood dripping down his chin. If we were. I mean. It wouldn't kill me, what you did, if we were vampires. Trembling as white-hot fury burned through her tears, 2B ripped the sword from his chest. You're not real, she spat. None of this is real. She cast a furious glance around the clearing. 6E, show yourself. You don't have to yell, Tui, 6E whispered in her ear. I'm right here. Invisible fingers caressed her cheek. An invisible hand clamped down on her wrist. An invisible pair of lips brushed against the side of her neck. I told you this morning, 6E said, I wanted you to want it. Her fingers danced lightly across her cheek and combed through her hair, working into the knot holding her visor in place at the back of her head and swiftly untying it. The cloth fell from 2B's eyes and drifted to the ground. Well, Tui? Have I made my case? 2B looked down at 9S's corpse. It wasn't real, it wasn't real, it wasn't real, and watched it decay before her eyes, skin growing paler and pulling away from the seam lines in his chassis, muscle fibers loosening and poking frayed edges through gaps in the skin, his uniform rotting into decayed tatters, his sightless blue eyes turning a milky gray-white, turgid black tar spilling from his mouth and running from his eyes like tears. His hair grew wild and tangled, matted with blood and tar and dirt, his bare skin under the tattered remains of his coat thinned out and split open to reveal black-stained ribs guarding tar-clogged machinery. It never has to happen again if you join us. 6E's fingers continued to ghost through 2B's hair in a way that was gentle to a cloying, almost sickening extreme. If you both join us, no more Yorha, no more executioners, no more poor 2E sobbing over poor Nines. With an anguished roar, 2B wrenched herself free and whirled around, slashing with all her might, her sword cutting a glittering arc through thin air. Suddenly visible, 6E staggered backward, bits of lace fluttering in her wake as blood spewed from the burning gash running across her chest. No more illusions. But how could she fight when she had no idea what was real and what was not? How could she know this was real? How could she trust anything, anyone? If your heart wavers, seek guidance from those who came before you. The voice rang in her ears. A whispery, scratchy voice, a voice like fragile reeds scraping across ancient pottery. Frail, yet oddly strong. The voice of the man who had wielded the whip in her dream. He appeared as a ghostly apparition before her, the colors of his skin and rusty hair and shabby leather coat cold and washed out, his form hazy and translucent. But his eyes gleamed with a harsh, real light as he brandished his whip, glanced over his shoulder at 2B, and nodded. His whip sliced uselessly through 6E without so much as a scratch on her left in its wake. Useless ghost. Nothing but another distraction. 2B ignored it and pressed onward, despite the odds against her. None of her hits landed. All of the 6Es she struck down were mirages, shimmering into oblivion as her sword cut through them. Every blade that struck her came out of nowhere, cutting into her without warning. Even the shifting of the air was difficult to discern, she could never tell for certain where an attack would come from. Half the blades that ripped into her muscles, she doubted were even real. How could she know 6E wasn't tricking her pain sensors, too, just to pile on the misery? In any combat scenario, one of the worst things to happen was to be hit once. Because to be hit once raised your odds to be hit a second time, and to be hit twice made it a virtual certainty that you would be hit 3 times, and past that, unless you happened to be adept at taking hits, you had little option but to retreat, assuming you still had enough limbs by that point. That was what 6E had always told her, anyway. If your heart wavers. Shut up. The ghost shook his head and shot her a frustrated glare. 2B closed her eyes and tightened her grip on her sword. Every part of her body hurt. Strained muscles burned. Nervous circuits screamed. Her knees were buckling, her legs weak, her knuckles aching as her fingers curled tighter around her sword. Blood-drenched hair was plastered to her forehead, the gashes and ragged furrows in her flesh cut all the way to her chassis, exposing metal. If this was the end, this was the end. She wouldn't give in. She would never want what any vampire had to give her. She would rather let herself be torn apart. If your heart wavers, seek guidance. Her eye cracked open. My heart, she growled, is not. The phantom charged directly at her. 2B steeled herself and held her sword up defensively in front of her out of sheer reflex, even though she knew this was likely just as much a feint as the rest of 6Es tricks. The ghost passed right through her, its translucent form shimmering as it sank into her body. A wave of static rushed through her like millions of ice crystals blossoming inside her chassis. She whirled around to follow the ghost's arc by instinct, knowing rationally that it didn't matter. Her limp arm swung her blade aimlessly, purposelessly. And the blade glittered, and a spray of blood ripped through the empty air, and a scream rang out. It was a scream of pain, but also of frustration, of indignation, of how did this happen, of it's not fair. She understood now. Seek guidance. As the ghost pressed onward, 2B summoned the vampire killer and trailed behind him, hardly thinking, choosing instead for her body to move itself. She matched his movements perfectly, the arc of his whip, the motions of his arms as the whip sailed through the air, the subtle flick of his wrist to direct the whip's subtle movements as it homed in on its target. It was like magic. She ripped 6E out of the empty space of her illusions, breaking through the wall of mirages. With a deft flick of her wrist, she brought her foe crashing to the ground in a whirlwind of fire and blood. The grizzled old man looked back at her, a bright gleam in his eyes, and smiled as he faded away. Before 6E could recover, 2B lunged forward, with a single lash of the whip severing one of 6Es arms at the elbow, the other at her bicep. Flames licked at the edges of the vampire's ostentatious dress, wisps of smoke curling from her blackened flesh. 6E reeled back, throw off, and disoriented, no longer capable of running and hiding, no longer capable of feints. It had not been a rogue scanner causing the illusions, but her, and under an unrelenting assault, there were no mirages she could sustain to hide behind. 2B cast aside the whip, summoned her sword, and drove the blade up to its hilt in 6Es stomach, the force of her blow so strong that it lifted her feet off the ground, and threw 6E over her shoulder, pinning her to the ground, burying the rest of the blade in the dirt. 2B summoned the vampire killer again, gripping it in both hands and holding it out taut between them. 6E writhed pathetically, the stumps of her arms flailing as the flesh surrounding the sword lodged in her stomach continued to blacken. Tui! Tui, please, she moaned, gnashing her teeth. 2B loomed over her, whip readied, casting her shadow across the vampire's panicked face. She was still shaking, her blood still boiling, her tears still wet. She'd never felt so full of fire, so ready to explode. She could scream. She could rip 6E to shreds like a wild animal. She could kill like she'd never killed before, not coldly and clinically, but full of heat and passion and a hatred so strong it almost overflowed into a kind of love. Please, Tui, 6E looked up at her with wide, pleading eyes. Please. I need a win. I need to win something, I have to do something that Mistress will be proud of me for, she gasped and wheezed, her chest heaving. Please let me turn you. Let me bite you, just a little, just a sip of your blood. We can be vampires together. We can be friends, Tui, friends again, just like old times. And Nines, too, your Nines I know you love him, I know and if you let me turn you, and you turn him, you'll be together forever. And he'll be your thrall, he'll always be loyal to you. We can be friends again. 2B repeated, rolling the words off her tongue as though she were hearing them, using them, for the first time. 6E nodded excitedly, her curls bouncing around her cherubic face. Yes. Friends. You remember, right, Tui? I was there for you after your first kill, we trained together, the first week after you came online, those sparring matches, all the fun we had. 2B dropped to her knees and held the vampire killer to her throat. We were never friends, she spat. 6E began to laugh. The high-pitched tittering sound rang out like shattering glass. Taken aback, 2B hesitated, the taut length of the whip between her clenched fists centimeters away from her foe's heaving chest. You think this is the real 6E, she gasped between laughs, the tears rolling down her cheeks turning mirthful. 2B shot up to her feet, whip ready, glancing over her shoulder. An attack could come from any angle, and she wouldn't even see or hear or feel it coming. She'd have to throw out the whip in as wide an arc as possible, cover as much ground as possible with a single strike, leave her with no place to hide. It is. A few trailing peals of mocking, haughty laughter echoed through the air as a bat with pale lavender fur fluttered away, stretching out its leathery wings to glide on the tailwind left in the wake of the vampire killer's arc. The bat flew into the darkness and vanished. Enraged, 2B threw the whip to the ground. Damn it, she screamed, the curse tearing at her throat. Damn it. 6E. She stood there, impotent, her chest heaving and shoulders quivering, gulping down lungfuls of air. It felt like every molecule in her body was vibrating, the rage building up inside her shaking her apart. Her eyes began to rove to where the rotting corpse of Nines had rested, and before they could drift over his body, she squeezed them shut. 6E was gone. She wasn't controlling what she could see anymore. If 9S's body was still there, but he couldn't be there, then she really would have killed him. It wouldn't have been an illusion. If she kept her eyes closed, if she refused to see whether or not a body was there, she could pretend there was nothing there, even if there was nothing there. Because if she looked, and there was something. 2B. 2B, are you alright? 2B. 9S's voice, ragged and panicked, cut through the air like a knife. 2B hurriedly dried her eyes and wiped the tear stains from her cheeks. He couldn't see her like this. If he was even real. It could be another trick. She wouldn't know until it was too late. She didn't turn to look at him. She didn't open his eyes. A hand fell on her shoulder, warm and comforting. 2B, it's me. Are you okay? You look hurt. She pulled away, smacking his hand away. It felt solid. It didn't matter. What she felt, heard, saw, it could all be faked. He could be faked. 2B, what's wrong? She ran off, stumbled after only a few steps, and fell to her knees. She was shivering, her eyes watering. Don't cry in front of him, she ordered herself, don't show weakness, don't show emotions. Her chest heaving as she struggled to breathe. Prepologic virus vaccine. There must be something wrong with her. Her tears flowing freely, she collapsed to the ground, her chest pressing against the churned and trampled soil beneath her with every ragged breath. Her fingers curled into the dirt, something solid, something real, and as her thoughts spiraled into blissful oblivion she cracked her eyes open and glanced sideways, her gaze spying through a veil of tears and a cage of eyelashes, a blurred blotch of black and silver and flesh tones. Amamon breathed, struggling to move her other hand with the crushed wrist joint as she stared at the grey rot spreading down her forearm in horror. The slightest exertion sent shockwaves of white-hot pain through her nervous circuitry. 4. My arm. We need to get rid of it, she struggled to raise her voice. 4. A4 crouched down at her side. The strained whirring of her servos grinding against each other was loud and sharp enough to set Anemone's teeth on edge. Nem. My arm, Anemone repeated. She tried to gesture to the fuzzy partition between warm and cold flesh as it crawled up her forearm. It's spreading. A4 fixed her dead, glassy eyes on her arm, but then her gaze wandered over to Jackass. It was hard to read any expression onto her face given how much effort it took for her to change it. The hateful snarl she'd had while pulverizing Laurel hadn't yet faded from her face. Cass. 4, please, Anemone hissed. The infection's spreading. We have to remove it. A4's eyes swiveled in their sockets, her head turning toward the abandoned toolkit Jackass had been using. There's no time. Anemone watched the partition between living flesh and undead flesh vanish underneath the rolled-up cuff of her sleeve. Now there was no way to gauge how quickly it was spreading. I don't care how you do it, just do it. A4 looked down at her. Though it was impossible to tell, she seemed bemused. Rip off the whole thing if you have to, she told her. Just do it now. With a solemn, dutiful nod to show she understood, A4 gripped Anemone by the wrist. Her hand was as dead and icy as any vampire's, and her touch sent razor-sharp splinters through her sensitive skin. The vampire flesh crawling up her arm did not take kindly to her touch as if it knew what she was going to do. Shivering as the tingling sensation spread further up her bicep, Anemone gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and steeled herself. It wouldn't be the first limb she'd lost, but... She felt something hard and blunt press against her armpit, then a flash of searing pain. She struggled to choke down the anguished scream fighting its way up her throat, hissing it out through gritted teeth until the dam burst. What was left of her shoulder joint burned as though it had been doused with napalm. She arched her back, her muscles coiling like springs as every nerve circuit running under her skin lit up at once, as her scream tore at her throat and faded to a hoarse croak. After what felt like an eternity, the pain faded away, rolling back like fog in sunlight until it was contained in her shoulder, just next to the empty space where her left arm had been. The phantom impressions from nervous circuits that had been connected to her systems only a moment ago faded away last. Anemone cracked open her eyes. A4 threw the infected arm aside. As it hit the floor, the arm's skin turned completely gray, then black as soot, then crumbled away, leaving nothing but exposed chassis wrapped in coiled strands of muscle fiber and nervous circuitry. She could feel blood soaking her clothes and struggled to roll herself onto her side to keep herself from bleeding out before the blood coagulated and the severed coolant tubes sealed themselves. God knows, she'd lost enough coolant already in these past 2 days. All Pascal's hard work repairing her, down the drain. 4. She struggled to catch her breath. Her throat felt like sandpaper, her voice barely a whisper. 4. Get Jack's tools. A4 nodded and lumbered off to collect Jackass tools. Anemone spared a second to wonder if she knew how to perform field repairs. She couldn't recall if she'd ever seen A4 do any medical work, whether on other members of her squadron or on any older Resistance models. At the very least, whatever A4 could do would be better than nothing. Jackass grimaced and opened her eyes, her hand weakly probing the gaping hole Laurel had opened in her chest. Thanks, Nem, she mumbled, her mouth curling weakly into a lopsided, sardonic grin. You know, only my friends call me Jack. You have friends. Her smile widened. You're all right. Thanks for not letting Laurel drink me. God, I had him pegged as an asshole from the beginning. A4 came back with an armful of supplies and set to work. As a medic, she didn't have much of a bedside manner, which wasn't too surprising, considering she was a walking corpse. Her hands were surprisingly steady, but lacked dexterity. Good for anything that needed brute force, like ripping an arm off, for example, bad for anything requiring fine motor control, like repairing an android. She didn't need anyone to tell her to work on Jackass first. She was already getting to work before the words, "For, work on Jack first," had left Anemone's mouth. She pulled aside Jackass' tattered, stained cloak and lifted her shirt to expose her bare stomach and the gaping fist-sized wound resting between her sternum and navel and pushed limp, sparking fistfuls of cables and coolant tubes hanging out of the wound back into her chest cavity, then reached over to her tools for a patch of plastic tarp just big enough to fit over the hole and the stick welder. Wait. Jackass held up her hand. Stick welders for metal. That'll melt the plastic. You want the sealant bolt gun. A4 put away the stick welder and picked up the sealant gun. Wait. Don't just seal me up. Tape up the coolant tubes first. No, use the ARC 52 tape, it's the only thing that'll adhere to the tubes. Jackass lifted her head weakly, dribbling blood down her chin. The bright blue stuff. A4 found the bright blue stuff, took both severed ends of the coolant tube Laurel had been drinking from, and struggled to tape them together, the slippery tubes slithering around her fumbling hands. Just give them to me, I'll do it, said Jackass, lifting her hands. She made it about halfway before her arms went limp and fell to her sides. The back of her head cracked against the floor. Eventually, after an agonizing eternity of fumbling, A4 tied the tubes back together and shoved them back into Jackass' chassis, then reached for the plastic tarp she'd picked out and the bolt gun. Wait. Jackass held up her hand again. Gotta drain the abdominal cavity first. Get that coolant back into circulation. With great, almost agonizing effort, A4 contorted her face into a look of utter confusion. There's an internal coolant recycling port to handle leakage, installed it myself. Jackass panted for breath, her cheeks flushed. Anemone wondered how long she could hold on. Overheating was one of the worst ways for an android to die, and one of the most common in cases of severe mutilation. Like logic viruses, it wasn't a fast or merciful killer, and by the time your body stopped working entirely, your brain was a pile of burned-out mush. A4 looked down at the pool of blood filling Jackass' chest cavity, still at a loss. Bastard must have snapped the wiring when he fisted me, Jackass muttered. Okay. Find those severed wires. Gotta connect, green ones. I think. Might be aquamarine. I put that thing in there like 50 fucking years ago. A4 slid her hand into the cavity and fished around for the wires, eventually producing a handful of cables with sparking ends. Past the blood, Anemone could barely make out a hint of a green plastic coating on one of them. A4 wiped them off as best as she could and set aside all but the two green wires. Now peel back some of the coating, Jackass said, and hold the copper together. A4 did as she was told, then held the two ends of the wire close together. A spark leaped from one end to the other as she brought them closer, and as she touched the two split lengths of copper together, the pool of blood filling Jackass' chassis churned and bubbled, then whittled itself down to almost nothing. The teeth-rattling hum of the coolant recycling port filled the air until A4 separated the two wires. This is gonna take so much fucking work to fix, Jackass muttered, wincing at the sound of the labored whirring. Okay. Now seal me up. A4 placed the plastic patch against Jackass' bare skin, took the sealant gun, and pressed the muzzle against the corner of the patch. The gun fired with an ear-splitting whomp that, though dull, was plenty loud enough to drown out the sharp bark of pain laughter that spewed from Jackass' mouth. Anemone pulled her arm out from under her torso and set her hand on Jackass' shoulder as best she could, the broken joints in her wrist still screaming from the slightest movement. It's all right. It's almost over, she consoled her. It was hard seeing her in so much pain from something that wasn't her fault for once, but at least now it seemed like she'd pull through, although this was a stopgap solution at best. A4 continued to shoot sealing bolts around the edges of the patch. With every shot, Jackass convulsed, her abdominal muscles throbbing, the severed cables under her skin around the wound peeling back and bunching up to form grotesque lumps circling the wound. When the last bolt had been set and the patch had an airtight seal against her skin, Jackass unclenched her teeth and let out a ragged, sputtering gasp. Everything hurts, she moaned. At least she was alive. It was Anemone's turn next. She'd been lucky compared to Jackass, the most pressing concern was the severed coolant tubes in her shoulder. A4 did the same for her as she'd done for Jackass, placing a temporary chassis sealant patch against the ragged edge of her severed shoulder. Each shot of the sealant bolt gun hurt as much as Laurel biting her had. She toughed it out as best she could, and when it was over, fell flat on her back, her head spinning and her thoughts fighting through a thick, hot, cloudy haze of pain. Just when I thought our luck was turning around, Jackass muttered. She struggled to sit up, her chest heaving from the exertion. Thanks, A4. When this is over, I'll get your body so patched up, you won't even be able to tell you're dead anymore. She wrinkled her nose and furrowed her brow. Wait a minute, she added, her voice taking a dark turn. What did you do with Laurel's body? Anemone pulled herself upright, her head throbbing from the exertion. She scanned the room, fighting past the hot fog muffling her thoughts, and spied Laurel's headless body lying in the middle of the pool of blood on the other side of the room. How'd he get over there, she wondered aloud, so weary that she didn't realize at first that she'd been talking out loud. The headless body pulled itself to its feet, a trail of blood wicking through the air from the puddle staining the floor to the ragged edge of its severed neck. Metal filaments, glittering in the light, sprouted from the stump of its spine like the stem of a plant, weaving around themselves and blossoming into the shape of a chrome-silver metal skull. Jelly poured from the eye sockets and congealed into two white eyeballs with ruby-red irises that rolled in their sockets. What the fuck? Jackass whispered. The skull's metal jaw opened, revealing a dripping blood-red tongue. It ran itself experimentally across its teeth, pricking itself on each of the two long fangs as if to make sure they were there. Please don't do that again, Laurel said, eyeing A4 with a permanent death's head grin affixed to his fleshless face. That was very painful. Anemone suddenly felt twice as weary as before. Were these monsters really that immortal? On the other hand, he added, taking a few halting steps toward Anemone, you probably needed a practical demonstration. He spread out his arms. Immortality. Real immortality. Think about it, Anemone. I made sure none of your subordinates can ever die. Think about it. The people you've lost, the people we've lost. Everyone knows what it's like. Trust me, I know. And now it will never happen again. World without end, Anemone. Life without end. If she were being honest, Anemone had to admit she'd never seen Laurel this passionate about anything before. If she were being even more honest, she was starting to admit that immortality was starting to sound like a pretty good deal. Whether she was too tired and beaten down to think straight or genuinely coming around to the idea, she couldn't tell. But no. It wouldn't bring back the people who'd already died. Think about your men. They're mine now. If you don't join me, they all might as well be dead. But if you do, you'll never have anything to worry about. Laurel stooped down and put a hand on her shoulder. Well? What do you say to that? Anemone glanced at Jackass and A4. I thought you were crazy, she told Laurel. I was wrong. The expressionless death's head in lieu of Laurel's face could not capture whatever emotion he was feeling, but the shifting light in his eyes denoted some sort of pleasant surprise. Oh. She shook her head. You're not crazy. Laurel leaned closer, his icy breath on her neck. I'm so glad you can see things You're batshit insane. He stiffened and recoiled in shock. What? At that very moment, the long-suffering door to the repair facility burst open, its hinges shattering and splinters flying through the air. Something flew through the air and clattered on the ground. Anemone had 200 years of experience under her belt that told her exactly what the hollow, ringing thud the projectile made as it hit the floor meant. Not now, you idiots. Laurel roared. I'm still in here. Jackass leaped to her feet and scooped up the grenade as it began to smoke and sputter, her skin audibly sizzling against its superheated shell. Anemone, run. Anemone felt A4's dead hand grip around her remaining arm and yank her to her feet, pulling her toward the door. Jackass threw herself at Laurel, shoving the grenade against his mouth with enough force to knock his teeth loose and force his bare metal jaws open. Put this in your schedule, motherfucker, she snarled as Laurel's jaws reflexively clamped down on her hand and the grenade in his mouth erupted in a blossom of flames. The next thing she knew, Anemone was lying on the ground, a hot wind scalding her skin and singeing her eyebrows. She squinted and covered her eyes with her hands, peeking through a slit in her fingers to see the blurred image of flames hungrily engulfing the building. Jack, she gasped. A4 rested a hand on her shoulder as softly as she could manage. Acrid, stinging black smoke billowed into the sky, coiling and twisting around the canopy of foliage above. So much for a world without end. Carmilla had clearly deeply underestimated Eve. He wasn't a tactical genius like his brother, who could make strategies that ran circles around people hundreds of times older than him, but what he lacked in brains, he made up for in brawn almost tenfold. She had to congratulate him for something. Acknowledging his worth as a fighter took the sting out of the beatdown she'd been receiving for what had felt like the past hour. To think you'd do this to a lady, she groused, though, teetering on her feet as she spat out a shattered fang. What's a lady? Eve asked. Never heard of it. Aggravated, she lunged at him, her claws raking across his skin. If she could just break his skin, the poison in her nail polish could slow him down enough to turn the tide, just as it had been enough to briefly immobilize Tui. No use. That damn black tattoo splashed across his skin again, her claws glancing off it as though it were as hard and resilient as pure diamond. This damnable Achilles and his impermeable skin. Surely he had some weak point, some part of his body his mother had held him by when she'd dipped him into the river Styx. The next blow to her stomach knocked the wind out of her, and, it felt, everything else. It was then that she remembered, of course, that machines didn't have mothers. Apparently, even his older brother had popped out of an egg of sorts. Carmilla reeled back, skidding to a halt across the grated floor, and steadied herself. She had to make this man hers somehow, if only she could find one weak spot on his body, one chink in his armor, a place she could slip her fangs into and make him forevermore a slave to her every whim. Oh, what power she would have! The entire world would be hers for the taking with him and his legions of machines at her beck and call. She had to. A flash of golden light filled her eyes, searing them. Carmilla felt tears stream down her face. The next thing she knew, she was lying on her back and every part of her body hurt, and as the dazzling galaxy of stars and speckles and spots faded from her eyes, she looked up at Eve. Well, she mused, it seems we have reached an impasse. Nothing you can do will kill me, as for you, I see you're quite invulnerable. You might as well let me go. She reached out and laid her hand gently on his cheek, the tips of her fingernails ghosting his skin. The black tattoo did not spread. A soft touch, it seemed, a gentle touch, did not trigger that blasted defense mechanism. Perhaps if she was swift enough. Emboldened, she summoned all her strength and jammed her nails into his cheek as quickly as she could. Her nails snapped in two. Then go, he growled, his knee pressing into her abdomen hard enough to snap every single one of her ribs like twigs, and tell Dracula that I'm going to take my brother back. He vanished in a flash of gold light. Chapter 20, Requiem Mass. Waking up was like trudging through a waist-deep pool of tar. Atu had to strain even to open her eyelids. There was almost no part of her body that didn't hurt. Every bullet hole in her flesh burned, every single muscle stretched over her chassis ached, every joint throbbed, and every square centimeter of skin crawled as though a million tiny insects were crawling under it. Her arms and legs were heavy as lead, her head felt as though someone had driven meter-long bolts into her forehead and pinned it to the ground. Her shoulder, where Ulrox had left his brand, hurt so much that it had gone numb, traces of pins and needles marking the borderline between the flesh she could feel and the flesh that she couldn't. She was soaking wet and freezing, too. Her skin felt cold and clammy, her hair and clothes plastered to her skin, the light dusting of fur-covering patches of her body slicked into spikes. The air settling on her skin felt like a blanket of thick snow, so cold that it burned. She opened her eyes and immediately wished she hadn't. Ah, so you were indeed still alive, Larage said, her scaly green face so close to A2's that their noses were nearly touching. A cloying, smoky, honey-like scent clung to her. Her scarlet eyes twinkled as a dark tongue darted out of her mouth and whisked itself across her cracked and bloodied lips. You see, boy, she called out to somebody outside of A2's line of sight, presumably Force. I told you I would get all of the poison out. It is, after all, my poison. Get out of my face, A2 growled with what little menace she could muster. You are in no position to tell me whose face I may or may not get into, Larage retorted, but she leaned back and pulled away none the same, holding in one clawed hand a glass vial filled with roiling black tar. But I digress. I expect some gratitude for all I have done for you. Shivering, A2 tried to sit up and failed. For what? The demon brandished the vial, then stowed it away. Curing you, of course. You poisoned me, and want me to thank you, for taking out the poison you put into me. Yes. No. Rolling her eyes, Larage played idly with one of the buttons on her coat. A2 noticed that it was a very familiar-looking coat, then looked over to Force. His coat was gone, leaving the sweater he'd worn underneath uncovered. "Why did you take For's coat?" A2 asked. "I needed a new one." Larage rolled the vial around in her hand, then slipped it into her satchel. "Between you and Alrox, I've lost some of the finest pieces of my wardrobe tonight. This is not quite a fair trade, but it'll. Give it back to her." Larage raised her eyebrows quizzically, then switched her focus to Force. "Ah, my apologies. I mistook you for a young man," she said, clapping him on the shoulder. "Had I offended you by calling you boy, the least you could have done was correct me." What? No." Force reeled back and brushed the demon's hand aside, flustered. "I am a man. Scanners are all male models. I remember when Buer told me that I could not be both a great Marquise of Hell and a woman," Larage said, seemingly only half engaging with what Force had said. "And so I shot off one of his legs and devoured the heart of one soldier from each of his legions for that. He never troubled me again." "Give the coat back, asshole," A2 muttered, trying once more to sit up and failing once more. Her head felt like a rock, if rocks could feel pain. "Were you the one to summon me, I would follow your commands," Larage shot back. "You were not. Hence, I will not." "Weren't you summoned by that Alrox guy?" Force asked. "You didn't follow his commands." "I did. Until his commands bored me, that is. Then I stopped. I am, after all, a Marquise, not some sniveling peasant." Shaking his head, Force broke off the conversation and started rummaging through his satchel, withdrawing a packet of staunching gel. "A2, now that you're not, poisoned, do you mind if I take a look at your injuries?" A2 was immediately suspicious. "Aren't you supposed to kill me? Do I look like a Type E model to you? Besides, like I said, any enemy to vampires is a friend to us." "Tell that to Commander White," she scoffed. She glanced at the battered pod hovering at 4SS side. It had probably transmitted the coordinates of her black box signal to the bunker by now, regardless of what Force wanted. She didn't trust it as far as she could throw it. Not the pod, and not the kid either. Even if he did look just like 4. "Anyway, I've got plenty of staunching gel. Let me." Larage let out a boisterous laugh. "She does not need your strange mucus. She is a werewolf, she need only transform to cleanse her body of wounds." Force cocked his head. "A what wolf?" The pod chimed in. Statement: werewolf, a mythological creature defined by ancient human mythologies. In European folklore, a man who turns into a wolf at night and devours animals, people, or corpses but returns to human form by day. They are not known to exist. "Update your records, talking box," Larage scolded it, smacking it across the side. "Werewolves are as real as anything else." Force looked at A2. She could see his brow furrow under his visor. "You can turn into a wolf?" he asked. "Yeah. But not whenever I want to. Besides, transforming hasn't fixed my body before. A werewolf's transfiguration heals new wounds, not old," Larage snapped at her. "And wait, what? You don't know how to transform whenever you want?" she asked sharply. "No. How can you be so unaware of your very nature? To not know the extent of your natural abilities is simply... oh, fuck off." Breathtaking. Excited, Larage rummaged through her satchel and produced a vial of silvery white liquid. "To think that you put up such a good fight in spite of your crippling ignorance. Impressive. How truly impressive." Looking directly at the vial made A2's eyes hurt, her insides churn, and her skin prickle in a painfully familiar way. "This," the demon said, "is the extract of a very rare flower that shines with the light of the moon. Any werewolf with an ounce of common sense never wanders far without a vial of it at their side. A single drop will drive away one's human form for nearly an hour, even in broad daylight." "Why do you have that?" Force asked. "Just in case my hunt turned out to be too easy. Even demons must have a sense of sportsmanship," she blustered. "I am afraid I must depart," she added hastily, all but shoving the vial of liquid moonlight into A2's hand. "Good riddance, Atu muttered. Ignoring the snide remark, Larage stood up, shouldered her blade rifle, and rummaged through her satchel. She produced a bundle of sticks and a slip of paper. Atu, I know we have only just met, but here is a bundle of jasmine incense and a diagram of my summoning circle. One day, I shall kill you. When you are ready for that day, call me. A pillar of violet and emerald fire consumed her and burst into a shower of cold sparks, leaving nothing behind but a bundle of long, thin sticks and a slip of paper with a circle drawn on it lying on the ground. A deep and cloying silence settled over the forest. I don't think I like her, Force said. Atu looked at the vial Larage had forced into her hand. The more she looked at it, the more she felt her skin prickle as though the rest of her pelt was trying to push its way out of her. So, one drop of that stuff? Force asked her, eyeing the vial skeptically. What if it's just more poison? No. It'll do what she said it does. I can feel it. Atu struggled to curl her fingers around the vial and lift her hand. Every move she made felt like she was pulling against lead weights. Whether it was from the injuries, the poison Larage had claimed to have completely removed, or some kind of blowback from breaking free of all Rox's control, or all three, she'd been left so weak that anything beyond lying on the ground was too much for her. You're not gonna use that, are you? Why do you care? Force put his hand to his chin. Huh. Good point. His pod bobbed in the air. Statement: Unit Force should be aware that aiding fugitives outside of extenuating circumstances is expressly forbidden. See? Your pod's got it right. Atu struggled with the vial some more. Her fingers were nearly numb. She could barely even feel any pressure where her fingertips pressed against the glass. It was like her old body, only worse. Go away. Do whatever it is Yorha wants you to do. Need some help with that? Force asked despite his pod's admonishment, leaning over. If it really is werewolf essence or whatever, you probably don't want to drink all of that at once, or spill it. He rummaged through his satchel again, having already adjusted to the new reality he lived in where androids like him could transform into furry beasts. After vampires it probably wasn't much of a logical leap. Actually, I think I have a few maintenance pipettes in here I could use. I'm fine, Atu said sharply. Just go, hide behind a tree or something. Your pod, too. Don't look. She had to do this alone, the idea of a stranger watching her transform revolted her. She fumbled with the vial, rolling it in her palm as her fingers and thumb tried to find purchase against the glass and pop off the wooden stopper pressed into the top. Force's hand wrapped around hers. Let me. He really did look just like A4, aside from the bowl-cut hair. Sounded like her, too, and his hands. No. The succubus had been a perfect match, too. She couldn't trust this one, either. Just another fake Force sent to torment her. The vial slipped from her hand anyway and fell to the ground, though, leaving Force free to scoop it up and pop off the cap so effortlessly that A2 almost felt nauseous from jealousy. Don't worry, he assured her. I'll give you a dose and hide behind something as quickly as I can. He dipped the long beak of a thin plastic pipette into the vial and pressed on the bulb at the end to pull some of the silvery liquid through, then held the pipette over A2's mouth. Open up. This'll only take a second. Despite knowing she'd regret it, A2 let him drip a single droplet onto her tongue. She screamed. Force yelped and scurried backward, struggling to keep any of the vial's contents from spilling out as he dodged her thrashing limbs. A2 couldn't see if he made good on his promise to hide and not watch her. She couldn't see anything. Everything was red and black in roiling waves of static. Every time the world went black and she passed out, she regained consciousness not even a second later to find herself drowning in a sea of throbbing red, another wave of anguish crashing into her. She could feel her back arching, her spine snapping, flesh rushing like water to fill her bullet wounds, her joints realigning themselves, her bones crackling and splintering. Muscles unfurled from her metal endoskeleton as though something was scraping them away from her chassis and coiling them back around her body in alien ways, stretching taut across bones that were reshaping themselves like soft clay, burning all the while. She spat out her teeth, blood pouring from her mouth as fangs sprouted from her blackening gums, a pitiful moan ripping itself from her mouth and resonating through the changing shape of her skull. Her claws dug furrows into the dirt as she writhed and thrashed, paws scrabbling helplessly at the ground. Thick fur blanketed her skin as scars whittled themselves away and wounds sealed themselves shut. Her blood sang in her ears, her muscles wailed and moaned, her nerves screamed across her body from the tip of her nose to the tip of her tail as an electric rush of energy coursed through her body. Her clothes sloughed off, draped over a body they no longer fit, as she rested on her side and panted for breath, her tongue lolling from her mouth, her chest heaving. Tears leaked from her eyes and stained her still damp fur. A part of her had hoped to no avail that this stupid moonlight drug would make the transformation hurt less. If anything, it had made it even worse. A hand sank into her fur, gloved fingertips brushing against her skin. Is it always like that? Force asked. Damn it. He'd been watching. Atu tried to tell him to fuck off, but her muzzle was too long and her tongue too imprecise to make anything even close to any word, least of all fuck. All that came out was an indistinct whine. That looked like it hurt. Are you okay? Does it still hurt? Atu roughly pulled herself away from him and stood up, gingerly extricating herself from the pile of clothes that had pooled around her. 4 legs again. Great. Her favorite thing about full moons. I can't talk, you idiot, she tried to tell him, but of course, all that came out was something that vaguely sounded like a gauhawahi. She teetered on unsteady paws and gritted her teeth as a pang from the knot in her empty stomach ripped through her. Instinctively, she shook herself dry and loped off into the forest to find food, hoping Force wouldn't follow. He did, of course. The fucking idiot. No matter what she did or where she went, Force just couldn't leave her alone, could she? She wandered for what felt like hours, and Force kept a healthy distance from her as she did so, and all the while his pod kept advising him to kill her. Finally, the effects of the moonlight drug wore off, and Atu reverted as back to normal as she could. She knelt on the forest floor and doubled over, curled up while the last of the lingering pains all faded away. So, Force asked, what next? Atu took a deep breath. She wasn't all that sure where to go next. The woods were vast and dark and deep, and anything could be lurking in them. There was a pinprick of light in the distance that could have been Pascal's village, an oasis in the endless night. But the thought of going back there curdled in her stomach. How could she go back there, after what she had done to Four? How could she face her again? Or Anemone? As for 2B9s, and Alucard, she could only hope she would never see them again. What's next, she said to him, is you leave me the fuck alone. I'm staying here. Force frowned, then consulted with his pod for a little bit. Then he started talking. 27-0? Force here. I've been, well, pod 121 can fill you in. Atu yes, that Atu, please don't make a big deal out of it, she helped me fend off a nasty vampire lord just now. We're okay, yes, we're both okay. No bites. What's the status of Pascal's village? He listened for a while. Oh, no, he mumbled. Atu leaped to her feet. What happened to the village? She snapped. I'm not authorized to share that information with you, Force said. No, 27-0, I wasn't talking to you, that was Atu just now. No, I'm not friends with her, but she did save my life. His pod spoke up. Statement, it was you who took action to save Unit A2. She was an asset against the vampires. It was a temporary alliance. Don't tell the commander, or, actually, if you do, I could put in a good word for her, maybe. Atu groaned. 4, you idiot. You're gonna get yourself killed again. Force wrinkled his nose. Again? Oh, no, sorry, that was Atu again. No, I don't want to be court-martialed. Just, okay. Okay. It's extenuating circumstances. Yes. That'll all come out in my report. You can forward it to the commander, and I'm sure she'll understand. So, what's the status of the village? He listened again. Atu stood at a distance, feeling every muscle in her body, every servo in her chassis tense up like a tightly wound spring. That bad, huh? And anemones. Oh. The whole camp. What's going on? Atu barked. He held up his hand to her. Hold on. I'd thought I'd seen a few flight units in the sky out here. Well, it's good to know we're helping clean up. I guess I should go lend a hand? That's recommended. Okay. Thanks, 270. Yo Arha Scanner Unit 4, over and out. Fors let out a sigh and slumped his shoulders. No sooner had he done so than A2 grabbed him by both of those slumped shoulders. What happened to Anemone? She snapped at him. Flecks of spittle fell on his cheeks. Observation, Unit A2 has become hostile, Pod 121 announced. Standing by to engage FFCS. It's fine, Fors said, easing his way out of A2's grasp. I'll tell you on the way. The two of them raced off toward Pascal's village. Devola trudged through the forest, the beam of her flashlight sweeping across the trees and throwing deep, stark shadows across their gnarled, knobbly surfaces. It was the kind of environment that nearly made her expect to find a house made of gingerbread or a quaint little cottage with a cross-dressing wolf inside it or Santa Claus, considering the fairy tale garbage she and Popola had already lived through tonight. Speaking of fairy tale garbage, Devola had taken to cradling Popola in her hand after she'd fallen asleep and nearly slipped off her shoulder. Carrying her sister in one hand would normally be an impressive feat of strength, except that she currently weighed about 1/4 kilogram. Devola looked down at the mouse curled up in her palm. How the fuck am I gonna explain this to Alucard, she muttered, half to herself and half to Popola. There was magic in the world, yes, she'd always known that. Project Gestalt, Shades, and the like, had all been as much magic as science. And beyond that was magic, the sort of things well out of human hands, let alone android hands, that was in almost all circumstances best left alone and undisturbed. Back in the old days, before the collapse of Project Gestalt, there had also been magic, which had been more of Devola and Popola's wheelhouse compared to that damned book and all the madness they'd been swept up in recently, the magic of the old days, back when Popola and Devola had been the witches who looked after their designated town of replicants, had been little more than card tricks and prestidigitation smoke and mirrors. She didn't care for this sort of magic. The smoke and mirrors had been better, or at least safer. Eventually, she needed one hand free to scale a rocky hill in her path, so she slipped Popola gently into the side pocket of her bag. If the spell wore off any time soon, she'd have a ruined bag and an irate sister on her hands, so as much as it pained her to think it, she hoped Popola stayed a mouse for the time being. It was odd having to think of a mouse as her sister. Not that she didn't like mice or anything. She was indifferent toward them, if anything. Mice were alright in her book, as long as they weren't nesting in computer terminals in the camp and chewing through the wires. Devola was perfectly content in saying that mice were cute until they started causing trouble. The thing that kept her the most disoriented about the whole situation was that her twin sister suddenly didn't look anything like her anymore. And it wasn't something so simple as a haircut or a tattoo or some other cosmetic body alteration. It was also overwhelming. To still have a sister but no longer have a twin. Like living in a world where mirrors had suddenly stopped working. It was like a part of herself had gone missing, even though it was still right there. Devola was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice until the light from Pascal's village had begun to seep through the gaps in the trees that the air smelled like smoke. Dread curled inside her chassis like a snake made out of lead. She just knew from the first whiff that something terrible had happened. She picked up the pace and rushed ahead. There were people from Anemone's camp in there, good people, or at the very least people who weren't as bad as they could be, pranks and occasional acts of theft aside, and if something terrible had happened in the village, any number of them could be hurt. She crossed the border from the forest to the village, the trees looming overhead falling behind her and giving way to the tiered network of slapdash huts and rickety bridges orbiting the gargantuan tree in the center of town. High above her, dying embers glowed a dull orange within patches of charred and blackened wood that had settled on the village like mold growing on an old piece of meat, and plumes of black smoke curled around the branches overhead as they mingled with the black sky. Most of the village was unscathed save for a few ugly burn scars, but some buildings, large ones, had been burned down to ashes, leaving only fragile, blackened skeletons. Many of the lamps suspended throughout the village had fallen dark, wreathing much of it in shadow. If it was any consolation, the fire seemed to have stopped burning, though the damage had been done. A low chorus of voices bubbled through the air. Mostly machines. Some were crying. Devola had never heard a machine cry before. It was an unnerving sound, a harsh electronic wail that nevertheless pulled out of her a pang of pity. "Hello," she called out, stepping gingerly across the yard. Down here on the grass, rusty scrap metal toys littered an abandoned playground. "Anyone here?" This part of the village, at least, must have been abandoned. The voices she could hear on the air were coming from the far side on the opposite side of the great tree. Worried, Devola pressed onward, circling the circumference of the tree's trunk. It was a massive tree, so much larger than any normal tree that being near it made her feel like, well, a mouse. Walking around it seemed to take forever. "Hey!" Devola froze in her tracks like a deer in headlights, then turned around in the direction of the voice that had called out to her. An imposing figure wreathed in black armor stomped over to her, a gleaming silver sword in one hand as it looked down on her through the bright green optical sensors set into its masked helmet. Yoarha heavy armor, if she wasn't mistaken. "You there," the black-armored Yoarha unit said curtly, grabbing her by the shoulder. "Give me your arm." Excuse me?" Devola stammered, reflexively pulling away. "Who are you?" "Give me your arm," the armored Yoarha unit insisted to her, her gauntlet squeezing her shoulder hard enough that she felt the joint in her chassis start to separate. Devola winced and held out her arm. Fine," she said, used enough to being manhandled. "Here you." She let out a sharp yelp and nearly leaped off the ground as the soldier swiftly sliced her blade across her forearm. A long, straight, and blood-stained gash opened up in her sleeve as blood welled from the wound. She wrenched her arm away and clutched at the wound, her flashlight falling to the ground and casting its beam askew across the field. Blood seeped through her fingers and dripped onto the grass. The wound, thin and deep and immaculately cut, smarted and throbbed. Though she wasn't much for talking back to people with authority, especially people who had weapons and no qualms about using them, she couldn't help but snap, "What the hell," at the armored Yoarha unit. "Show me the wound." "What the hell is wrong with you?" The armored unit grabbed her arm and rolled back her sleeve, inspecting the freely bleeding wound. Devola felt her core whine and screech with anxiety as she waited with bated breath for her assailant to let go of her, all the while seeing in her mind's eye a dozen reasons why the soldier might find some reason to cut her down, each one less plausible and more terrifying than the last. The soldier placed her thumb against the wound, staining it with blood, and then let her fingers unfurl from around Devola's wrist, letting her arm fall limply to her side. She reached up, brushed back her bangs, and smeared a bloody X with her thumb on her forehead. "There you go. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am." "Inconvenience?" Devola repeated, wincing, as she took hold of her injured arm once again. She could feel a trickle of the blood smeared across her forehead trace a path down to the tip of her nose. "What the hell's going on here?" The Yoarha unit pulled off her helmet, letting feathery blonde hair spill over her armored collar. "No hard feelings," she said with a warm, inviting smile Devola thought was wholly inappropriate considering what she'd just done. Her forehead, too, had a bloody X smeared across it. "We have to test everyone in the area for vampirism." She produced a packet of staunching gel and handed it to Devola. "Take this." Devola took the packet, rolled up her blood-soaked sleeve, and applied the gel liberally to the wound and waited for it to set. The blood bubbled and frothed before coagulating and hardening into a thick, reddish-black scab. "You're free to go," the Yoarha unit told her, "but be careful and don't wander off. We don't know how many are still out there. Don't go near anyone we haven't marked." Thanks," Devola said, backing away nervously. "Don't be afraid, I won't bite," the Yoarha unit said, opening her mouth and prodding vigorously at her teeth as if to demonstrate how blunt they were. Devola hurried onward. The Yoarha unit tailed her, but kept her distance. Devola was certain that was meant to console her, but it only served to make her feel more on edge. A blood-curdling scream rang out through the village. Devola picked up the pace and rushed toward it and found a Yoarha soldier looming over a kneeling man, her silver-etched blade resting on the man's collar as though she were about to knight him. Two other Yoarha units, heavily armored like the one accompanying Devola, flanked the man, one hand clamped on each of his shoulders. The broken, half-burned bodies of men and machines, embers, and errant tongues of flame still licking at their hacked-open and dismembered corpses, littered the ground around them. Alucard stood alone amid the carnage, a grim scowl etched into his ashen face as he watched the execution. The kneeling man looked from his executioner to the blade resting on his shoulder with wide, white eyes, and then looked up at Alucard. "Alucard," he gasped, "please, you know I hate sharp objects, right? I wouldn't lie to you. I mean, you're human, Alucard. I can't lie to a human. Say something for me, please. Tell them I'm not one of them." Devola couldn't see anything of Alucard's eyes from this distance, but she could see his stony expression melt, if only a fraction, if only for a moment. He stood as still as a statue. "Alucard, please. Don't let em cut me up." Alucard looked away and turned his head, but only for a second. He couldn't bring himself to be that sort of coward. Devola felt her Yorha escort's gauntleted hand fall onto her shoulder again and nearly leaped out of her skin. But instead of a bone-crushing grip, the soldier merely gave her a gentle pat. "You might not want to watch this," she whispered to her. Yorha's executioner gently slid the blade across the man's neck despite his frantic protests, pressing the flat of the blade to the side of his neck. No blood was drawn, not even a drop, but a wisp of smoke rose from the bare flesh and curled in the air as his skin began to burn. The man let out another anguished scream and shot up, throwing himself across the field of bodies as smoke billowed from the burn on his neck. The Yorha executioner's blade cut through his outstretched arm as he lunged at her, severing it with a gout of blood-red coolant. But he was already upon her, already forcing his way past her. Alucard had already leaped into action. His blade tore into the vampire's back and burst out of his chest in a shower of blood and sparks. Gouts of flame poured from the wound as Alucard wrenched the blood-stained blade free and let the man's lifeless body slump to the ground to join its comrades. One of the two Yorha units who'd been standing at the vampire's side bowed her head. "That's the last of them, 40E, she muttered to the other unit, who knelt down and wiped the blood on her sword onto the trampled grass and the blood on her face onto her black sleeve. Devola took a cautious step forward, inching closer to the field of corpses, and felt her stomach leap into her throat as her gaze fell on the still intact face of the nearest lifeless body. She knew that face. She knew the face of the man Alucard had just killed, too. She knew the faces of all of the dead bodies here. All of the bodies, that still had faces and had not been entirely consumed by the flames. Some of them were Laurel's troops. The rest were all anemones. Alucard loomed over the dead. His mouth was still fixed in a grim scowl, but his eyes had changed wide now, wild, almost feral. His shoulders slumped, hunched as though he were carrying a heavy weight on them. His hands trembled as they slackened, letting the hilt of his saber slip from his fingers. It fell to his feet. "Alucard," Devola gasped, clasping a hand over her mouth as a wave of nausea so intense it left her dizzy swept through her chassis. "Alucard, what have you done?" He looked up at her. "Devola." In a flash, he'd crossed the distance between the two of them and clamped his cold hands on her shoulders. "Are you okay?" he hissed, his gaze darting with manic urgency across her body. "Where's Popola?" "She's fine," Devola said, trying to pull herself free of his grip. "Where's your sister, Devola?" "She's fine, Alucard." His grip tightened, he shook her. He was nearly shouting at her now. "Where is she?" "She's fine." She finally broke away and stumbled backward, reaching for the side pocket of her bag. This'll take some explaining, but..." Alucard scowled at her. Whatever had happened here had left him at his wit's end. There was only so much patience left in him. Devola grabbed Popola as firmly as she could and pulled her out. "She's right here," she said, holding the oddly vermilion-tinted mouse in the palm of her hand out to him. Thankfully, she hadn't woken up. "We ran into a wizard, and, well..." The hardness slowly faded from Alucard's face, his pale brows furrowing in bemusement as he slowly lifted his hand and laid it over Devola's, cupping it over Popola's sleeping body. Devola could see every tightly drawn muscle in his face twitching and faltering, threatening imminent rebellion against his stony, furious demeanor. "But she's okay," Devola insisted. "She's still herself, she can talk, and the spell will wear off eventually, right?" Alucard turned away and closed his eyes, biting his lower lip to keep it from trembling, then swept Devola up in a crushing embrace. "I'm so sorry," he gasped, shuddering as he sobbed into her shoulder. I'm so sorry. Devola felt a cold void hollow out her chassis, as though someone had just ripped her components out by the wires and hurled them aside. Alucard, you're not filling me with confidence here. What happened here? What's going on? She'll be okay, won't she? She pushed him off of her and kept him at arm's length so that she could look him in the eyes. After all this, she thought, everything she and Popola had gone through, he had to have some sort of good news for her. Alucard. She'll be okay, right? He looked 1,000 meters past her, blinked, and stepped backward. Is the wizard dead? Yes. Devola thought she could say that with complete confidence. She'd seen what had been left of Shaft clinging to a mess of bloody vines. Definitely. Certainly. Then it will, he muttered, looking down forlornly at the furry lump curled up in the palm of her hand, in a few hours, or days, maybe. D-days? She's going to be a mouse for days. Alucard's complexion turned another shade of ghastly. He staggered and swayed on his feet, as though drunk, stumbled, doubled over, and spat a mouthful of bile onto Devola's boots. Looking around what was left of the village, Devola had to admit that she was queasy, too. If she could vomit, she would. It occurred to her to ask Alucard if he was all right, but it was plainly obvious he wasn't. She took him by the arm, half-dragged him over to the trunk of the tree, and sat him down against it. All right, what the hell happened here while we were out there? He told her. Devola sank to her knees before him. Oh, God. The whole camp. Alucard nodded. When you were built, he asked, were you taught the story of Passover? She shrugged. It rings a bell, at least. It must be in my memory banks somewhere. Buried underneath 10,000 years of garbage, true, but in there all the same. The last of the 10 plagues of Egypt, the death of the firstborn. The Israelites smeared lamb's blood above their doors so that the angel of death would know to pass by their homes and bring ruin only to their Egyptian captors, Alucard explained. His hands, flesh, and machinery alike stained with a grimy melange of dirt and blood and ash, were folded in his lap, and his golden gaze fell upon them. Devola rubbed her brow, and some of the blood smeared on her forehead found its way onto her knuckles. She scanned the ruins, trying not to let her gaze linger on the faces she knew for too long even though her body almost seemed to insist that she did. Almost everyone she knew from Anemone's camp was there, their burnt and smoldering bodies twisted into grotesque and writhing statues, fangs gleaming in their gaping mouths as they all let out their silent screams. Fangs aside, it wasn't an unusual sight, but the furthest thing from a pretty one. Death himself descended upon this village, Alucard grimly intoned. We marked our doors too late. But this is not God's doing. He squeezed his eyes shut, but those didn't stop tears from squeezing their way out, like a drop of blood welling up from a pricked finger. This is. He drove his prosthetic fist into the ground, ripping splinters from one of the great tree's crawling roots. The force of the blow seemed to propel him up to his feet, and with a hoarse and ragged howl he whirled around and buried his mechanical arm up to the seam connecting it to his elbow in the tree's trunk. He ripped it free, his scream ringing out far and wide through the smoldering village, and as that scream burned through his throat it whittled itself away to a wail and then to nothing but a few quiet sobs. Alucard sank to his knees, resting his forehead against the rough bark of the tree trunk, streaks of tears gleaming on his cheeks. Devola supposed it had been a long time since he'd seen carnage like this, or at least a long time since he'd failed to stop carnage like this. He still remembered what it was like to live in a time when the good guys won. There, she said, patting him on the back. You get used to it in this god-forsaken place. At least we're alive. They were all dead. In the years since the Pearl Harbor descent operation, Anemone had scraped together a new resistance cell in this area in the wake of Rose's death. There had been so few of them left by then. Until Yoarha had been founded, there'd been almost nothing for her to work with, few resources, and even fewer people. She'd built her camp up from nothing, and for the first year every day had been a struggle to keep what meager scraps she'd gained. From then, though, things had stabilized, grown, become easier, her camp and her life had settled into a routine of its own, a fragile peace not infrequently disturbed, but not so easily shattered altogether. It was as though she'd forgotten what it was truly like to lose everything, because the pain struck her as though her body and her mind had never felt it before. As though it had forgotten Rose, even though she knew that she could replace every single component of her body 1,000 times and still have that woman's smile seared into her eyes' retinal sensors. It was all gone again, and it hurt like never before. Off in the distance, Yorha's reinforcements, and Eve's machines an uneasy truce if ever there was one stalked the village. Pascal was addressing a cluster of his surviving machines, mostly the children. His soft voice was muted and indistinct, indecipherable. He was lucky to have come out of this with even half his people. There was a Yorha Type H unit circling around her, assessing the damage to her chassis. While her thoughts spun in spirals deeper and deeper into darkness, her body complied with all the healer's soft-spoken commands on total autopilot. She didn't hear a word of it. She just watched the embers of her life smolder and fade to black, one by one. All around her, the world moved on, and she sat still as though she were the axis on which it turned, or rather didn't turn. Her body had never felt so inanimate before. If she took stock of her systems, as the technician was doing, she would know they were all still running, albeit poorly, given the damage she'd sustained, yet she felt inert still, as though she had been shut down and yet remained conscious, as though she were living and yet dead. Laurel had offered her and all of her people immortality. Yet all that remained was death. She felt too hollow to even weep. At least she was alive. But it felt like a cruel joke at her expense. How many times could she lose everything and be expected to wake up the next day and start rebuilding? How much longer could she labor under the delusion that perhaps one day she would finally build something that could outlive her even by a day? What use was there in trying again? Why, she wondered, had A4 dragged her out of the fire? Couldn't she have just left her to die? "Commander, your chassis is going to need extensive repairs and replacements," she heard a voice say from thousands of kilometers off in the distance. "You'll be out of commission for a week at least, longer depending on the state of the supply chain." "I'm sorry, but..." She let the words ring in deaf ears. Her systems processed the sound but not its meaning. She looked to the gouts of smoke billowing up in great black plumes into the black sky and choking the black clouds and saw all of the ash and dust of everything she had scraped together. "Ma'am, can you hear me? Your systems are stable for now, but damage this severe is..." She stood up. "Commander Anemone, wait, you shouldn't." She could barely feel the healer tugging on her remaining arm. She observed the few fires that were still burning and found herself taking a step toward them. She could become one with the ashes of her soldiers. Wherever they went, she could follow them. She had known this, always. But until now she'd still had something to lose. Now, though, here, what was stopping her? A body rose from one of the smoldering fires, sloughing off charred wooden beams and sizzling sheets of rust-tinted corrugated steel, like a corpse brought back to life. The skin had been stripped off of the hard soot-black metal chassis beneath, and a head whose squarish shape did not match the slimmer figure of the body upon which it sat turned slowly and haltingly from one side to the other. Its blood-soaked chassis gleamed in the firelight like an oil slick. It hauled another body under its arm as it trudged forward. The shambling mass of broken and inert android parts that were now Yorha attacker number 4 drew closer and closer toward Anemone, and as it stepped into the light, the body under her arm bared scraps of a singed and blackened red cloak. And suddenly, at the sight of that, Anemone felt herself return to her body and all the pain it had to offer her. "Commander, what the hell is that?" the healer cried out. "Nothing, it's just A4, Anemone felt herself say as A4 laid Jackass' body as gently as she could manage onto the ground at her feet. Her red cloak and the uniform beneath it were in tatters, the skin over her chassis seared black and blistered, the tarp that had sealed shut the gaping hole in her abdomen ripped straight off of the sealing bolts that had anchored it to the metal and flesh to expose metal innards in shambles. Intestinal lengths of coolant tubes, scorched and seared themselves, hung loosely from the hole. Here and there bare metal peeked out from scorched flesh. One electric blue eye stared out blankly on one side of her face, surrounded by flesh burnt jet black, its eyelids burnt away. The other, on a face still burnt but far less badly, was closed and seemed almost to be at peace. A4 stared down at the corpse. The spirit animating her body could not bring life to the blue eyes in her head, and they stared outward just as inertly and lifelessly as Jackass Eye did. There were limits to how well she could move and control this body. Speech was still mostly beyond her. She forced her mouth open and only a sad little moan came out. 4. Anemone knelt at Jackass' side. You didn't have to retrieve her. Her voice came out tear-choked and husky. The aching loneliness felt vaster and deeper than ever. The Yorha healer knelt down next to her and reached out a hand, blood-stained and ash-stained but virginal white underneath. With a light touch she probed the smoldering edges of burnt-away flesh. It's Jackass, she mumbled half to herself, nonplussed. I don't think there's anything I can do, ma'am, she told Anemone. I'm sorry. There's no way an android could remain functional in this condition. Her pod hovered at her side. Running diagnostics, it announced. Pod, there's no need to do that, the healer said. Analysis, this unit is still active, the pod pronounced. What? The healer gave it an incredulous look. But that's impossible, there's no way her systems could continue functioning at this level. Even her consciousness data shouldn't be able to maintain its logical coherency. As if on cue, Jackass' burnt-away lips peeled away from what was left of her teeth and gums and her mouth moved just a little. Her voice came out harsh and raspy, tinged with a metallic, bloody copper tone. Did we get the bastard? She croaked. Had she a heart, it would have leaped into her throat. Anemone felt a lump there anyway. We did, Jack, she whispered. Laurel's gone. We got him. We got all the bastards. And all it had cost her had been everything. Jackass tried to smile. Without lips it just looked like a death's head rictus. Fucking asshole. Where's White? Commander White, the healer inquired. She never leaves the bunker, she pointed out. Why would you want to see her? Open up a channel, Jackass rasped. The healer furrowed her brow and looked to her pod, then sighed. Pod 092, open up a channel to Ops and request a transfer to the Yorha commander. Hologram and voice projection, not AR. Affirmative, the pod replied. Anemone reached down with her remaining hand, forcing the servos in her crushed wrist to run, and took what little was left of one of Jackass' hands. An android in this condition couldn't remain running for long. When Jackass systems finally failed, it would likely be impossible to salvage all of her personal data. Decades of memory lost. This very moment was the very last chance Commander White would ever have to speak with her old friend and former companion, and Jackass knew it, and could only hope White would not be too busy to answer the call. Tell her it's Information Analysis Officer Jackass Clover, she told the healer in her pod, and that it's urgent. She's dying. Feel fine, Jackass protested, though Anemone knew well enough that she was lying. Her systems should have all burnt out from overheating long ago, considering her condition prior to being blown up. But, she forced a ghoulish smile. Won't talk to me, unless I'm dying, huh? Sounds about right for her. Conserve your energy, Anemone told her. I don't think you have long. Almost, makes me wish I'd let Laurel bite me. I should hope not, Anemone muttered, blinking away the tears that threatened to sting at her eyes. Leave it to Jackass to make the most poor-taste joke she could think of at the time. God, what was she going to do without her? The healer consulted quietly with her operator unit through her pod for a moment, then announced to the two of them that it shouldn't be more than a minute. Tell them to hurry up, Jackass grumbled at her. White won't be happy if I'm a pile of roasted slag by the time she... The pod projected an amber screen into the air in front of Jackass, and from her vantage point Anemone could see White's face, mirrored, as it hovered between the two of them. Sound projected from the pod. Jackass, White said sternly, I. Whatever should have come from her mouth next didn't. She faltered. The ground reports said you were already dead, she breathed. Not once had Anemone ever seen her so shaken. Her wide green eyes took in everything that remained: the burned flesh, the broken servos, the twisted and blackened metal. J.A. Oh, officer. Jackass took a deep and shuddering breath, shivering as her dead eye stared lifelessly outward and the other cracked open. You always said one day I'd get caught up in one of my own explosions. Guess you were right. Anemone could read every word unspoken in White's crestfallen face as she remained silent. Well? What No, I told you so. Jackass asked her. You're dying, White said incredulously, and you wished to waste your last moments speaking to me. Jackass nodded. Who else? She coughed. What leaked from her lips was as black and thick as tar. You're an asshole, but you're my asshole? White sighed and closed her eyes. Jackass, she sighed. Unit 11H, Pod 092, and all else present. Any further statement I make here shall be treated as strictly confidential under the highest secrecy level. The healer was taken aback. Why yes, ma'am, of course, she said, saluting. Above top secret. Statement acknowledged, the pod said. White took a long, deep breath. Jack, she said. I always knew you would blow yourself to bits one day. I had always had faith, though, that you would do so for a higher cause. Jackass coughed. Oh, you should have seen me, White. I shoved a grenade right down Laurel's throat. You fragged a commanding officer, White noted. He was also a vampire. So I'd heard from the preliminary reports. Well done, Jack. Her lips puckered in a sour smile. I'll miss you. I'll miss me, too. Jackass chuckled softly to herself. Pod, how am I F for time? Analysis, based on current conditions, Pod 092 said, the logical framework of your consciousness will begin to deteriorate irreversibly in 110.362 seconds. Full system failure in 131.054 seconds. Accuracy is plus or minus 10.69 repeating seconds. Nice, Jackass rasped. Got me on a tight schedule, here. Had you been found sooner, White mused, perhaps we could have improvised something to transmit your consciousness data to the server on the bunker. Like, you could have stood, having me, in the bunker's computer systems, Jackass scoffed. I'd have found it tolerable, White admitted. Jack. I don't know what to say. Heh. That's obvious. Again, I must stress to all who overhear that this conversation is above top secret. Jack, in spite of everything, I don't believe I have ever cared for anybody as much as I did for you. Anemone could see bewilderment furrow what remained of Jackass' brow. No, that's not quite right, White admitted. That's not how. I've never cared for anybody, the same way I cared for you. That's all right, Jackass replied. Neither did I. I suppose you could have had a dozen partners more suitable to you than me since the time we parted ways. 11H wrinkled her nose, looked at Anemone, and mouthed, what? Anemone forced an aching finger to her lips and shook her head sternly. Not a word of this would get out to anybody. Yeah, Jackass told White. Same goes, for you. To think, you'd fall for a greasy rat, Your Highness. Jack, White said. It's always brought me comfort, she admitted, knowing that you were down there somewhere, blowing something up or doing something unsavory for science's sake. Yeah? Well, it was nice knowing you were somewhere up there. White smiled. I suppose the Earth will be a slightly quieter place now. Anemone closed her eyes and sucked down the shuddering sob that tried to climb up her throat. Androids were made too closely in humans' image, they could have been built not to feel pain or sadness like this, but they had. Sometimes it could feel like a blessing, but now it felt like a curse. At any rate, she couldn't bear to see any more, she would have deafened herself if she could, ostensibly so that Jackass and White could have their privacy, but more so because she couldn't see this conversation not leaving her a weeping mess. And then, before White and Jackass could exchange any more words, a howl tore through the long night. Anemone. It was A2. It couldn't be anybody else. She'd come back from wherever she'd gone, as she always did. The android's heavy footsteps pounded against the ground, drawing closer and closer. Anemone pulled herself up to her feet as best she could. 11H, let's give Commander White and Officer Jackass some privacy. She turned around. 2. A 2 all but barreled into her, nearly knocking her off her feet. She was a disheveled mess, her clothes in tatters over her dirty skin and fur, she looked like a recently dried drowned rat. In spite of her appearance, there didn't seem to be any damage to her, though at least, nothing visible. Trailing along behind her was a black-haired Yorha scanner and his pod. Anemone, you're all right, A2 gasped, though her sharp gaze slid over her shoulder. Is that? Wait, Anemone protested, don't interrupt them. A2 had already pushed past her, and her blue eyes had fixed themselves upon Jackass and A4 bodies that were little more than corpses kept alive through sheer force of will. A2. White gasped. Is that you? This is a private conversation, she snapped, and I won't tolerate your interference. A2 knelt between her and Jackass, waving a clawed hand through the holographic panel that showed her face. Jackass, 4, she breathed. You're dying, Jackass rasped. Yeah. Can me and White have a moment? Please. Anemone watched the scanner rush to A2's side. Perhaps her eyes were only playing tricks on her, as choked as they were with stinging tears, but he was A4's spitting image. A2, you shouldn't interfere with the commanders. Analysis, full system failure in 98.631 seconds, Pod 092 helpfully chimed in. She took A2 by the shoulder. Let them have this moment, she told her, and A2 stood up and backed away. Her complexion had turned ashen, and her jaw hung slack in shock. She's dying, A2 noted. Anemone nodded. It's too much damage to fix. Even if we shut down her systems, the logical damage would be so severe, she'd never wake up. And you, A2 looked her over, studying the extent of the damage, the missing arm, the crushed wrist, the ragged and torn clothes soaked in blood, and all the myriad damage compounding now on earlier damage. Anemone collapsed into her arms. I'll be fine, she said, in spite of herself. It sounded so petty and simple-minded of her to say that, standing here in the midst of everything else she'd lost. A2 half carried her back down to the ground, and the two of them observed Jackass and White's hushed conversation from a distance as they communicated through the pod. I don't think I've ever seen an android live with injuries that extensive, Anemone noted. Not for this long. She must have been buried in the rubble for an hour before 4 went back and found her. She cursed herself. How could she have just stood here and wallowed in her misery while Alucard and Yorha purged the vampire infection from her men? She could have insisted on looking for Jackass, on dragging her out and giving her more than just a few fleeting minutes. A2 kept an arm slung over her shoulders and held her close, the long brush of her white furred tail curling loosely around her waist and resting its tip in her lap. Anemone choked back a sob. And then, as suddenly as it had appeared, that comforting warmth and softness at her side was gone. A2 stood up. Jackass doesn't have to die, she said. What? Anemone tried to pull herself up, but her servos whined and protested against her will, and her battered and broken body won out against her mind, hardware versus software. A2 walked past the scanner. 4, she said, you still have that vial? Yeah, I guess I should give it back. She snatched a little vial filled with quicksilver-hued liquid from his hands as soon as he produced it. Commander White, she said, I know how to save Jackass. Silence fell, hushing Jackass and White's conversation. The pod lifted itself to A2's eye level, rotating the position of the holographic panel to face her. What did you say? White asked. Is this a joke? From a distance, Anemone could see her brow and nose wrinkle as she studied A2's odd, haggard, shaggy appearance. I am not in the mood for jokes. It's no joke, A2 assured her. I've just discovered that werewolves have healing powers. The scanner rushed to her side. A2, he asked, you don't mean? I do. Anemone was completely out of the loop. It certainly sounded as though A2 was joking, but why? At a time like this? A2 didn't have a sense of humor like that. Explain, White said. I can waste my time explaining, A2 said, or I can do it. She was telling the truth. Anemone forced herself back up to her feet. 11H rushed over to keep her from keeling over. But first, A2 told White, promise me if it works, Yorha will no longer regard me as a fugitive. And I and all of my conspirators will be cleared of all charges. Promise us a full pardon. What? White snapped. And an apology, A2 added. Anemone could see White's face take on a livid hue. A2, Anemone groaned, this is hardly the time, just do it. Whatever you can do, do it now. The pardon, now, White growled through gritted teeth. Yes. I promise. As for the apology, I will save that for if whatever you have in mind works. Atu curtly nodded and waved her and the pod aside, and then she knelt down beside Jackass with the vial. Anemone crept closer. What on earth was going through her head? What plan did she have in mind? What could she possibly do that would bring an android back from that? I can explain, the scanner said, taking her, 11H, and the pod with White's projection aside. Werewolves can heal recent injuries when they transform. Since it's only been an hour, maybe. White looked more bewildered than Anemone had ever seen her. What? Off to the side, Atu lifted up one of Jackass' arms and brought it up to her mouth. She licked her lips and wrinkled her nose. Jackass, she said, I'm going to give you what you've been asking for. Sorry, I'm a little well done, Jackass croaked. Don't mind the taste. Remember, Atu, the scanner called out, just one drop. One drop of what? 11H asked, as befuddled as anybody else. 4S, what's going on? 4S, White huffed, I think I will take great interest in your mission report. Anemone herself didn't know what to say. Her mind had leaped from sorrow to relief and back again so many times now that she felt as though her logical systems were trying to split themselves down the middle. How would turning Jackass into a werewolf help, if she wouldn't turn until the next moonrise? There was a sickening crunch of flesh and a scrape of sharp teeth against metal bone and chassis. Anemone looked and immediately looked away, revulsion flooding her systems. The sight of flesh parting under fangs, blood flowing, the phantom pain from her severed arm, where Laurel had bitten her, stung and screamed. This was how Jackass could be saved? The same way Laurel had wanted to save her? While Anemone squeezed her eyes shut, Jackass suddenly let out a blood-curdling, guttural scream, ringing out through the village at deaf-end all sound in its wake, echoing and tolling like a terrible bell. Anemone found herself too weary to wonder what had happened and too fearful to look. Her imagination invented terrible fates for her dying friend, each worse than the last, in lieu of any sensory input save for sound, the awful wet sound of a humanoid shape turning bestial, of endoskeleton becoming bone and chassis becoming meat. The screams turned into howls. She waited with bated breath as the howls died down to low whines and whimpers, and then to silence. She couldn't bear to look. The silence stretched on. And then, "See, Commander," Atu called out. "She's fine. She's a dog," White pointed out. "That'll wear off, Commander," Forz assured her. "I'll explain everything in my mission report." Still, Anemone didn't crack open her eyes until she felt a cold, wet nose forcefully press itself against her cheek. Then, through a veil of shimmering tears, she found herself face to face with a great black wolf draped in the tattered remains of a red cloak that stood before her on four wobbling, unsteady legs. Its eyes were electric blue and gleamed with a fierce intelligence. She reached up and rested a hand between the wolf's ears, and it sank up to her wrist in a thick coat of jet black fur. It was really her alive, the picture of perfect health, and furry. Jackass pulled away from her, staggering and stumbling from incredible pain and exhaustion, brought back from the brink of death but not quite fully healed from every last one of the burns she'd suffered, and loped over to White's incredulous hologram. She looked up at her, sat down on her haunches, and began wagging her tail. "So," Atu said, striding cockily up to the black wolf's side and putting her hands on her hips, "about that apology, Commander." Anemone stood up, tapped Atu on the shoulder, and as soon as Atu turned to look at her she mustered all of her strength and struck her across the cheek as hard as she could. Admittedly, that wasn't very hard at all, and Atu didn't even flinch. Anemone collapsed into her arms again, shuddering and sobbing, choking out all of the relief that surged through her body like waves crashing on the shore. She wouldn't be alone again. She wasn't starting from nothing. Life could go on. The fires died out and the night at last grew quiet. Nines sat down on one of the branches of the village's central tree near the trunk, hidden away from everything else by a cloak of verdant leaves. He'd brought 2B's unconscious body up with him and laid her down in a fork between the two branches, where she could rest undisturbed. After she'd fended off 6E she'd promptly placed herself in rest mode, not even a thank you or even a look his way, during which according to Pod 042's reports she'd performed 8 exhaustive self-diagnostics. 2B was great, but she could be a headache sometimes if she was worried about logical faults or damage to her software. Surely she could have trusted him with the diagnostic work. What, did she worry he'd go poking around somewhere private? Nines sighed, his thumb running itself absent-mindedly across the violet jewel of his pendant. So, that's more or less it, he told 60 through his pod's AR interface. There are no vampires left in Pascal's village. Most of the villagers made it out okay, and the worst damage is only structural, though we can't say the same for Anemone's cell. She and Jacasso, and Popola, and Devola, I think, or at least one of them were the only survivors. That's horrible, 60 said. I'm so sorry. And how's 2B? Still asleep? Fighting the vampires' commanders took a lot out of her, but she managed to repel them. You'll be getting a full report on the battle from Pod 042 soon. I haven't even gone through all of it yet, though. A pensive frown curled 60's lips. It was 6E, wasn't it? Yeah. I don't like the idea of a Type E unit with my personality template being, like that, she admitted. I hope the next time you and 2B see her, you can terminate her. There was a surprisingly cold and steely tone to her voice. Me, too, 60, Nines said. All these vampires, they're worse than machines. I won't rest until we've exterminated them all. Every last one of them. 60 let out a loud yawn. Me either. You're right about them, at least with machines, there are ones like Pascal. Alucard counted, Nines supposed. But he was only half vampire, and the other half was human. I know. I was skeptical of a temporary truce between us and the machines, but now that I think about it, it might be the only way to stop the vampires, he said. We can go back to killing each other later. We'll just have to hope even his half of the machine network feels the same. He took a deep breath and summoned his courage. So, is 210, all right? 60 nodded. Oh, she'll be getting a whole lot of junk data after tonight for her to go through. I think we can use it to play a little trick on Dracula. Fun, Nines muttered sarcastically. He couldn't imagine mustering up the willpower to sift through reams of utterly falsified data with the full-throated confidence that it was all true, simply to fool a vampire lord who had a direct pipeline to his mind. It would be hard for him to shake the feeling that it was all useless busy work, and if there was one thing 210 hated, it was useless busy work. Then again, humans read books that didn't have a single true fact within hundreds of pages, and apparently found it an enjoyable experience. She misses you, 60 added. 9's mouth went dry. She does? I mean, we barely even know each other. The real 210. The one who died because he'd been a coward. 60's face fell. I'm sorry. It's true, though she wishes she could get to know you, like the 210 before her could. Thanks, Nines muttered. I hope I can, too, but that'll be hard as long as Dracula's out there, using her as a spy. Right. Can't let her get too close to essential assets, 60 said, her smile returning, albeit tempered, beneath her veil. They don't even let me talk to her for all that long. You can be a bit free with information sometimes, Nines admitted. I guess I can, 60 said. Well, take care, she sighed, and have 2B call me as soon as she wakes up. Of course. I think she'll be happy to talk to you, he assured her. Yoarha Unit 9 Type S, signing off. Get some sleep, if the commander will let you. I think she will, 60 said with a coquettish wink. Something's gotten into her, don't know what, but she seems to be in a much better mood now than she was before. Yoarha Unit 6 Type O, signing off. The AR holographic panel disappeared, leaving Nines alone with his pod. He scooted down the length of the branch, yawned, stretched, and leaned against the fork in the tree beside 2B. Crazy night, huh, 2B, he asked her, even though he knew she couldn't hear him right now. Pod 042 was floating right over her and keeping its proverbial eye on her, so he could rest assured that if anything was wrong, it would alert him. But still, he wished she would trust him to go through her systems for her. Why did she never allow him to go any deeper than basic diagnostics? What could she be hiding from him that she wanted so badly for him not to see? Maybe they would talk later, once she'd woken up. Until then, he just had to wonder what mysteries she was hiding in her black box. 2B stood in the phantasmal netherworld, the barren castle courtyard beneath the endless blood-red sky, and the phantom who had guided her in the battle against Sixie and Carmilla stood before her. His shabby brown coat rustled and fluttered in the wind, and a gruff smile widened under his bristly rust-brown beard. This was the man who had called himself the Whip's Memory. Here again, she noted aloud. If you want me to fight you, I will. Though, if she could be honest, she wasn't in the mood to raise the virtuous contract against anybody tonight. The Whip's Memory lifted up the vampire killer, holding its coiled leather length in one hand. I'm willing if you are, though you've done enough, at least, to prove the obvious. You've been told of the Belmont clan by now, I hope. She nodded. I have. They were the Whip's original wielders. The Whip's Memory gestured to himself, placing a weathered finger upon his chest. I take the form of the last Belmont to wield the vampire killer. Who you see before you is Julius Belmont, who last laid hands on this whip in 2037 AD. 2B realized that she was standing in front of a human, or at least the ghost of one, and idly wondered to herself if she was meant to kneel or bow. You've proven enough, the Whip's Memory said. Though you have much to learn before you can call yourself a master, there's no doubt the blood of a Belmont flows through your veins. He held out his free hand, as though he expected 2B to take it, and smirked. Welcome to the family, kiddo. She was nonplussed. What? I shouldn't need to spell it out for you, he said. Come this way. He turned his back on her and headed for the labyrinthine castle that loomed over them both. Well, he asked, turning and glancing at her over his shoulder. Aren't you coming? There's not much else to do here, I assure you. She supposed he was right, and decided to follow him into the castle. Beyond the threshold both were greeted with a long hallway, and on each side stood tall portraits, paintings, not photos, composed from thick and imprecise brush strokes rather than high-resolution pixels. The first one they passed was of the very man the Whip's Memory had taken the form of, Julius Belmont. Since the 12th century, the Belmont clan has hunted the night. Julius, the last of us, first picked up the whip in 1993, he said, when he began training for the prophesied Demon Castle War of 1999, he was the last to fight Dracula, and destroyed his body once and for all, casting his soul at last into the cycle of reincarnation. It didn't seem to work, 2B pointed out. Next, he said, ignoring her barbed comment and gesturing to another painting, which showed a man with long curls of brown hair that framed a grim face and dark expression, is Richter, who wielded the whip against Dracula in 1792. Next is just Belmont, who fought Dracula's wraith in 1748, he said, gesturing to the next painting, which showed a man with long white hair whom 2B could swear bore more than a passing resemblance to A2, and before him was Simon Belmont, who slew Dracula twice, once in 1691, and again in 1696. And before him was Christopher Belmont, who shared the same distinction first in 1576, again in 1591, and before him was Trevor Belmont, the first to strike the Dark Lord down, in 1476, and, of course, Ellie, am I boring you? He suddenly asked sharply. Yes, 2B said. She looked at the portraits and in each one saw a man glaring down at her. I don't see why I'm here. The Whip's Memory furrowed his weathered brow. These are all the Belmonts who had the honor of facing Dracula in combat and ridding him from the world. Ever since the first of our clan, Leon Belmont, created the vampire killer, our bloodline has had a duty to protect the world from the evil of the vampire. 2B nodded. Only a direct descendant of the Belmont clan may wield the whip's true strength without draining their own life in the process, he said. He gestured again to the paintings, from the blonde-haired Leon to the grizzled Trevor to the old and haggard Christopher, to Simon, Just, Richter, and Julius. You are poised to join these souls here in this very hall, as the one to rise against Lord Dracula and strike down his evil from the world in your time. The discomfort 2B felt, she wondered, might have had something to do with that. It might have been a trick of the imagination or a trick of the light, but these paintings seemed to be glowering expectantly, skeptically, at her. That's impossible, she said flatly, and she turned around and headed for the threshold. Wait, the Whip's Memory said, hurrying after her. There are more paintings, all the other Belmonts who wielded the whip in between Dracula's resurrections, so Lyle, Michael, John, and Jonathan Morris. None of this concerns me, 2B said curtly. I am not human. This is nonsense. I had you pegged for an ice spirit of some sort, the whip's memory replied, walking after her. It is no concern of mine if one of Julius Belmont's descendants bedded a glacier, so long as the bloodline continues. I am an android, she snapped at him. The blood within me is coolant. My muscles are synthetic. My organs are machines. I am not descended from anybody. I am Yoarha Unit 2, Type E, a military-grade battler and executioner unit. You have the wrong person. If you are looking for a descendant of Julius Belmont, look to the moon and perhaps you will find him there. She stormed off, but as soon as she set foot in the courtyard she saw another man. This one of the paintings in the hall brought to life. It was Richter Belmont, clad in a long blue coat that in the sky's red light looked coal-black, a pair of leather bandoliers crossed his chest beneath it. His expression was as dark and grim in life as it was on his portrait. He held a length of the vampire killer taut in his hands. The whip holds in its memory all those who leave their fingerprints on it in the battle against evil, he intoned. Deny it all you like, you are already a part of our clan's legacy. If you aim to leave now without recognizing that, then I will stand before you. Then I'll cut you out of my path, she said. She drew the virtuous contract. It came to her as naturally as breathing. He cracked the whip against the courtyard's marble flagstones. Then let us dance a rondo of blood. She tore down the length of the courtyard toward him. A lash of the whip nearly knocked the blade from her hand, but she held fast to it and brought it down upon him. Their respective weapons clashed. The phantom of Richter, still the whip's memory, but now a different form, fought differently than the phantom of Julius. There was a rage, an aggression behind each lash of the whip, every strike of its braided leather length upon the ground, that had not been present before. She beat a hasty retreat and circled around him, leaping out of the way of his whip's lash upon the ground, dodging the shattered flecks of marble tile it threw up in its wake. An executioner's strike penetrated deep into his defenses, calling upon all her swiftness to leap and bound past each lash and crack of the whip's leather length. An executioner, that was all she was. Fighting against evil? For the glory of mankind? No, she simply did as she was told. There was no moral component. There was no moral component to all the times she had struck down 9's just cold and ruthless logic. Noble lineages of crusaders against evil meant nothing to her. Enough of this nonsense, this fantasy. She was going to wake up now and face reality in all its horrors. She ducked under the long, sweeping lash of the vampire killer and sprang up, thrusting her sword through each gap in his defenses. He couldn't dodge quickly enough, the blade bit through the sleeve of his long coat and the flesh beneath. He was undeterred, though, and his offhand curled into a fist and nearly drove itself into 2B's midsection. She dodged, but felt his knuckles graze her chin. The whip's memory glared at her, tossing a lock of long chestnut hair over one shoulder. Do you think you are the first among us to feel unworthy of your blood? Do you think your soul alone is too blackened to stand against evil? He asked, as though he had penetrated into her very thoughts like a scanner. The world calls out for you and you alone. Will you answer it? The thought that he may have plucked the words from her head only enraged her. Enough talk, she snapped. I'm tired of this. Steel met leather again. 2B came close again, but had to retreat when a throwing knife drawn from within her foe's coat buried itself in her shoulder. She was tired. Even in a dream, she was tired. The fatigue of her battle against Sixie and Carmilla still weighed her down like shackles clasped to her ankles. Yet fighting was all she knew how to do. What could she do but continue it, even as her muscles ached, even as her chassis grew heavier, even as her servos whined and protested? What could she do but fight? The whip caught her across the cheek. A spray of blood fell upon the ground, and rivulets dripped from the bleeding welt running from her nose to her ear down to her jaw. The whip knows blood, the phantom of Richter said, recoiling the whip with a snap and a flick of his wrist. It can even tell the blood of the main line of the clan from a branch line, and it knows whose blood you bear. You are one of us. That's ridiculous, 2B said, and she wiped the blood away on her glove, took to a combat stance once more, and threw herself into the fray. Overhead, the crimson clouds began to weep bloody tears, the rain fell hot and heavy, tinted red by the light of the moon. She closed in on him in an instant. The whip was still tightly coiled, all he could do to block her blade was raise a throwing dagger from his belt. Steel rang out against steel. The dagger sailed through the air, and 2B's next strike was already cutting through the air, on a direct path to his chest. He threw himself to the ground, her blade only parting the curtain of his long hair, and he swept her legs out from under her. She lost her balance, but only for a moment righted herself, flipped over, danced out of the way of another volley of daggers, and swatted aside the next lash of the vampire killer. "You are one of us," Richter's phantom insisted, and steel met leather again and again, spitting sparks where they met. "And until you accept that, you will never have the strength to defeat Dracula." A blue light like water and fire at once swirled around him, the stern glare in his eyes turning to righteous rage, and with a snarl he threw himself at her, struck the ground with his whip, and used the force to catapult over the next swing of her blade. One attack dodged, but only one the next one hit. The virtuous contract drew blood. Whenever he returns to the living realm, Richter's phantom huffed, using another lash of the whip and hurling a cluster of throwing crosses in a wide arc to drive 2B backward. Lord Dracula brings despair and suffering with him. You have felt that suffering firsthand, haven't you? The whip struck closely enough to 2B that she could feel its edge ruffle her white hair. I was suffering before Dracula showed up. I'll suffer when he is gone as well, she spat. And yet, as the words left her mouth, she thought about the carnage that had engulfed Pascal's village, and the people who'd been tormented, killed, or enthralled by Carmilla and 6E. No. Thinking was the enemy. Programming and instinct was paramount here. One moment to think, and he was already upon her, and arcs of fiery light circled around him in erratic orbits, burning through the marble tiles where they met the ground. Whatever you are, he said to her, you must master the whip all the same. Only then will you have the power to vanquish him. She leaped over the swing of his whip, brought her sword down, nearly ran him through, met the ground, rolled, dodged, ducked. Should you reject this call, this eternal night that engulfs the world shall never end, Richter said, and all that is good will wither and die. Acknowledge your blood and light may yet shine in the darkness. Light, she snapped, and with a snarl she threw herself again at him, a flurry of strikes and thrusts of the virtuous contract's blade pushing him back. If you really can see into my mind. Richter's phantom was on the back foot. He retreated, his heavy boots slipping against the rain-slicked courtyard. He produced a hand axe and hurled it through the air in a wide arc. She sidestepped it, but by then he'd already thrown a glass vial down at his feet and shattered it, and a wave of blue fire rolled out from it and struck 2B where she landed as though he'd predicted perfectly whether she would dodge to the left or right. The flames licked at her legs and seared her flesh. Tell me, what do you see? Light? Do you think there's a speck of that inside me? She deflected the next crack of his whip. You humans can be heroic all you like, you can talk about good and evil. But I am not one of you. You created me to fight and kill, to die and die, without complaint, without protest, whoever the target is, not to strike down evil from the world. She came closer and closer, the virtuous contract's white steel blade beating away each swing of the vampire killer. In her mind, she pictured the many times this blade had taken the lives of a good man, its name a cruel irony. What was virtuous about her? Her next swing could have severed his head, but her blade froze in midair. Her body froze, too, she couldn't move not even an inch. This trick again, she cursed, though she could not so much as speak. Richter's phantom set aside the pocket watch he'd pulled from his cloak, and with a single finger gently adjusted the position of her blade so that it would sail harmlessly overhead when her arm resumed swinging it. He took a few long, cautious steps away from her, then reached into his coat and withdrew 2 fistfuls of throwing daggers. While time remained frozen, he hurled one fistful at her head-on, watching their trajectory slow to a stop just centimeters away from her as they tore through the frozen droplets of bloody rain in their paths. He took a few more steps to the side, then threw the remaining daggers toward her flank, and again they slowed to a crawl and came to a stop merely a hair's breadth away from her. He snapped his fingers. Time resumed. 2B's swing of her blade continued uninterrupted, though she changed its course as swiftly as she could. In that instant, she deflected as many of the gleaming blades as she could, the remainder buried themselves in her side, in her leg one drove itself all the way up to its hilt through her thigh. She sailed through the air, hit the ground, rolled across it until she righted herself and the points of her heels dug themselves through the marble tiles, bringing her to a stop. Blood from her wounds streamed through the rain in her wake. Richter's phantom spread his arms out wide. "Is this the best you can do?" He lifted one arm high above him, hand outstretched to the heavens, and a pillar of light burst up from the ground beneath his feet and engulfed him. Above him, an iris formed in the swirling crimson clouds, and a maelstrom of cross-shaped beams of searing light swarmed out from the pillar in wide and twisting arcs, each one erupting in a searing, almost nuclear fire where it hit the ground. 2B weaved between the falling beams of light. It was far past time to end this. With a ragged roar, she threw herself with everything she had at Richter's phantom. The light was searing against her skin, hotter than the sun. It speckled her visual systems like an overload of gamma radiation. She felt fire brush her flesh and realized it was her own clothes, burning from the slightest proximity to the bombardment alone. "This is who I am," she bellowed, and she thrust the blade forward. She ran him through. The light died. The rain that had slicked and darkened his long hair and drenched his coat turned to a drizzle. "Look into me," she spat. "All that I am. I'm not one of you." With wide eyes Richter's phantom doubled over and looked down at the bloodied hilt protruding from his gut, tracing the blade to its hilt into 2B's hands, then slowly lifting his head to meet her own gaze. A sardonic smirk curled his lips, and he chuckled. Bewildered, she slid the virtuous contract's blade out and stepped backward. Rather than collapse in a bloody heap, Richter's phantom rose once more to his full height. There were no more tears or blood stains in his clothes where 2B's blade had found purchase. He was fully restored. He began to clap, showering her with a one-man standing ovation. Then, he let the applause die down and let his hands rest at his sides. "Don't make the mistake of thinking you're the only Belmont to doubt your own heart," he told her. "Accept your destiny, don't run from it because you fear the weight of your own sins." 2B found herself at a loss for words. "What? No, this is a mistake." "No," Richter's phantom said. "I have made mistakes. This is not one of them. The vampire killer is truly yours to wield now, and its memories are at your command. Go now, in the name of all your forefathers, and put an end to this wretched night." He vanished, the red sky turned black, and 2B found herself left alone in the void with her thoughts. It was time to wake up. Adam did not need to sleep unless he was very badly fatigued or very badly damaged, though he often tried to do so for fun. He had been sleeping for fun when N1, the avatar of his half of the machine network, brought a very concerning influx of data from one of his machines into his dream. It had been a nice dream. He had read up on what humans dreamed about and tried to construct his own by filling it with faces he knew and having them all act in strange ways, but it proved strangely difficult to achieve anything resembling verisimilitude. All the books said that dreams were so incoherent, but when he tried to mimic that, it came out oddly forced. And what had interrupted that dream, which he promptly deleted 99% of from his memories to invoke the effect humans felt upon waking from them, had returned him to consciousness in a sour mood. He rose from his bed, tightened his tie around his collar, put his pants back on and his shoes, and went to the dresser drawer, rummaging through its contents until he pulled out a long, well-sanded, and well-sharpened length of ash wood. This would come in handy later, he thought, so he dressed himself in his cloak, which Dracula had told him long ago all self-respecting male vampires wore, and slipped the wooden spear into his sleeve. He stepped out into the hallway and consulted with N1 again. This entire castle, barren as it was still bare white, he hadn't gotten the hang of color yet, was his creation, and under his control. He could know of all of the movements through its twisting corridors of all of its inhabitants. Machines were easiest, of course, and through their eyes he could discern the movements of Dracula's legions of demons and monsters, and of course his fellow vampires. He found what he was looking for, took stock of the area around it, and headed off. A few turns and branches of corridor later, and he found himself behind his new chess partner, Carmilla. She had her back turned to him, and had not yet noticed his presence. He strode behind her, keeping a steady pace that just barely eclipsed her own, and so the distance between them shrank, and when it had dwindled nearly to nothing, she finally took notice of him. She tossed a lock of her long, streaming raven hair over her shoulder, and glanced at him with a smoldering glare. She had recently been in battle, a losing battle, though all the wounds had long since healed by now. If the tattered remains of her gown and all its translucent silken adornments had not said it so clearly, he could have read it in but a gleam in her scarlet eye. "Adam, what a pleasant surprise," she said coldly, "but I'm not in the mood for chess, I'm afraid. I've had a very poor night and I've no interest in anything but retiring to bed and—" Her eye widened, but the stake of ashwood that had just slipped out from underneath Adam's cloak and found its way into his hand came out too swiftly for her to react in any other way to it before it plunged into her back through her gown, past her vertebral columns, between her ribs, obliterating her heart on its way out as its sharpened end burst from her bosom with a shower of red gore and black ichor. Carmilla looked away and looked down, her eyes now fixed on the stake protruding from what had once been her pale and unmarred bosom, and Adam could only imagine the look that must be frozen to her face: shock, indignant rage, most likely fear. "W.H. Watt," she gasped, her once low and sultry voice a wheezing hiss of air through a punctured lung. Her long streams of black hair began to fade to brittle gray and then to white as mortality found her body. "You, Adam, why?" "I must thank you, Carmilla," Adam told her. "You taught me much about my new kin. Such as, for example, how you seem to believe you are all above consequences." He pushed the stake in deeper, twisted it, relished the sharp and pained intake of air that whistled through Carmilla's fangs on its way to her lungs. "Did you think I would not notice? Did you forget that my half of the machine network spans half the world? I told you not to pursue my brother." Beside him, N1, the network's ego, gave him a satisfied smile only he could see. "Lord Death will revive me again," Carmilla warned him, her voice little more than a croak, "and our master Dracula will punish you for your—" "Lord Dracula has no need for insubordinate servants." Adam began to pull the stake out just a centimeter. That alone was enough to make Carmilla gasp in pain, and she scrabbled at her chest, struggling to take hold of the stake's other end, as though if she stopped him from pulling it out then she could cling to life indefinitely. It was interesting, he thought, seeing the irrational lengths she would go to in a futile attempt to preserve a life that had already ended, like a single-celled organism that had suddenly been deposited in a petri dish full of alcohol and could only struggle in vain to keep living its little life as its cell wall dissolved and its organelles spilled out all around it. Apoptosis writ large, the littlest death multiplied 1,000,000,000,000-fold. "Wait," she choked. "Why? Why can't I drink him? Why won't you let him be turned?" "For all your boasting, you know nothing of science," Adam said. "Every experiment needs a control group. You have interfered with mine for the last time. Goodbye." He ripped the stake out of her chest. She didn't even have time to scream before skin, flesh, hair, bones and all withered to a husk and dissolved into ash, and her ragged and blood-stained gown, once immaculate and sumptuous, fell to a heap on the floor atop a pile of dust. As he slipped the blood-streaked stake back into his cloak and made a note to the network to have the security footage of this sector scrubbed and a false video generated to show Carmilla dying from the wounds she'd sustained in battle, Adam nudged her ashen remains with the toe of his boot. In a way, this could be said to be a mercy kill. Sooner or later she would have realized the truth about humanity's fate, especially if she managed to enthrall the other half of the machine network. If that had happened, she would have become a dangerous liability to both himself and to Lord Dracula. Vampires, after all, did not take kindly to betrayal. Yet somehow they seemed predisposed to it. 6E raced through the woods, searing pain crashing in waves through her chassis, lighting up every circuit, triggering every nerve that branched out through the synthetic muscles and skin wrapped around her chassis. She had to flee. She had to run away from 2E of all people, from that horrible whip that burned like the sun, back to Mistress Carmilla. But if she went back to Mistress Carmilla, she would return a failure. She'd failed to turn 2E, failed to overcome the whip, and all of Laurel's vampires had been thoroughly rooted. Mistress Carmilla would hurt her again. Could a wretch like her, such an utter failure, possibly have a right to continue living? She felt as though she were being split in two, a partition in her mind, split right down the middle of her chassis, pulled in one direction by her programming and another by her blood. Run. She knew she had to run. But to where? To whom? Mistress Carmilla. She had to return to Mistress Carmilla. With her proverbial tail between her legs, with her clothes in tatters, with twigs and leaves snarled in her hair and blood and oil stinging her skin. Return a failure. Return and be punished. Or she could run away, not to. She could flee her mistress' wrath. That was the sensible option. Carmilla would hurt her for this. But if she never returned to her side? She clutched at her head as her thoughts struggled for dominance over each other. To return to her mistress, who gave her life meaning, or to flee the pain she had brought on herself by her own miserable ineptitude. She staggered and stumbled across twisted roots. Branches cracked and shattered as she barreled through them, and animals fled from the underbrush ahead of her. She couldn't go back. She couldn't. She had to. Her forehead cracked against a boulder. She grabbed it, dug her nails into its moss-slicked surface, wrenched it free of the ground, and smashed it over her head until it shattered, anything to drive the insubordinate thoughts from her head. She was her mistress' doll, and a beautiful one, and a beloved one. She would be punished, yes, but would the punishment be so bad, so undeserved? But she didn't want to go back. Whichever side of her arguing mind controlled her legs, it ran her through the forest. Every branch that struck her and tore through her clothes or wrenched the long curls of whitish lavender from her scalp was a lash of a deserved whip. Then, suddenly, there was nothing but air beneath her feet, and the distant roar of water, and the spray of mist on her face before river currents as hard as concrete smashed into her. There was an interminable blackness and unyielding pressure, her broken chassis buffeted by racing currents. And then, at last, she felt air against her skin. She sank into the mud of the riverbank, the waters still lapping and tugging at her legs. Carmilla's presence filled her head. It called to her without words. Its pressure crowded the thoughts from her mind, burned through her software like a logic virus. She had to go back, she had to. Her nails raked across her cheek, ripping through the skin. She had to go back to Carmilla. To her mistress. To the woman who had baptized her in blood and made her a superior being. To the woman who would hurt her, even though she was afraid, because she had deserved it, had earned that pain, and perhaps if Mistress Carmilla could see her in that state she would take pity on her, show her mercy, give her succor. Because Carmilla loved her dolls. She didn't want to go, she told herself, raking her nails like knives through her skin, pulling the hair from her head, biting her lips so she could rip them off her own face. The coward in her fought and fought and fought, like a cornered animal, fiercer than imaginable. And then the pressure was gone. She couldn't feel Carmilla's will anymore. There was nothing pulling her toward her anymore. It was all gone. There was nothing left in 6E's head except for 6E. And, battered, bruised, bloodied, aching, she crawled out of the mud and onto dry land. Eventually, she realized that she had no mistress anymore. She was free to go where she pleased. Because Mistress Carmilla was dead. Nothing else could explain her sudden absence. Free at last, 6E began to weep. Check the description for the links to the author.